Think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
But then you're here today.
Live local. Think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
What I know, we all know is going to be one of the most inspiring platforms we've
Live
ever
local.
had in our 15
Think
year,
global.
history.
The platform
So
is
once again,
powered
happy
by the
International
Covenant
Workers' Day. So
Nation.
just introduce yourself to someone beside you. Say hello. My name is Tutu. My name
Live
is Kaka.
local.
My name
Think
is
global.
Dede.
The platform
My
is
name
powered
is
by the
Lala.
Covenant Nation.
All of the nenes, the kekes. If it's a
Live
lot longer,
local.
please just feel free
Think
to say
global.
the full name.
The platform
Your name
is
is Onyeji
powered
Bose.
by the Covenant
Your
Nation.
name is Komopoayandabu Sariwameti. I had a colleague like
Live
that.
local.
No, a classmate.
Think
in school. She's
global.
from Plateau State.
The platform is powered by the
Okay, yeah,
Covenant
but it's really
Nation.
an honor, And one of the reasons why I said you should have a quick chat with the person beside you is that
Live
for those of
local.
us who know the
Think
platform,
global.
once we start,
The
we don't
platform
stop.
is powered
So
by
you
the
have to be
Covenant
comfortable
Nation.
with the air around you. So you have to make sure that you're getting good vibes. Once we start,
Live local.
we don't stop.
Think
There are
global.
no breaks in
The
between,
platform
and we
is
power
powered
from the
by the
beginning
Covenant
till the
Nation.
end. So if the person is giving you negative vibes, just, I don't know. Okay, offer them candy. Give them,
Live
say,
local.
do you want chewing gum?
Think global.
You
The
know,
platform
just be
is
nice.
powered
Just
by
say
the
this your
Covenant
green is nice.
Nation.
This your white shirt, you try. So just make yourself
Live local.
comfortable.
Think
So
global.
like we said,
The
the
platform
platform
is
Nigeria is a
powered
global
by the
media
Covenant
event. So
Nation.
what that means is that we here collectively have the responsibility to make sure that everybody who is
local.
not here
Think
feels
global.
left out.
The platform is powered by the
No,
Covenant
I didn't
Nation.
mean that. No, but we have the responsibility to make sure that everybody, actually quite the opposite. We have the responsibility to
local.
make sure that everybody
Think
who's not
global.
here
The
actually
platform
feels
is
included,
powered by the
right?
Covenant
So please
Nation.
go ahead, take a picture. Let me make you feel liberated. Let me take my own picture.
Live
I've been
local.
trying to figure
Think
out how to come
global.
up and take my picture.
The
So
platform
let me just
is
feel
powered
liberated and
by
do
the
my
Covenant
So this
Nation.
is me doing my own selfie. So go ahead, take a picture and say live at the platform.
Live local. Think
So
global.
please don't
The
look at me now. Be
platform
doing
is
your own.
powered by
That's
the
thing.
Covenant
Be doing
Nation.
your own. Bring out your own. Do your own. Take a picture and say live at the platform. Or if you already have some
Live
really
local.
deep
Think
thing to
global.
say, even
The
before the
platform
speaker
is
starts talking, you
powered
already have
by
one
the
deep
Covenant
thing to say.
Nation.
Just go ahead and tweet it. If you're already friends with the person beside you, go ahead, take a picture and tag them.
Live local.
Some people
Think
are doing it, some
global.
people are still looking.
The platform
I'm waiting
is
for everybody to
powered
be
by the
facing
Covenant
down, so I'll do my
Nation.
own. Okay, see some people have. We didn't plan it. I didn't plan this green and yellow.
Live local.
background, but we're
Think
looking all
global.
right.
The platform is powered by the Covenant
Fantastic.
Nation.
The platform Nigeria is it's a wonderful event. This year.
Live
in
local.
the sense that
Think
as
global.
we think about
The platform
building
is
a
powered
business,
by the
it's
Covenant
aptly tagged
Nation.
building. Sorry, let me get it right. Building a successful business in
Live
today's
local.
climate.
Think global.
And I dare
The
add
platform
that it is
powered by the Covenant Nation.
relevant whether you're building a business, you're building a career, or it's even ministry that you're
Live
doing.
local. Think global. The
I told
platform
someone the
is
title
powered
is
by the Covenant
Live local
Nation.
and think global. Person said, are you people trying to tell us not to jackpot?
Live local. Think global. The platform is
but the truth
powered
is, if you think
by the
about
Covenant
Live local,
Nation.
think global, it's a mindset that carries across wherever you are.
Live
your
local.
local could be Nigeria.
Think global.
Your local
The
could be
platform
diaspora.
is powered by the
even
Covenant
if he told you not
Nation.
to jackpot, you will still do what you have in your mind. Right? Answer me now.
Live
if you want
local.
to go, you will still
Think
go.
global. The platform
So the
is
mindset of
powered
thinking
by the Covenant
global
Nation.
while you're living in a local environment is one that carries across the board. Like I said, whether you're building a business,
Live local.
you're building a career,
Think global.
it's a ministry.
The platform is
if you're
powered
in,
by the Covenant Nation.
if you're a career, how many of us are career people here? You're not building a business. So I don't want you to feel left
Live
out.
local.
No business,
Think
just career
global.
people. Please, let's
The
celebrate
platform is
every
powered
career
by
person
the
who's
Covenant
here.
Nation.
Woohoo! I know it's your day, business people, but
Live local,
thinking about the mindset
think
of
global.
living local and
The platform
thinking global.
is powered by
Even
the
if you're
Covenant Nation.
human resources, head of HR is different from global head of human resources, right?
Live local,
Global
think
head.
global.
It always
The
sounds more
platform is
beautiful to be
powered
global
by the
head of
Covenant
anything,
Nation.
So it's a mindset that we all need to imbibe as we think about building for
Live
distance,
local,
thinking about how
think
to reach
global.
beyond
The
our
platform
own
is
borders,
powered by the
as it were.
Covenant Nation.
Just a few housekeeping details. The exits are the
Live
entrance
local,
from which you came.
think global. The
Where
platform
you
is
came in from
powered
is also
by
the
the
exit.
Covenant Nation.
But the ushers will always be in front of you, beside you on the aisles, or behind you to
Live
direct
local,
you to any of the service
think
points
global.
you may want to use.
The
whether it's
platform
bathroom
is
or
powered
any
by the
other
Covenant
service,
Nation.
point you may want to use. The ushers are always available, and if the usher is running,
Live local,
maybe you should just
think
run in the same
global.
direction as the
The
usher is
platform
running.
is
For any
powered
reason,
by the
we won't
Covenant
have
Nation.
that. Thank you all for also putting up with any logistical issues that we've had today. Thank you for staying.
Live local, think
And on
global.
that note,
The
for
platform
those of us
is
who haven't
powered
done ours,
by the
please
Covenant
go ahead.
Nation.
And it may not be Twitter, it could be Instagram or WhatsApp, whatever, wherever you have your community. Please go ahead and just tell
Live
somebody
local,
you are on the platform.
think
and I'm
global.
sure they will join
The
you.
platform
Thank you so much.
is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live
It is my pleasure to welcome you to another edition of the Platform Nigeria, coming to you live from the Covenant Place, Iganmu, Lagos, Nigeria, right next to the National Theatre. And if you live in Lagos, you should care to join us at the venue today because it's going to be quite an amazing time. The road is free. It's a public holiday. Happy International Workers' Day to each and every one of us. Once again, it's my pleasure to welcome you. My name is Toyin Kpoju Oyemade, and today's edition of the platform promises to be very enlightening, impactful, empowering, educative, and transforming. I want to advise you, get your notepad, your pen, everything you need, because you are going to want to take notes. But just in case you just stumbled on this broadcast, you've not even heard about the platform before, this is your first time, or maybe you have, but you don't know the history of the platform, let me intimate you on some things. This is the 31st, yes, 3-1 edition of the Platform Nigeria. The platform is a non-profit initiative of the Covenant Nation started by our senior pastor, Pastor Kpoju Oyemade. And 15 years ago, on the 1st of May 2007, the first edition was held. And the reason behind the platform is to create conversations around personal development, productivity, enterprise, nation building for our great nation, Nigeria. And every 1st of May and 1st of October since 2007, we have done this. So once again, I welcome you to the 31st edition of the platform. I'm not alone in the studio. I'm with our studio veteran, Dr. Soji Akinyele, the Dean of the Joseph Business School. You're welcome to this edition of the platform. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Thank you very much, Pastor, for having me. I think today really speaks to the heart of, the entrepreneurial character that we have in Nigeria. When you think of, particularly in the micro, small, and medium scale enterprise sector, you're talking about almost 40 million MSMEs, accounting for more than half of the economic output and almost employing virtually 80% or more of the labor force. So today is dedicated to the entrepreneur in a sense, and basically trying to explain how to build a successful business in today's climate. And I like the fact that it speaks about today's climate, which many have described as volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Call it the VUCA environment. And just the lineup of speakers that we have, nine powerful speakers. And just looking through their profiles, I realized that each one of them brings, something to the table in terms of a chain, of information or knowledge that speaks to one part of building a business, scaling it, brand strategy, fintech, the fintech revolution. We have our fintech founders like Inya Boeji who will be speaking, Yvonne Johnson. We have brand gurus, like Charles Otudo, Leke Alda. You have strategists and motivational speakers like the Rukos himself, Kunle Shorinyo, and of course Niya Desanya. And then we have, this unique set of female executives in terms of Audrey Jo Ezigbo, the Deputy Managing Director of Falcon Corporation, and Jumoke Adenowo, whose story is so inspiring, an architect, recognized, by CNN as a star architect.
As a star
exactly,
architect.
as a star architect, and just a global award-winning architect who started her journey as young as age 14. Just letting us know that, look, there's no age barrier to this thing called business. It's about a mindset. And I think that's what the platform really does. Like you said, it's for personal development, for productivity, also for nation building. And in this case now, just basically setting the tone for how to build business, in this day and age. It's instructive to know that, as you said, it's the 31st, but perhaps it's the first after the COVID, the entire lockdown and all of that. So in terms of the experience of a full-blown event, this is the first, so it's like a watershed, and we're starting with business. So I think it's very instructive, and I look forward to the speakers.
Absolutely. It's a powerful watershed indeed. But for those watching, we do this year in, year out. How should people partake of this platform to get the best out of it? For you, you've been part of the platform from the very beginning. So how have you participate in the platform, and how should people do that as we round up from the studio?
Oh, well, the first thing is, get a pen and get a notepad. And I emphasize a notepad, even though, you can use your phones and things like that. But a notepad is usually good because when you write and you scribble, it also helps, in your thought process. Listen to every speaker. There's something there for you, right? You don't have to jot, copious notes. Just look for the things that resonate with you and put them down. Then when you are done, right, after the platform, don't just dump it, all right? Go over it from time to time. Look for things that you can actually practice in your business, right, or in your personal life. Take 1, 2, 3 things, not too many, right, and practice them. You succeed in that, go to the next one. You succeed in that, go to the next one. That's the best way to practice.
Excellent. Dr. Soji, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Everything he has said, just take it and do exactly as he has said. We're going to the main auditorium now where the platform is about to begin. It's going to be an amazing time. Thank you for joining us once again. The platform is, the hashtag is hashtag the platform Nigeria. Call your friends, call your family, call your enemies, call your frenemies. Tell them to watch the platform. Trust me, it's going to be a great time. Thank you so much. And straight now to the main auditorium.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Whether you're in the live audience or you're joining us from your home, thank you for joining us. This is the 31st edition of the platform. And like they say, it takes, yes, it's worthy of a round of applause. And I shouldn't gloss over it. Absolutely. A louder round of applause For those of us who remember from where the platform has come, it is worthy of celebrating. And it's a very apt note because on which to invite our first speaker, because like they say, it takes about 30 days to build a habit. And so I guess it also takes about 30 plus editions of a platform like this to really become a global movement, shaping thoughts and lives across the world. So with that, I'd like you to all join me, and perhaps with a standing ovation, to celebrate the leadership, the commitment, the focus, the drive of the convener of the platform and the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation. No one else but Pastor Kwaju Oyemade. A round of applause, please. Woohoo!
All right, welcome this morning to the platform. After COVID, it's good to have a crowd back again inside the auditorium and speaking to, instead of just sitting down and talking to a screen. At least we can see people and get reactions from people now. All right, then. This morning, I'll just quickly share on something that I personally use in this organization. And I think there are thoughts that will be helpful, right, to people as I just have the opening remarks. And what I want to speak on is leading an organization to be more effective or making it more impactful. And this is what we share in-house among our leadership team and also among workers or volunteers within the organization. The first law is that you win as a team or you lose by default. So the first law here in leading an organization to making it more impactful and effective is that you win as a team or you lose by default. In other words, if everybody within the organization are operating with their own individual talents and skills without having a corporate vision and operating as a team, that organization will lose. The example I want to give is you have 5 fingers here. And if I hold my 5, these are 5 fingers here. If I hit it on this pulpit, right, I make some appreciable amount of impact. If I clench it together as a team and I hit this pulpit, the impact, the difference is going to be instantaneous. In other words, once you understand that you win as a team and you can unite the hearts of the people to pursue one common vision, the impact will appear immediately. So how then do you unite the hearts of people? First thing, though, is you clarify the objective of that organization or group. In order to unite hearts, you clarify the objective of that organization or group. And the truth is, every time we speak about what we think people already know and clarify it further, what happens is you hear people saying, now I understand it better. So you clarify the objective of the organization in order to unite the hearts of the people. That's how you turn individual operations into a clenched fist. Clarify what it means in that organization to win. And let every single person, no matter how small you people may think they are, a leader must understand that nobody is insignificant. I'm going to show something by your permission and authorization. I want to play a video. All right? But I will take your permission and authorization. And you know why I will take it before I play it. Okay? All right, let everyone know what the goal is. In any team, every single player must know what it means to win. And nobody must be confused about that. If you have a football team or a basketball team or a baseball team or a netball team, everybody on that team knows what it means to win. And at the end of the game, if they do not win, everybody has a burden in their heart. So you can't be running an organization where when you don't win, people don't feel the burden on the inside because they don't even know what it means to win. So many people within an organization are hazy about the goals of the organization, the objective of the organization they work in, because the win there has not been clarified. And I want to show something, and it's historical, all right, but I'm going to bring it out of the Holy Book, but it's a historical thing. There was a time where man decided that they were going to build the Tower of Babel. And what happened was everybody on the earth at that time had the same language. Now, what unites people is not that they speak the same language. We'll see. And God did not say anything about the unity of the people until something happened. And this was the first time it appeared that God looked like this is a threat. And we'll just quickly put it up quickly here. This first I'm doing this. Put up Genesis 1:11 from verse 1. It says from verse 1, quickly, all right? And the whole earth was of one language and one speech. And then it goes on, verse 2. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, they found a plain, all right, in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. Verse 3. It says, and they said to one another, now a conversation started. Let us make break and burn them thoroughly. And the Bible says, they said they had brick for stone and slime had they for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build a city and a tower whose top will reach unto heaven, which was a skyscraper. And let us make a name that we be not scattered on the face of the earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. Now, they were always on the earth. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one. Then he says, and they have one language. And this they begin to do, and nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. So when God said man was one, wasn't when they were all speaking the same language, was when they had a clear-cut objective and vision that was right before them. So you unite the hearts of people by giving a clear vision. Something beyond, all right, ordinary. The ordinary, and then the imaginative abilities we saw there of people within the organization now begins to work, and creativity starts happening within that assembly. Every single person in the team must know what the objective of that team is. Every single person. Even the janitor, everybody must know what the objective is. The reason is every single person can contribute something and can say something and can bring an idea and can make a suggestion once they're brought to the table and the hearts of the people are united. Now, here's where I need your permission. Because I want to play a video, and it's the Liverpool football team. But listen to this. I might not do it if you say no, but there's a big lesson here on leadership. Do you want to know the lesson on leadership? So I have your permission. The eyes have it. All right. All right. So I want to show here quickly. Now, before we play this video, hold it. Just wait here. I say I'll take permission. Nobody's offended. Everybody's good, right? All right. So, well, let me just stop. Let me just stay here. All right. They've given me grace. Let me just stay with grace. All right. Now, so I want to show something here. This was a match that was played probably 4 years ago. Liverpool at that particular point was an average, and I can show you statistics. There are teams that are fighting relegation that spent $200 million more than Liverpool in the last 5 years. So sometimes it's not about the money you spend. It's about how much the leadership can unite the hearts of people. It's about building a team. All right? this is what I want to show. Barcelona had, man for man, some of the most skillful players in the world. Sorry, yeah, Barcelona. All right. All right, man for man, some of the most skillful players. Messi and everybody. Man for man, they were more skillful. First match, they had beaten Liverpool 3-0. Some of the top players of Liverpool were injured. They came in with, so to speak, almost a second string team to play. But they played as a team. And I want you to notice what a ball boy did to change the game. And that the ball boy, all right, was part of, because it's an organization, and the ball boy knew what to do at a certain time. Can you play the first one?
Brilliant. Yeah. Liverpool are 3-0 up. There's about 10 minutes left, right?
79th minute, wasn't it?
And they get a corner. Now, I want you to fixate in this clip, not on any of the players, but on the ball boy on the right, because here's what happens. So the ball goes out. There's the ball on the left, but the ball boy on the right lobs the ball to Trent Arnold. The real ball then goes back to the ball boy, right? You can do that in football. It doesn't matter. Let's go back to the start. Now watch. The ball goes out there. The ball boy whips a quick ball to Trent Arnold, right? Perfectly legitimate. Trent Arnold, the other ball goes back. And Trent Arnold looks up and goes, hey, I haven't realised. Bang, sees his mate. Bang, wallop. Oh. Barcelona, like statue. But the real hero is not Trent Arnold, who is a hero. It's whoever's hiding in that hole. Go back to the start. Now watch.
Yeah.
Go back to the start. Watch. On the right in the hole. He's got a ball, look. He lobs it out. Trent Arnold looks up, realises Barcelona haven't realised. Original ball back to the same guy. Bang. That is genius.
It's like a sleeper player
I want to
Liverpool
know,
side, isn't
who
it?
is that ball boy? Someone must know who he is, right? I want to get him in here, right, and interview him, because he's probably won Liverpool the Champions League.
I tell you who else is happy about that.
Ball out, and then, by the way, they're supposed to... Brilliant.
All right. Then the second one I'm going to play is what Mourinho had to say about organization, football now. Now, Mourinho is not our coach, so let's say what he said. Second video, please.
There is one detail that some media got it. The ball boy. I had a club where the club never understood how important the ball boys are. You want a quick through in, the ball boy needs to know that you want a quick through in. The ball must arrive fast. Even if you are winning, sometimes that quick is important. The goal kicks, the tempo of the game, the ball boys in a good structure can also play a part. I was a ball boy, top ball boy.
Were you like this, always giving the players the ball quick?
Look, when I was a ball boy, I even know when I was going with the ball for the players to take the corner kick, I know where the players want the ball. So the players don't need to touch the ball. I know that player A from my home team wants the ball in this part of the semicircle. I know that the other one, because he's left-footed, wants the ball in here. People don't know that a real football club, every detail is very, very important. In this game, the kid, very intelligent, very bright. I don't know if he is an academy player or no, but the kid knew what he was going to do. Then Alexander-Arnold, he read the situation fantastically well. Young kid, Champions League semi-final, tired, 80 minutes of football, he saw everything. I always say the good players are the ones that are on the pitch and everything is clear. They see everything. He saw that. And then, of course, Origi could put the ball over the bar. It's not an easy goal. Looks
all right,
easy, but
you can cut it here.
And
we're having all right. The point has been made. Backed by Mourinho. All right, so the first thing is quick, clarify what the win is. Number two, know where you win. So you want to ask yourself in the organization, where do we win? Everybody knows that in a football match, in a netball, basketball, this is where we are going to win. So where do you win? Why is that so important? If you know where you win, then you will think in terms of the steps you need to take to get there and not just activities that you carry out. There are many ways in which you can try to achieve your objective. There are many ideas, all right, that can come which will generate a lot of activities, but they may not be steps to take you to that particular destination. So you know where you are going, you know exactly where you win. And so you've got to sit still and think through to find the steps that you are going to take. Ideas create activity, but they may not be steps to achieving your goal. So there can be many ideas that might come. That's why you have to operate as a team. Because if you have one talented person in the team that just wants to demonstrate their own talent, and what they are doing is not a step to getting to the objective, then they are reducing the impact of that team and not increasing, all right, their impact. The steps must be easy, which means very easy to apply. Everybody must understand them. They must be strategic, which means that they move the organization towards their objective. Number 3, stay focused when you start getting results. Don't overcompensate yourself for the sufferings of the past. Let me repeat. Stay focused when you start getting results. Don't overcompensate yourself for the sufferings of the past. Because if you don't stay focused, you'll find out after some time, the organization will embrace practices that might look good, but they are unhealthy for that organization. You wake up one morning and realize that the organization has drifted away from the original vision, objective, and goal. And what's going on is you are into several things that just may not produce results. So understand this, it is not the amount of activities that you do that creates impact, it's the way you carry out what you do. Let me repeat again. It's not the amount of activities that you do that is going to create impact, it is the way you do the few things that you do. So you do a few things, but you do them in a certain way, which means some Olympics are done only once every 4 years, but they are memorable events because they are carried out in a certain way that leaves something in the minds and hearts of people. Quickly, can you bring me the coffee if it's ready? Quickly. All right? I just want to show something here. All right. I just want to show something here about staying focused. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. You can just wait. All right. So for coffee drinkers, we will understand those of us that drink coffee. Okay. Here is concentrated coffee. Let's just say this. All right. There's an aroma that comes out of it. You agree with what I'm saying? Those of you that drink coffee, there's an aroma. You take this and the espresso, and you are fine with this amount of coffee. All right. Now, but if you increase activities inside an organization there, you just may dilute what you are doing. So if I pour this into this, the aroma is gone. The same amount of coffee is inside this thing, but the aroma is gone. You know what I'm saying? If I drink this, it's water I'm drinking, no longer coffee. But it's the same amount of coffee. So sometimes you are doing what you're supposed to do to succeed, but you are doing several other things that dilute what you are doing, that reduces the impact of it. So you have to be disciplined to stay. And listen, if you want to introduce, if people are going to introduce any new thing into an organization, ask what are you subtracting to bring that in. Do you get what I'm saying here? All right? Or else, and particularly when the organization begins to succeed, because sometimes we just start throwing ideas because they know the resources and manpower is there. Number 4, I'm just going to 6 here. All right? Get the right information. Everybody doesn't, that when you start sharing information about the organization, get the right information to the right people in the right positions. So as people occupy positions in an organization, constantly feed the people occupying different positions with the information they need to be successful. So what you have to do here is you break it down and know, right, this person. I'll go back again to sports. I'm using sports as an analogy here, right? They hire coaches, which means people need to be coached in the very single things they are doing. So people hire coaches, and they hire coaches for specific things. And you, a coach, if it's cricket, you just coach this person, all right, on this. You coach this person on that. And then you start getting into specifics where, all right, you are giving relevant information to people that are there. People don't need too much information, all right, that they don't need. What will make them better at what they are doing is what should be shared with them. Number 5, as I close, and this is very important, listen to outsiders. Listen to people, all right, that are outsiders to your own organization or your own culture that you have built. Leaders and organizations that come up with new and great ideas that increase their influence and their share, they do it because they have listened to outsiders. Anytime you find somebody that brings out a very powerful new idea and is doing something that is fresh, that person listened to an outsider. They went out of their own comfort zone, all right, to listen to an outsider. And they took that idea and integrated it into what they were doing. When outsiders show up, all right, with suggestions, the feeling in leadership is, because you are the leader of the organization or you are in leadership, you are the one who knows best for that organization, which is true. But there will be occasions, and those are game-changing occasions, that the opportunity and the information you need to increase and multiply what you are doing, that's just the way it is, will come from an outsider. And if you don't listen to outsiders and you're only listening to people who are within, all right, and have that, you are not going to get that done. I mean, I would always give this as an example. When I started this church, I would preach and preach and preach for long. One day my mother came for the meeting, and she sat inside the congregation. We were about maybe 40 people. And I was going and I saw her and I was preaching, kept on. She got up at one point and left because I used to preach very long there. All right. I used to think that the length of the thing did so, and she left. So I didn't see her. I went to Ibadan one time to go and see her 3 months after. And she looked at me and told my father, he said, your son can preach. She said, you need to go and hear him. He can preach. I didn't know you could preach. And then she said, but I have an advice for you. She said, I think you should go on television. Because what you are saying, the problem is people don't know what you are saying. In my mind, I said, the control has stopped. I am the one God called, not you. You can't continue this oppression that I had where I'm now a man. And I said to her, what will she know? She's a medical doctor, she's a professor of medicine, but what will she know about ministry? About deep things? And I left. 7 years later, I went on television and the thing exploded. She came to see me. Did I not tell you 7 years ago? Now, I can say that and say God in his sovereignty, but the truth is, I may have experienced what I experienced 7 years earlier if I listened to an outsider. Outsiders come into your organization and make suggestions that are counterintuitive. Listen to them. All right? If you are only listening to people that are like you, that reinforce, and you go into what is called the confirmation bias, you will lose. Final one. All right, let me say this also about outsiders. I mean, the game cricket, I like watching cricket. Cricket used to be played 5 days, test match. And cricket lovers, insiders love it. We will sit down on a television screen and be watching it. I mean, and they'll be throwing balls and throwing balls and throwing balls and throwing balls. And at the end of 5 days, it could be a draw. So people say, why do you listen to this? So somebody looked at it and said, listen, the next big thing is television. Television, an outsider came. He wasn't a cricketer, he was a businessman. The next big thing is television. Everybody's now on television. Let's take cricket on television. But to take this on television, people watch television mostly at night. So let us play it at night and shorten the format of the game. Because, people don't want to, some people say, no, we're talking about the, you always have Puritans, people that are purists. No, we can't do it. You're going to violate the summer of the show. We're going to violate our cricket. Oh, we're lovers of cricket and all of that. But they got a couple of guys to break through and shortened it to 50, or what you call 50 overs or 20 overs. And so you can finish the game in 3 hours or you can finish the game in 6 hours. Played it at night, put it on television. Now there are players making millions from it. The influence of cricket has spread. All right? It has spread all over because they listened to an outsider. The outsider wasn't a cricketer. The outsider had never played cricket before, but the outsider had a brain for business and how to convert things. In other words, what we are trying to say, you don't have to be a sportsman to know how sports generates money. You don't have to be a medical doctor to know how doctors can. Do you get what I'm saying? Outsiders will give the thoughts. The last one is, and I'll just close with this, develop new talents constantly within an organization. If you want to have a good organization, all right, you do the things we have said, but if you want an organization to last forever, it's a different thing now. Then there has to be a system where new talents are constantly developed and given room for expression. Why do organizations collapse after some time? Because they create a power structure where it is a few people that hold the power of that organization and nobody else has opportunities, nobody else can come in with ideas. And once it is like that, those folks are going to run out of ideas and going to run out of energy, and then you're going to begin to see a decline. So it has to be a culture within an organization there that new talents constantly are being trained, they are being built up, and those new talents are given room to be able to express themselves. If there is a power structure where a few or just a handful of people are the ones continuously doing something and holding on to it forever, then what's going to happen is that organization, you are going to see it deteriorate, and after some time, it will no longer be there. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Pastor Kodri Madi. Sometimes, how many of us are non-TCN members? So you are a guest and we welcome you warmly. But if you listen to Pastor Kodri, you feel like apart from the wonderful ministry work that God has given him, he has a two-pronged agenda. First of all, to make you wish you grew up in Ibadan. Like to just desire to be born again and to go and live in Ibadan. Second is to make you a Liverpool fan. Honestly, like for those of us who are football agnostic, club agnostic, you just feel like Liverpool is the place to be. But like we said something at the beginning of this platform and even in our promotions, that this is it's going to be the most direct and instructive platforms we've ever had. So if you don't have your writing material right now, you are wrong. We've just received 6 powerful lessons. Stay focused. Don't overcompensate for your sufferings. That was like enough to just go home. So please just make sure, and like we said, those of us who are in the live audience here, it's our responsibility to make sure that those who are at home feel left out, not left out, included. I said it's the opposite, to feel included. And if you're online as well, please go ahead and share these wonderful things that you're hearing. Our second speaker for today, I'll bring her up quickly, is Yvonne Johnson. She's the co-founder and CEO of Indicina, a fintech infrastructure startup focused on Africa. She's a strategic thinker with a demonstrated ability to influence real change by leveraging innovative solutions. She comes with over a decade of leadership experience supporting executive management on strategy within financial services. Most recently, Yvonne led the strategy team of a Tier 1 Nigerian banking group. She received her MBA at the Kellogg School of Management, where she graduated on the Dean's List and was a recipient of the Donald P. Jacobs International Scholarship. An honors graduate of the University of Toronto, her previous work experiences include investment banking at Merrill Lynch, Diamond Management and Technology Consultants, as well as a community lab in New York, where she worked as the Director of Process and Execution Strategy. Yvonne is also an early-stage investor and advisor in Pan-African technology startups, notably Andela and Flutterwave. Please join me as I welcome to the platform once again, Yvonne Johnson. Let me just say, Yvonne Johnson was on the platform last time. So when you get invited to the platform back to back, you know there's a deep well that we need to tap from. So welcome with a warm applause, a louder applause, Yvonne.
Is this working? Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and happy Workers' Day. I hope everybody can hear me properly. Thank you. So today's topic, it really is about building a successful business in today's climate. But specifically, the twist to the topic is about living local and thinking global. And this is something that's probably been, driven by, the last couple of years with the pandemic. Successful entrepreneurs have mastered the art of, they're able to create economics. There's a war that's ongoing, and that has also brought disruption as well. But every crisis creates winners and losers. We all know of a business that did not survive. But then we also know of businesses that, yes, they did survive, but they're shells of themselves. They've significantly shrunk. And for those of us that did survive, how do we extend this trajectory of success? How do we ensure that it's not just luck, that allows us to survive? And my discussion would focus today on 4 ideas as we think about, for us as entrepreneurs, founders, and even business professionals, 4 ideas that you need to appreciate to drive success in business, to start to think global, as the topic says. But the thing is that, see, a lot of these ideas, we hear them all the time, right? We've heard them before, right? But see, the difference for you today is that you need to apply each point to your use case. That's where the real value is. How does each idea, 4 points, 6 points, 8 points, each of the different speakers are going to have ideas. But then the idea is that you then need to start to integrate it into your specific use case. And my first point is to understand that all of your business drivers are now global. So technology enabled a virtual world. We had the pandemic, we couldn't have physical interaction. And technology allowed this virtual world to exist. And what that meant is that physical interactions were replaced by Zoom, MixLR, YouTube, right? Digital payments for us as business replaced cash, right? Because that was no longer an option. But see, one of the interesting things is that once you start to live virtually, physical borders are no longer an issue. You don't really think about them as much. They are not this limitation to your business or even to your career. And that has 2 major impacts on your business. One is that now all the threats are now global. Competition is not limited to a fixed radius. Before, you had a product, you had a service, you were offering it to a set of customers locally. It was yourself that offered this product and the guy down the road. Now, marketplaces are more global and they're accessible. So your customer is seeing your product. He's seeing the product of the person down the road. But he's also seeing the product of a foreign vendor. And that now becomes an option to the person. And the thing with foreign competition, when you think about them as threats to your business, is that sometimes they're able to even benefit from regulatory arbitrage. Because remember, it's now a virtual world that we're now all comfortably living in. And so geographical borders are no longer a limitation. And so that now becomes a threat to your business, and then you have to start to think about how do you mitigate that. The other thing too is that your talent pool is now global. And that is very important. It's probably even one of the more critical things. All of your staff have active LinkedIn profiles that are now accessible to every recruiter globally. You go on LinkedIn, see your finance manager's profile. She has a new picture, she's upgraded the picture. She's packaged herself. Finance manager with the ability to increase revenues by 30%. And you're thinking, we need to hire this person. But wait, that's your finance manager. And so you're looking at that profile, and every recruiter globally is looking at that profile. I run a business, and it's a fintech, so we have a lot of engineers. And talent is important, and we're going to talk about it. And I'm on LinkedIn because you're looking for talent. And I noticed a recruiter from Microsoft in Seattle. And she has a post that says she's looking for engineers, she's looking for engineers, and so anybody that can refer it. And my engineer started said, I'm interested. I'm interested, So again, that's what it is, right? So the talent pool is now global. And that has implications for you as a business and even for you as a corporate professional. Because again, remember, a virtual world relaxes geographic borders. Now, on the flip side, your opportunities are also global. And that also has implications. And that's also things that you now need to start to, exploit. Nigerian businesses were more comfortable as consumers of foreign services, or something that's comfortable to us, our structures and our frameworks are usually in place. But now you should start to think about supplying your products to a global audience, where you're not just consuming it, but then you're able to offer it to it. Because again, it's a virtual world, geographic borders have been relaxed, and you now have technology that enables all of that. It's now easier for you to sell into a global market. You have social media profiles that are global with a global audience, so you can market your product. People can know what you're offering. Digital payments technology, it's now easy and possible to be able to collect in any foreign currency. Even logistics is now able to do more. And when you think of going back to the issue of talent, when you put out a job description, it should not just be limited to the people locally. You're looking for a finance manager, you're looking for an engineer, your job descriptions now, you should have a global audience looking at it. So again, while the threats are now global, but there are also significant opportunities that are also global. The same technology that enabled the virtual world should be your crowbar to capture new opportunities for your business. And that's the power of technology. So then you then ask yourself, what does your business look like if you think beyond Nigeria? What's possible if the next customer or the next employee is not within a fixed radius? How does that transform your business? And again, as a career, as a senior professional, as a career professional, start to think beyond just, a limited border. The second point is really around talent. Because again, as businesses, talent is a very important input. And that talent pool now is global. You have to start to think as a business about the impact of a global, highly mobile talent pool on your business. We've talked about it. You're an entrepreneur, you're a business leader. Your primary role is carrying a vision, but you need a team to execute because you can't do it all. You need to be able to inspire a set of people to execute towards that goal. That role hasn't changed. What has changed, though, is that the rules of work have changed. Employees are no longer kind of passive stakeholders. In a sense, they are now customers. And so what you have to say as a business is that what is your value proposition to them? As a customer, what are they buying from you when they come and they, agree to come and be on your team? And how do you ensure that you are constantly delivering value? And there are different ways that this is showing up. For example, nowadays people can say, I don't want to come into the office 5 days a week. And so can you offer enough flexibility so that your best managers can have this hybrid structure? Because otherwise, it's a global talent pool. Recruiters from Seattle want them as well, and that's now an option to them. If you're in technology, and all of us should be, right, in the sense that we all should be applying technology in terms of our businesses, most software engineers want the option of multiple jobs. There's an incredible demand for software engineering. Can you afford to insist on exclusivity? What does that mean for your business when you now have to open it up to employees that say, we don't want this exclusivity? And then another example is, how do you attract a candidate where money is not their primary motivating factor? Before you are recruiting, you put out a job description, you interview, you get the finalists, you negotiate a salary. How much you want? 100? Okay, I'll be generous. I'll give you 125. But that's not the primary factor. They start to ask you questions, and like I said, they are now an important stakeholder, and there is a value proposition that you have to offer to them. There's a concept at play, right? Small pool, large hunter. Yesterday's global champions that you are vying to hire are now today's global candidates. Because again, we're now more comfortable living in a virtual world. You don't have to work for somebody that is in that fixed radius. That's the kind of competition, and that's the same talent pool that you're vying from. And technology also, and then you also have to think about it both ways, right? Being very open to having talent on your team that is in a different geography. And again, technology enables that. There are global HR and payroll systems that allow you to hire somebody in a different country. They're working for you. You adjust the time zones, and then you handle and those platforms handle everything around, HR management and payroll. The next point to think about, again, is when we think about our customers. These are very important stakeholders for our business. And one of the things to really think about is that how do you rethink the customer experience? Do you recognize exactly what your customer is purchasing from you? Do you recognize what the demand really is? Because it's not the same. People's expectations have changed. We've all reprioritized our lives. Things that were important before are not so important now. And so you really have to think about that from a customer perspective. You can't just assume that they came to you, they bought this product because they're using it for this, that, and the other, right? You have to rethink that customer experience. And what it also does is it also allows you to create new product and service experiences. Also, it means that sometimes it could also mean that your existing product portfolio is now obsolete. So again, it's really just to say, what is that customer experience? What does that demand look like? For example, you have a store and somebody comes to you and says, I need to put a hole in the wall. Can you offer me something that does that? And you say, okay, yes, I sell hammers. There's a big hammer, there's a small hammer, there's a drill. This drill is very good, it's electronic and it can give you a big hole, a small hole, right, But then if you start to ask questions and start to inquire, why does he want a hole in the wall? Well, he wants to put up a picture. Okay, what kind of picture? Well, now I'm working from home, I have a home office, I want a picture of my family. And that now becomes the difference between I am selling you a hammer versus I'm selling you an experience. It becomes completely different. And the people that can speak to that experience would win that customer. There's a very interesting story that I saw on Instagram, the whole idea of home bartenders. And so there was this guy during the pandemic, and he's a bartender. I mean, it doesn't get more physical than that. His job requires him to be in a physical location, interacting with people, offering them drinks. And during the pandemic, in the heat of the pandemic, you're not able to do that. I mean, even if you could sneak around and go around the restrictions and get to the bar, nobody's coming. So he's at home, right? And then what he then did was then start to offer home bartending services, where he was then packaging his recipes for his drinks, his cocktails, and mailing them out to people. And so again, it's the idea of kind of rethinking the experience, rethinking the product portfolio, your products and your services. Now, those instructions were probably, in the training manual, while he was, still in the physical location. His customers never saw it. They just came, they asked for a drink, and he made it for them. It was probably down at the bar. Now he's been able to repurpose that, and that becomes a new product, a new service, right? Because the old one is now obsolete. Office furniture, right? For example, if you're in the furniture business, right? Before you were selling office furniture, maybe the demand for that has shrunk, not as much people. I mean, now we're back into the office, but again, there's been disruptions in that, right? But people are now having home offices, right? Even though we're back in the office, people still have home offices. Can you repurpose, your old products and services to now meet this new demand? So again, it's just rethinking the customer experience. What does that demand really look like? Do not make assumptions that it's just the old way of doing things, right? Because those are the opportunities for you to be able to have success. The next point, and my last point really, is about, and it's also an important one, when I think about it, the issue of talent is very important. You can't really get around that. And I think for a lot of people that has been kind of, a major disruption into their business and that they've not been able to recover from. But another thing too is that even when you do this exercise and then you make these changes and then, you're able to put yourself on this trajectory of success, how do you institutionalize innovation? So your business survived, you're still standing. And again, like I said, how do you make sure it's not just luck? Because when we think about businesses, I always say that they're living, breathing beings, right? And momentum is important for a business. You need to be able to make sure that that momentum is there in your business. Otherwise, it's a slow bleed to death, right? Because businesses and organizations, they're living, breathing beings, right? You read a lot about history, about organizations that have lasted long time, for long periods of time, and you realize that they've just been able to keep that momentum up. And for those that had the decline, they were just not able to. And so even when you make these changes, and now you're on a path of, success, and now you have this trajectory of success, things are happening, you're selling to a global audience, you need to ensure that you're institutionalizing this growth mindset. Because momentum is what is going to guarantee survival. You can't take that for granted. And it's also linked to the point about business drivers being global, right? And so it's about saying that how do you adopt a growth mindset within the business? How do you ensure that you're institutionalizing these things and they also become part of the culture? And you're ensuring that events don't just happen to you. And there's a number of ways to think about it. Number one, again, is back to talent. They are an incredible source of fresh thinking. Simple things like even within your organization, being able to make cross-functional teams, a culture and a norm. There's a particular project, maybe primarily it's a finance project or it's an HR project. So before it was just the finance people or the HR people that were on the team. Now you start to think about cross-functional ideas because talent is an incredible source of fresh thinking, of fresh ideas, Also, the point about hiring your core, outside of your core industry, right? You're in transportation or you are in FMCG. You're looking for a product manager. You're looking for a finance manager. And then when you put your JD out, you're looking for traditional people, right? Think about hiring from outside of the industry, right? They may not have the domain knowledge of your industry, but that's your strength. You can teach them that, right? So consider hiring it because that then is a source of fresh thinking. So again, as you start to think about these things, you want to institutionalize them. You want to make them a part of your culture. And talent is an incredible source of fresh thinking. And so the idea of constantly having cross-functional teams within the organization, hiring from outside the organization, that's a way to start to institutionalize that and make sure that that complacency doesn't step in. The other thing too is that, when you operate on a global standard, back to the idea of thinking global, of reimagining your business, outside of a fixed geography. One of the things that operating on a global standard does is that it forces a higher quality output. You're interacting with more people in more places, and that innovation spreads quicker. Because if you're just in a fixed location, a fixed set of people, you get used to the demand, you get used to, their experiences, you don't allow this kind of fresh thinking and fresh idea comes in. But when you open yourself up, especially to a global audience, it's a way to ensure that that innovation spreads quicker. And what has done it historically is that it has produced a higher quality output. Practically as well is that, stopping to assess, a lot of kind of buzzwords that are out there, right? Distributed workplaces and remote working and things like that. Again, trying to integrate it into your business and making sure that, you're really getting the impact from it. Because ideas come, ideas go, right? You hear a lot of good ideas, you hear a lot of great ideas. But, the idea goes from being a good idea to a great idea when you integrate it into your own specific use case. So yes, so being able to institutionalize innovation, create a growth mindset within your business, make sure that it's a culture, that's how you create that momentum, right? Because again, businesses are living, breathing beings, right? You know, you don't want to get into that place of complacency and start that slow decline downwards, right? You know, so putting all of this together, you know, just starting to conclude, right? You know, again, successful entrepreneurs, right? I mean, that's what they know how to do. It's possibility thinking. It's reimagining a new world and inspiring a team towards that, right? You know, but we have periods of disruptions, right? We've seen a major one, we're still going through one, right? You know, and the rules of work have changed. So you as an entrepreneur, success for you, it's still about reimagining a new world. It's still about inspiring people to do it, right? You know, but now you have to do it with a lot of ongoing disruption and where the rules are changing, right? You know, operating on a global standard. Technology has enabled that, right? You know, your business is not just within a fixed geography, your customers, your talent pool, it's not within a fixed geography. So it's starting to operate at that global standard, right? Because all of your business drivers are global. And so you have no option. And again, there is the advantage that operating on that global standard forces a higher quality output, right? You know, talent. It's a global talent pool, right? You know, that same talent pool, it's now a smaller talent pool, and they're now bigger hunters, right? You know, so talent and employees, they're now a key stakeholder. You need to upgrade the value proposition to them because they have more options. And even for you as a business, because we know talent is a source of fresh thinking, also looking to cross-pollinate within your business, right? We talked about looking at the customer experience, reviewing your product offering, specifically interrogating what that customer demand is. Don't make assumptions about what it is, right? Interrogate it, right? What are people's new priorities? Why does he want a hole in the wall, right? So that it's a difference between just selling him a fancy hammer versus selling him an experience. And lastly, institutionalizing innovation, ensuring that you have this framework for creating that momentum, ensuring that you don't get into that place of complacency, ensuring that when the next disruption comes, those events don't just happen to you because you've institutionalized these things, growth mindset is now part of your culture, and then you've now been able to have success. But not just success at a local level, but success at a global level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you so much. You may be seated, please. That was such a powerful and instructive session. And one of the things I want to challenge you to do is to think about, you know, things that you would apply, I guess, in the next 72 hours, you know, and something she said got me thinking. Because marrying a point that she made around, the pastor made earlier about, you know, thinking about outsiders and listening to outsiders, and she talked about institutionalizing innovation through employees. You know, some of us may want to think about employing outsiders. You may want to consider, you know, thinking about how to bring in people who do not naturally think like you. And it might even just be inviting people to come and sit on your interview panels, you know, or just thinking about how to do things differently. I put up a job notice last week, and there was this position where everybody kept on asking, not everybody, but I think I got about 5 responses, and they said, is this position full-time remote? Or is it full-time on-site? So definitely start thinking about things like that. Thank you once again, Yvonne. Our next speaker is Niyi Adesonya. I expected that, and I paused for it. Niyi is a well-known Nigerian author, executive coach, keynote speaker, leadership development expert, and one of the foremost business and management consultants in the country. He is the CEO of Fifth Gear Plus, an innovative consulting, recruiting, and publishing firm with the mandate to help corporates optimize their potential with clients including top organizations in major sectors of the economy. Niyi began his professional career in 2005 and since then has delivered keynote speeches to several top multinationals and over 100 educational institutions across 30 states of Nigeria, speaking to an average of 2,000 youths per occasion. His accomplishments are often carried across leading news houses in Nigeria. He's a regular columnist in DreamWorks, a business and entrepreneurship magazine. Let's all give a warm platform welcome to Mr. Ni Adesoya.
Thank you. You may take your seat. Wonderful time. Thank you, Pastor Koju and Pastor Tony. Thank you so much. And but let me say this: when you come for a meeting like this and you're well prepared, and then the first speaker comes up and didn't help matters. What I meant is that there's something you try to forget in a long time, and then that brings it up on the screen. And I mean, we were leading 3-0 in New Camp. And then all of a sudden they came to Anfield, and you want to forget it. And I've been trying to stay positive, but you know what? It just broke my heart right here. Kudao. But anyway, it's good to be here. Thank you, my brother Kunle Shorinyo. Thank you, Charles. It's good to see you again after a long time. And then Yvonne, you killed it. You killed it. Thank you so much. Okay, I have 30 minutes, and I think it's a very tough one when people like us are given 30 minutes, because 30 minutes is actually our introduction. I know what that means. So if that is the case, that means you have to choose, you have to select your audience, because you can't speak to everybody. And that means I'm going to be talking to people who have longevity in mind. People who are thinking of business in the 10 years, how to survive business 10, 15 years. Because actually, you're not in business until you have crossed 10 years. Statistics have shown that there is no point celebrating success too early. Because according to the Bureau of Statistics, United States, businesses that start, in 1 year, businesses that dies is about 25%, 15%, 5 years is about 25%, and then by the time you're getting to 10 years, it's about 65%. Now, it's a little bit ugly when you go to the UK, because the businesses that start 1 year in UK, 9% dies, and in 5 years, 60% goes down the drain. And then for those of us who always think it's only about Nigeria, and you always say that Nigerian businesses die in Nigeria because of, power situation, no credit line and everything, businesses die everywhere. And in Canada, every year, they say 7,000 businesses die. So it's good to celebrate your first year, it's good to celebrate your 5th year, it's good to celebrate your 10th year, but actually business just started after 10 years to 15 years. And you must have that at the back of your mind. And because once you have that at the back of your mind, you know that when the funds start coming in, I don't care how much the fund is, whether it's $10 million or whether it's $15 million, if you don't pay attention to some things, you may just be out of business in the next 10 years if you don't pay attention to some of the things that Pastor Podu mentioned and then Yvonne also mentioned. But also, because of the brevity of time, I will not be speaking on the topic, I will be speaking to the topic. In other words, when you speak to the topic, you speak to the topic as if there's a problem with the topic. And then the topic here is the entrepreneur. I'm going to be talking to you, entrepreneur, because there are two kinds of entrepreneur from my own findings. You have one that is a structured entrepreneur, and there is one that is a street entrepreneur. Now, the structured entrepreneur is one that has worked probably in Covenant Nation, and they understand structure. So when they come into the entrepreneurial journey, they put structures in place immediately. But there's some guys who are the street entrepreneur. They just pushed some things together, registered the business, and then boom, they went to the market, they went to the street, and the money started pouring in. And these guys are the multitude of the entrepreneurs, and they are the proudest. Zazu kind of people, they just there. They are the proudest. You can't talk to them. They'll tell you, where was structure when I did 1 billion? Where was structure when I did 10 billion? Where was structure when come on, don't mind them, don't mind all those people. And thank God, Pastor Paul, you said listen to outsiders. Listen to outsiders. But you must know the kind of outsider to listen to. I would go into that very shortly. And again, let me say this. You know, I saw some things that has broken my heart for some months now. Because sometimes the way we even are proud about our achievement in Nigeria, when we bring it into the global perspective, then you realize that are we really, really, really playing the global game? Are we really, really succeeding at what we said we're doing? Because when you look at it really, I think it's Henley and Partners in collaboration with the new World Wealth. They released the African Wealth Report. And then they were trying to x-ray the high net worth individuals. Now, according to Credit Suisse, there are about 56 million individuals all over the world, working population all over the world that makes $1 million and above. So those are the high net worth individuals. But the ones that are worth $1 million and above, according to Henley, is about 20 million all over the world. There are about 5 million of them, over 5 million of them in America. But let me bring it down because I have a lot of black people here. Out of the 5 million people in America, over 5 million, is about 340,000 that are blacks. Not up to 10%. Now, it even sounds better. By the time you come down to Africa, then you realize that these 20 million high net worth individuals, you have only 136,000 people in Africa. 136,000 people in Africa. So do your maths. So could that mean that with all your braggadocious stuff on internet and trying to intimidate us with your numbers and everything, could that be that it's just a fluke and then there is nothing to your entrepreneurial journey in the first place? Now let's bring it down. South Africa has about 39,000 of those people. I think Egypt is second. They have, 16,900 of those people, high net worth individuals. People who have the wealth, not people who made $1 million, people who are worth $1 million. Nigeria has 10,000 of those people. Now, those are millionaires in dollars. So by the time you begin to look at multi-millionaires in dollars, that means people who are worth a minimum of $10 million in Nigeria, you have about 510 of them. 510. Then you have what they call the centimillionaires. People who are worth above 100 million and above. They're about 51. About 51. So what does that mean? That means one of our problems is that we celebrate success too early. We celebrate success too early. We don't have longevity in mind. We're not thinking about leaving a legacy. We're just concerned about prosperity. My car is better than yours. My office is bigger than yours. My thing is bigger than yours. That's what we're all about. But the people who think about posterity, so they know that I am not in business until I clock 15 years. Whatever happened, you take it as a fluke. You take it as, what if this thing does not happen again? Then you begin to watch it, and then you don't go into, I think Pastor Paul, you said that one of the points, that don't delay, Don't overcompensate yourself. And that's the problem with the entrepreneurs in this part of the world who have the black skin. Because most of us are coming from the poverty-deprived situation, especially those street entrepreneurs. Those street entrepreneurs were poor. And then when they saw money like this, they say, today, they must take. They must take. And the money that was supposed to plow back into business, they went on a spending spree. They started staying in hotels that they are not supposed to stay, although they can afford to stay there, but they are not supposed to stay there. They start buying things they're not supposed to buy. They start tying down capital that is supposed to go back into business and provide cash flow. You don't have a business buying a house in 5 years of your business. I don't care how much you've made. You need to rent it and let the money supply your cash flow. Somebody said, cash is king, but we've since realized that there's no more king. Cash flow is king. The consistent flow of cash. Your ability to turn money around. There should not be any time when there is no money in the system. Once there is no money in the system, you're about to go to the intensive ward. Intensive ward. So, I took a journey with some set of people some couple of years ago. And then most of them, if not all of them, were street entrepreneurs. Thank God they were humble enough to submit themselves to an outsider. And then one thing I realized that kept them going, which is universally researched, is that, I did something. It's called one of my templates, because I work with templates. I have about 4 or 5 templates that I work with. Some of them are based on scriptures, 3 John verse 2. Some of them are Luke 6:18. If you read from the Message translation, some of them are from Matthew 25 from verse 14. I mean, those templates, you may read it and not see the template that I'm talking about anyway, but I'm just trying to tell you. But there's one that we also use. It's called the maze procedure. The maze procedure. And look, those guys got results within a short time. Now, listen to me, please, listen to me. Look at me, please, look at me. I was not planning for them to get results within short time. I didn't. It was not part of the strategy. If they have asked me, I would have said, wait for 2 years, wait for 3 years, because this thing is not abracadabra. But the interesting thing is that within 6 months, the results started showing. And do you know how we knew the result was showing? They didn't tell me. Their friends saw it. Their friends. They were going to meet them. What happened to you? I knew you 6 months ago. I knew you 8 months ago. I knew you last year. Something happened to you. Cut me some soap. That was what he was saying. So they got them, they came to meet me, and there's one very interesting story that came, and then one of them called me and said, there's a guy, one of my guys that has been troubling me, but you know what, this is my strategy, this strategy that we are doing together, I don't want him to be part of this group. So I said, don't worry, we'll chase him with money. So when the guy called me, I doubled the fee that he paid, doubled it. And the guy said, let me call you back. So when he called back, he offered me the money. Then I had to call the other guy. You see this guy that we want to chase, But I say, I don't think we will chase him. We just have to admit the two of you somehow. But I've signed an NDA with you, and you can be sure that your strategy is safe with me. And I had to just agree the guy to come in. That's how much of a result this got. Now, when you look at it, the maze procedure, the first thing there is mentor, a business mentor. See, you need somebody to keep you in line. You need someone to keep you in line. You need a business mentor. Check it out. Or give me anybody, whether in Nigerian market, Nigerian industry entrepreneur, or global. I will tell you who their mentor, business mentor is. You know, when I was talking about this one time ago, sometime in a long time, somebody talked to me, said, no. Even Elon Musk didn't have a mentor. He read the books to be able to come up on how to create spacecraft. I said, go and check the story very well. The guy who shared the story and told everybody how Elon Musk read textbook to be able to create spacecraft was identified as Elon Musk industry mentor. Did you get that? It was his mentor that was telling the story. So you need a mentor. And please, before you write that down and start running away with that he said mentor, we've had it before, mentor. I am not talking about the Ponzi scheme you call mentoring. Yeah, it's a Ponzi scheme. Any scheme or any group that pays the people at the top and the people at the base are not enjoying everything, but they are contributing, is a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. Now, let me submit to you, when we say mentoring, you always can go with the idea that, okay, I know about this older. Any group that is more than 120 people is not mentoring. It can be a tribe. It can be a community. Call it anything. But please don't call it mentoring. Because you actually don't know what mentoring means or what mentor means. Any group. Even Jesus Christ did not even try to have 5,000 people. The Bible told us that he has the 12 and he has the 70 disciples. Let us dash him 120. Then I said 120. The upper house, when the Spirit came in upon them and they started speaking in tongues, they had 120. So he had 120. Let us dash Jesus with 120. That is the man without spirit, no measure. Even Moses was going to attempt it. His father-in-law had to call him that. They said, relax, guy. You can't survive here. And then we're trying to break it. I was trying to look at the calculation. How did he break those people down and everything? But you know what? The scripture just answered my question. Because when God took the Spirit upon Moses, he could have spread it to 2,000 people. You know that? He could have given it to 5 million people. You know that? He's the owner of the Spirit. But he decided to drop it on 70. And that's the law, dispensation of law. You look at the dispensation of law. You look at the dispensation of the prophet. The sons of the prophet that was waiting, when Elisha saw Elijah going and got the double portion, the Bible says they were 50. They were 50. So 50 plus 70, Jesus, 120, grace, let's dash them like that. So, but this is it. Who is a mentor? Now, before you go on, let me say this. You've taught us well that when you want to know the meaning of something, you have to go to the place of first mention. So by the time you now go to the place of first mention, then you now realize that the word mentor is not an English word, it's the name of a person. So by the time you start looking at this person, how come, what did you do so well that you became a philosophy, you became a teaching, you became something that we now had to sit down and start teaching people about it, then you have a better understanding of what mentoring means. It's the old Greek mythology that, Odysseus that was going to fight the Trojan War. When he went to fight the Trojan War, he had to take his son, the crown prince, Telemachus, and handed him over to his friend, Mentor. And said, Mentor, I don't know how far I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going to come back. You guys are ahead of me, please. Okay, good. Don't worry. When I need the slide to change, I will let you know. And then, he said, I'm going to the war, Trojan War, and according to history, it took him like 40 years to come back. So he handed his son to mentor, teach him, bring him up in the things that he ought to know. That tells you something. Number one, mentoring is relationship-based. Relationship-based. Now, mentoring also means continuous and contact. That has been breached with technology because I can be in America and I still have easy contact with you on a regular basis. I can still be that. But in relationship and contact. Mentorship is foster fatherhood. So all this idea that they teach us that you don't ask for your mentor's help or you don't ask for your mentor's money or when your mentor give you money, don't take it, is bladderdash. Because how can you be my foster father and you won't pay my school fees? So the only thing is that you don't ask for it. But if you're offered, take it. But it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. Hey, it doesn't end there. My time is flying. Now, it doesn't end there. Now, this history also taught us, based on the story, that it wasn't mentor that was actually doing the job of schooling, teaching, and you know what, helping Telemachus. It was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, handicraft, art, and war, that would take the form of mentor and appear before Telemachus. Before you go on and say, this is my mentor, that is my mentor, and everything, please ask yourself this question. Are they playing the role of God in your life? Can they open doors for you? Look. The bottom line of everything that will be said today is that you access privileged information. But you see, the smaller the gathering, the deeper the privileged information. What will change your life is not general information. It's privileged information. Privileged information, privileged relationships. And I can show you. Or we all shout Bill Gates. We shout Elon Musk. We shout Jeff Bezos. By the time you look at all those people, they have privileged relationship and they have privileged information. Bill Gates' mother was the director of a bank. His maternal grandfather was also a director of a bank, owner of a bank. Jeff Bezos, maternal grandfather, was one of the few people that gathered together. The United States Army put them together and they started talking about the internet. And then Jeff Bezos spent his early years with his maternal grandfather. If you are the one, you have been studying internet, you know how this thing will blow. What will you be telling Jeff Bezos to be studying? Medicine. Privileged information. And then if you don't have people like that, like me, that we were born into a poor family, then you know that you have to do everything within your power to get that business mentor and get how you can connect with them. What do you need to do? Number one, you need to bring productivity if you want to attract them. Productivity like never before. Productivity. 2, you need to be visible. And 3, you need to come with gifts whenever you are in their presence. You know that your case is very, very, very critical because these people have advantage. We don't talk about it in public. But behind the scene, there are serious advantage that they have that most of us do not have. Look, you can get, they will tell you raise fund. This fund, I did $1 billion, I did $2 billion. You see, there's some nitty-gritty thing behind the curtains. And until you get that, you may not be able to access what is there for you. So that's about mentoring. You need to know, and you say, look, when you say wisdom, handicraft, art, and war, that's entrepreneurship. That's entrepreneurship. In other words, Athena, the goddess Athena, was the god of entrepreneurship. Now, your mentor must supply you wisdom. Your mentor must be able to get their hands dirty in your case. Number 3, your mentor must know the heart of strategy and go along with you. That is the external person. And then they must be able to go to war with you. Look, by the time you cross a particular number, you begin to make some particular money, whether you are in Nigeria or anywhere, the authority will flag your account. They will investigate you. And I always tell people this, most of the time, don't try to go under the MRI machine. Because most of the time, you may discover something, something may just be discovered. So you need your mentor who's there for you and can go to war with you. Go to war with you, be able to put a call through, and probably give you a soft landing. They will use their relationship to your advantage. There is nothing abusive in being used. Nothing abusive. Abuse comes when use is not mutual. So any relationship that you have that you have been investing in, calling them your mentor, but they've not been able to call you in 3 to 6 months, is an abusive relationship. Abusive relationship. And when people say, I'm a very busy guy, sorry, I didn't return your call. No, that's not what they meant. What they meant is that you are not on my priority list. Because if their wife called, they will receive it. If their sons called, they will receive it. If somebody called, they will receive it. So once you have been calling, they can't return your call. Look for someone else. Probably when we get to the, the breakout session, I'll be able to talk more about that. Then I did a study also on prodigy. So, you can call me your mentor, but am I calling you my prodigy? It has to be mutual. So you can say my mentor, but are you my prodigy? And the word prodigy also is not an English word, it's an old French word. Look at it. And it said, its meaning is that to protect, in other words, one who is protected. Protected. One who is protected. And again, look, one thing is this. As the leader, as the entrepreneur, you are the strategy. The strategy is not in the board meeting, not in the boardroom. You are the culture. Because sometimes we may have some brainwaves and discuss some things in the boardroom. If your heart and your mind is not stretched enough to be able to contain it, you will box it, and you will drive us away. You will drive our ideas away. So as an entrepreneur, you must know when the organization is changing and when you're supposed to supply or when you're supposed to evolve in your leadership. And that is where most businesses fail. Because they judge the success of their organization based on the money that they are making, based on the fund that has come in. That is not how you judge the success of your business. The success of your business is judged by how you, as the leader, is evolving and changing, because at every point in time, there is a demand on you to evolve. Operations. You start a business, trading, you sell, you make money, you do all those, you keep your inventory, but there's a time that comes that you need to change and begin to do operational management. Then you begin to manage all the side around the operations. The culture, the structure, the reward and the metric system, the financial system and everything must be managed. But there's a point you get to, you can't stay there forever. If you stay there, you will miss it. So you have to move away from operational management to operational leadership. And operational leadership is where the key is. You can never move forward until you get to operational leadership. Operational leadership is not managing the system. Operational leadership is managing the people that manages the system. You must manage the people that manage the system. Why strategic leadership is not about managing people. Strategic leadership is about managing ideas and ideologies. And then you now get to the last one, which is sophisticated leadership. I tell you, once you cross 10 years, there will be a demand on your sophistication, your leadership sophistication. There will be a demand on it. One of my clients, doing very well, billions. Recently, it was in one of our meetings. And he said, my asset, he was very braggadocious because he told everybody to switch off their phone, except your phone, except your business is bigger than mine. So we're saying, do you know we are billionaires here? Everybody was saying, no, mummy. Then he said, my business is standing on the asset of 750 billion naira. That is any account a billionaire anywhere. So there was a time this guy's business was almost failing. I mean, went to a crisis that was national. The government came for him. And then when we now put his leadership, because we wanted to help him, we now realized that his leadership was not sophisticated. It was strategic. He knew what to do. He knew how to conjure all those things, but he has not built enough relationships. There was nobody we could call upon. There was nobody who knew him. Elections were taking place, he didn't make donations. Our way out was for us to get him a lawyer that is not just technically sound, but a lawyer that can make a call to anywhere. Sophisticated leadership. So much to say, but my time is up. Thank you.
We appreciate you, sir. Another round of applause, please, for Mr. Adesoya. You know, he is one of those faces you see on almost every event. Like, his face is on almost every poster, and now we know why. Right? We know why. And we're looking forward to that panel session he talked about. The panel session comes after all of the speakers take their keynotes. Remember, the platform is live on... In fact, we're live everywhere. Just help me. The platform is available on every platform, position, preference, pocket size, power size. So if you're at home, you're chilling, thank God it's Monday, this kind of Monday. You know, we're live on Channels TV on DSTV. We're live on the web, so at the platform NG, we're streaming live. We're also streaming live on YouTube, right? And then if you also want to minimize your data, we are live on radio as well, web radio. We are on Insights for Living /radio. We're also live on Mixlr. Mixlr, low power, low data, we there for you. Mixlr.com/covenant, and you'd hear us live. Our next speaker is Charles Otudo. He's Africa's premier brand strategist and engagement consultant. Over the years, he has enriched the Nigerian business landscape with his innovative approach to brand building across various sectors of the economy. An alumnus of the prestigious WITS Business School, South Africa, University of Jos, Nigeria, and the School of Policy, Politics, and Governance. He is the group principal consultant of Abstract, a firm renowned for its out-of-the-box approach to brand strategy and engagement. He's an accomplished author, public speaker, and thought leader. His intellectual thoughts are captured in two of his publications, Brands Arise, the Nigerian Brand Renaissance, and the Charles Otudo Personal Brand Guide. He believes entrepreneurship is the future of African economies, and this has influenced his investment in entrepreneurs through the Charles Otudo Brand Masterclass series, which he has held consistently for over 5 years. He is a recipient of the Nelson Mandela Africa Leadership Award and sits on the board of Nigerians in Diaspora Europe, Vivacity Global, and the Beauty in Every Life initiative at The Hague, Netherlands. Please join me as we Please join me as we welcome Charles Otudo. You know, there are some people who, when they come into your office, you know they are creatives. They just stand out, you know they're special. Thank you so much, sir.
Whoa! Wow. I am honored to be here. I'm not a teacher. I don't have the gift of the gab.
I'm not a... Okay, I have a lot of friends in different sectors. I've mentored a lot of people beyond 150,000. I have friends, but my challenge is this: I'm not in any box. Today, I want to talk to you as a friend. When someone like Nia Adesanya speaks, you would have to review your content. No. This is not for the gram. I don't believe in the gram. This is real. I am very honored to be here to speak to you about the future of economies. I will not be speaking as a mentor, a teacher, or... No, there are some people that will tell you to fly, but they don't tell you how to land. I don't know how to do that. My job is to create the impossible with strategy that is real and will help our people and our clients land safely. Ni Adesanya, I respect you. Thank you for this intro speak, and then the other speaker. Joy? Oh, sorry, madam. Yvonne, you did a good job. I was wondering how I can speak as fast as you spoke. I have a problem. I don't know how to speak fast. So I'm going to have a presentation, but in between, please, can you guys all just manage me small? Because I'm not traditional, and I've made this business, and I've survived in Nigeria when they said it's not possible to break the norms and create impossible by being impossible. There are no boxes where I'm concerned. So if you're in this room, this hall, and you're in a box, remove the box. It does not exist. Okay, please, can we play my video, please? I want to show you something in just 2 seconds or 3 seconds. Think wrong. Don't do that. Hold on. I wanted to play 3 times. This is the platform. This is where lives are transformed. True or false? This is the 31st edition. It takes a lot to do this for 31 times. True or false? A lion does not eat grass. Please, can you repeat it one more time, please? I want to sink in. Take your time. Absorb. A lion is a carnivorous animal. It does not eat grass. It's not herbivore. How can a lion eat grass? When I entered this industry, they said, "Why are you wearing black? You must be a part of a cult." No cult. I'm a child of God. My true and all disciples are in this hall. We broke all the rules because we are like the lion. We adjust to every situation. There is no box. If you are in this hall, you see a box, stand up and stand on a box. How can a lion eat grass? The lion adjusts. If you're thinking normal, you're in the wrong hall. Let me pause again. If you are like that lion, you're in the right room. A lion does not eat grass, right? I'm not filling this hall. I have only 25 minutes and I have only 12 slides and I'm done. And I'm not use my slides. Are you in this hall? Yes. No. Are you a lion that eats grass? Yes. If you're a lion that eats grass, stand up. If you're a lion that can eat grass in any economy, stand up. I can't see anybody. If you're a lion that can eat grass, I want you to stand up and do this. I can't see anybody. I can't feel anybody. I can't see you. My name is Charles Otudo. I created impossible. Can you be a lion that eats grass? Then, if you are that person, say Jesus. I can't hear you. I can't feel you. Then let's do this. Let me do my affirmations. I'm breaking all the rules. Repeat after me. I am the salt of the earth. I am the salt of the earth. I cannot feel you. I am God-breathed. I was created by God to create impossible. Because I am the salt of the earth. I am different. I am breathed. God-breathed by the Almighty. Because I am the salt. I am here to create a difference. Because I am the salt of the earth. So help me God. Amen. Please sit down. Okay. Why would a lion eat grass? A lion is a herbivorous. It's a carnivorous animal. But he adjusts and he eats grass. Why? Just liken it to where we are now in this economy. Post-COVID. Let me give you a scenario. I made more money during COVID than in 5 years. Before COVID and then during COVID. Online. In a small flat, because all my children are all in university. I used to live in a big house. But I realized I'm getting older. I turned 50 last year. And I run a very dangerous brand where we realized that everyone should stay home. But something happened. We realized that most of our clients do not come to our offices. I've worked with over 50 clients that do not know where I work from before. And they pay premium. Why? There are certain principles we imbibed. I want to share them with you. These slides will not do justice because I have only 20 minutes. I want to speak truth to power, but the slides will keep on going on. But I want to just speak, please. But how do we do it? We realize that you do not create impossible from staying where you are without thinking. You have to shift your mindset. Number one. Let me ask you, why are you here? Why are you here? It's a very solemn question. You know, this is a church scenario. You worship here. Some of you are here because pastor said you must come. Clap for yourself. Some of you are here because it's free of charge. That's the most dangerous one. You are not paying. If you are in that category, please clap for yourself. Don't be ashamed. Clap for yourself. Clap. See, shame the devil. Oh. I didn't hear the clap. There are some claps that are not coming from this side. We have repented. So some of us are here. But guess what? Some of us are here because We want to add value to our lives. If you're in that category, come yourself. How is it possible to put 8 speakers in one hall in one day by one man? Oh, please, take note. I have never met Pastor Poju Oyemade in my life. I don't know him. I met him for the first time here. Oh, and I do not speak at any event cheaply. I'm premium. No. I do not. My personal sessions are very high profile. But guess what? It took time. No, it took time. So let's go through some thoughts. The entrepreneurial spirit. I asked the question, why are you here? For some people, they're here because it's free. For some people, they're here because they want to learn. For those, like I said earlier, that want to learn and add value, you're in the right place. But even those that came free of charge, you're also in the right place. And those that were compelled because of the church and because of the group, you must show up in church. You know that kind of pressure. I'm also a leader in the church, so you didn't show up, you're in trouble. But it doesn't matter. You showed up, right? Because you showed up. Now, entrepreneurship. Everybody was born an entrepreneur. Let me give you an instance. When you started growing up, who taught you how to suck your mother's knuckles? I don't want to call it. I don't use the B word. Who taught you how to suck when you were born? You naturally adjusted and started suckling. Look at the dogs, look at the cows. They just normally just suckle, right? Entrepreneurship starts with survival. How often have you survived without being nudged? Who told you to get a job? Nobody. Entrepreneurship is in our blood as individuals. So the challenge is, where is the spirit of entrepreneurship and where does it take us to? Do you have the entrepreneurship spirit? One of my favorite quotes is from Oprah Winfrey. She says, every time you state what you want or believe, every time you state what you want or believe, you are the first to hear it. So for instance, I must be at this venue because I don't have money, but church said, you are the first person that says to yourself. But guess what? Once you repeat it, everybody else believes it and they hear you. That is the entrepreneurship spirit. You are here. It doesn't matter the reason why you are here, but you are here. But you must also imbibe the culture to sustain it. Now, let me pause. You came, right? You are going to listen to all these people speak, all of us. What are you taking away? You see, I've prepared my speech, but it might not meet all your demands, all your needs. Ni has prepared his own. Leke Ada has prepared his own. Olakwesho has prepared his own. Vivian has prepared her own. And other speakers. But it might not meet your need. Can you also understand that you need to reach out and fix that meeting where you get your fix? This is not an Agbo culture where you can take an Agbo that fixes waist pain, head pain. No, hold on. You are not doing Imparaga here. Oh, I look like an Ajabota. I'm not. So this is not one message fix all. This is just one message that will make you wake up. So as an entrepreneur in an economy that is inconsistent, government policies can change. Would you change? Do you have the mindset as an entrepreneur to adjust? So are you an entrepreneur? The question is this, are you an entrepreneur? You drive your car, you wake up every day, you go to work. There are two types of entrepreneurs. There's entrepreneur and intrapreneur. We are not all born to be entrepreneurs. Please, do not fight it. Not all of us are meant to run a company. You can be an intrapreneur within an entrepreneurship. So you're a pastor here. You don't have to be the lead evangelist. It's okay. You might not have the skills to be the owner of the church or be the leader, but you can make a living being an intra. The way you act as an entrepreneur determines how you can run your own business. True or false? If you are not a fantastic entrepreneur, you will be a bad entrepreneur. You can't serve wrongly and lead right. It's not possible. I want to recognize the presence. I think Igby of Flutterwave is here. I've never seen before. I've never seen before, but I know his face. I respect you, sir. Good job. You are him? Okay. So, you need to be a successful intrapreneur to be a successful entrepreneur. So, who are you? Now, the challenge we have is that we mix it up. This is why we have a lot of people waiting on God. Pastor prophesied. Knock! And the door shall be opened. What door? No, hold on. Ask and it shall be given. Ask for what? Yes, you're a church environment. The pastor has said, they have preached it. But wait, hold on a minute. You stay here, you stay in the church, 3 months, fasting, lying on the ground. You do not move. You did not send the application. You didn't send the document. You are not an entrepreneur, an intrapreneur. You are waiting on faith. Faith does not work without action. So, how do we merge this all? It's a mind shift. For me, I want to talk about the mind shift. If the global brands, the biggest brands, the corporations, multinationals are shifting their thinking, how can you, individuals, not shift? See what you have here. I've not been here before. Amazing. Amazing. Look, I want to give you guys this. I'll give you 10 times. Awesome! You've done a good job. Based on what? Future focused leadership, right? Right? I can't hear you. Okay, so can you now duplicate what you've seen here into your lives? The essence of the platform is to create new leaders, not just followers. Followers follow. Leaders. I'll stop. Followers do what? I have less than 10 minutes and I'm done. You have to take the download. Followers do what? Leaders? Where are the leaders? I can't feel them. You have your leader here. What is his name? See, you don't even know how to call him. See, I went to a presentation, I asked a question. Are you into product, service, or a platform? A lot of people were making mistakes. If you cannot identify where you belong to, that's the biggest problem you have. So you sit in here, you are listening to all of us, you cannot identify what category you belong to. Some of you are meant to provide service providers, products providers, or a platform. Flutterwave is a platform. Andela is a platform. What are you? Okay, let me not go too deep before we become a master class. Have you identified where you belong? Are you a product, service, or a platform? Okay, so let me just go straight. Can you please change the slide? Okay, now. So an entrepreneur is either, it starts with being an initiator. So an entrepreneur thinks about it. He initiates an idea. Then he becomes a challenger. So you are seated here. Pastor Poju saw the system. Let me use my case story. I saw a system. I was part of it. But I initiated an idea. Nia Desora saw an idea. Olakone saw an idea, saw a platform. But there was a gap. So what did he do? He initiated, right? So an entrepreneur is an initiator, but there's something else he does. He challenges the system. So see what you guys have created here. It takes beyond guts to be a challenger. So you challenge the norm. As an entrepreneur or an entrepreneur, you must also be a challenger. But guess what? You drive. Driving means that, so when Pastor Poju and I started our business, it was only us and our wives. But guess what? We brought all of you to buy into it, right? An entrepreneur must be an initiator, challenger, and the driver. See, you see this hall is very full. Can we do something and tell ourselves, all of us here, that we can become franchise holders of the Covenant Church across the world, all of us? That's based on what we've been taught. We can go and start it in Canada. Everybody here decides. That becomes the driver, the initiator, the challenger. You challenge at school. Christianity has gone to a point where it's about miracles, 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 miracles. Look at the world. Are you not tired of what you see around you? The essence of this is not to just think about entrepreneurship. It's about also creating a platform where Christians rethink why they are Christians. I've been married for 20-something, 25, 26 years. I'm battling with something I will not share here. I've not seen my wife since September. Because God, on his own, gave her an ailment. But I'm here standing. My first son is a graduate. He served at Deloitte. My first daughter is a graduate, works in Union Bank. My last daughter is in UNILAC final year, ASU. My last son is in African Leadership University. We are coming to ASU later. My last son is in African Leadership University in Rwanda. He's going to graduate this year. But I run a global family, and I'm still standing here, right? This whole week I've spoken at 4 events, including going to Yo, where I never wanted to travel to. But guess what? Do you know what it is to be alone without your wife from September? Can you count the months? We're on live TV. September till now. But I'm always in my house. And my children know where their father is. Or my wife also knows where I am. It's not about being just a Christian. It's about also being disciplined. See, the scriptures are very clear. You can't be a successful entrepreneur if you lack discipline. There are 3 words I want to share with you: discipline, consistency, and rigor. Imbibe them. The entrepreneurship spirit is based on 3 principles: rigor, discipline, focus, and there's a 4th one. This one's the most dangerous one. I'm about to wrap up. I don't care how long the slides are, but I'm going to wrap up soon because I know that I've done now 15 minutes. This last one is most critical: consistency. When you fall, don't stay down, get up. When you fall, don't stay down. Don't go to the dark end. Go back. Look, the world is a dark place. You cannot succeed without God. Let me tell you, I am a product of grace. No matter how bad it is, when you taste God's grace, you can never walk away. You can never. Listen, if you taste God's grace and walk away, and you are anointed, He will bring you back. It might take 10 years, 5 years, 20 years. God is patient enough to wait. You will go through a long process. As an entrepreneur, understand who you are. So ask yourself, who are you? Who are you? Your mindset is important. Then, how do you manage all the processes? It's critical. So I've been here. I've failed. Oh, yeah, I failed before. I lost everything. Because government was owing us a lot of money. We had to pay off a bank 180-something million. We started afresh again. We did not go to the media. We kept, but where are we? We are here. The trials of the people of the kingdom are normal. You will go through trials. Paul went through it. Don't be a Judas. Focus. Your mindset, you have to also manage everything and then also be ready as an entrepreneur to take the risk. What are the risks? You will go through trials as an entrepreneur. See, the future belongs to those that stay and wait. Are you ready? Don't forget the theme of this whole thing. Succeeding in critical times. I want let me convert it or change it. Succeeding in times are very unconventional. How do you succeed? One, your mindset must be right. Now, I've already done I want to do the proclamation of the sort of earth. I've done that already. So can we change the slide, please? Okay, so staying global means that you focus on two things. The world has moved on. Don't ever forget it. Based on COVID-19, we assumed that the world was flat before. The world is no longer flat. You were stuck in a room for 2 years. All I could do was move between my bedroom, the kitchen, and my children. I survived it. Guess what? At a point, I was wondering, is it over? All my savings ended. We're not going to shops. We're now shopping online. People, guess what? Have you realized that the world has changed? Even for Christians. Do you understand it? You can't be in a space where you don't understand. The world has changed. Are you ready for the change? The marketplace has changed. People do not buy things from going to shops anymore. They buy online. As an entrepreneur, do you understand that? Even worship. Now, most people don't go to churches. So tithe has reduced. Income for churches and every business has reduced. Now, how do you ensure you stay relevant? You need to also start thinking local. You can't remain local. Now, there are two thoughts I want to talk about. Divergent thinking. Thinking from a different point of view. Two thoughts. Divergent and then convergent. You cannot survive in this market if you stay normal. Are you the kind of person or the brand that understands you have to be fact-finding? Don't assume. Do not assume. They tell me this. Do you ask yourself, but guess what? We all have phones, right? Google has all the answers. Have you realized it? But we are so lazy we don't even ask Google. Be fact-finding. Secondly, also do you solve problems? For you to be relevant in the new economy, you must solve problems. Then problem finding. Do you have ideas that are not in sync with the system? See, the system is already porous. Are you that kind of person that creates new ideas? How did iPhone come about? How did Apple start? This bowler hat, how did it start? Let me put it on for you guys to see. Some people call my hair. They give it different names. I call it Dada. You can give any name you want. But guess what? I didn't start it. Some children are born with hair like this. They keep on locking. But I live with it. Have you asked a question? All of you, I know that when I came on this stage, you are wondering, Taleleyo. No, let me give you. When I went to present the first time, when I left my hair to run, I went to a bank and we did 14 banks. 14. Then they said, where's your guitar? Hold on. I cannot hear a laugh from here. I know you guys want to laugh. Laugh. Let me give you those laugh. Enjoy yourself. I'm running up in the next 1 minute. Oh. Better laugh well. Enjoy yourself. I said, I went to present to the bank, chartered bank there. The MD said, where's the guitar now? You're not laughing. Okay. Let me put you. Can you laugh here? Okay, here. You guys are hungry. Can you laugh here? Laugh here. Laugh here. Ah, this place is full. Laugh all the way here. Okay, have you ever wondered? You want to ask me why am I wearing that, Abi? And I work with all the big corporations across Nigeria and the globe, and nobody asks me anymore. You want to ask? Should I answer that question? It's called consistency and then being able to reposition yourself for the future. When you envisage, the whole thing I'm trying to talk about is that you need to look at your future of the economy and put yourself in that space where you belong and you stay there. Now look at how big corporations, now see, the future of entrepreneurship, look at the big corporations. Look at all of them, from BP, MTN. Next slide, please. How they position. Now look at the largest companies by cap, 2006, ExxonMobil, energy, right? That's oil. General Electric, Gazprom. Look at 2021, Apple, Saudi, and then Microsoft. What do you see here that's can you go back now? We are moving too fast. Okay. See what's Apple and Microsoft are in 2021. Can you see? IT, right? Before, it was about oil and petroleum. That's the future. That's where Nigeria is still stuck. That's why you guys are where you are now. All of us are stuck because the government is looking at only oil and petroleum. The future has moved on. Ideas rule the world. That is why Flutterwave and Della can do well. You can stand up when you want to stand up. But guess what? That's the future, right? Now, are you looking at your own future? Branding for the future. As an individual, are you looking at your future? What will be relevant? You need to start looking at the market from the point of the consumer. The market has evolved. It's not all of, and I want to say this with all due respect to the church. The church is doing a fantastic job. The church also has to evolve to a place where it's not about healing only broken hearts. Or making promises. Or trying to transform only lives, but also sustaining lives and businesses. The kingdom and the church must become a place where people go, they get healed, but they also get transformed. It's not about healing. A lot of people get bandages and they live with deeper wounds and they don't get transformed. They go back to where they're coming from. So even the church must change. So branding for the future, I start with the kingdom, the church. And I speak this everywhere I go. The church must transform, understand the needs of the people beyond healing, but also transforming and healing people long term. So branding for the future, what do we need? We need to now start focusing. Look at BP. BP was petroleum before. They are focusing on green energy. Look at a global brand like BP. Look at Total. Total was about petroleum. Now that Total Energy is transforming. Next slide. MTN was about just being telecommunications. They are now global, about going, they are now in financial institution. So where are you as an individual? If the global brands can transform like this, you need to go global. That means you are operating local, but thinking global. The new word is this, glocal. You are operating local, but your platform is global. You have a phone, right? All of us have phones. Everything you do goes global. But you must have the mindset, you are not a global brand, but you must operate global. Your processes. Next slide, please. Let me just wrap this up quickly. So, how do you do that? You must have a compelling and consistent brand. So, all of you here, as individuals, when you go to work at 10 a.m., and your clock time is 7. What do? You're inconsistent. No. When it's time and something gets wrong in the office, they put you on the line. Why? Perception. The Bible says, let there be no hint. Let there be no hint. I'm not here to preach, but let there be no hint. So if your brand is not consistent, I'm guilty as charged too. I'm not that fantastic. I struggle with it because I run a structure, but I'm making headway. So, but let there be no hint, be consistent. So a compelling, consistent brand in every facet, from your delivery. If you fail, say you're sorry. Do not let them come back and complain before you say you're sorry. If you want to resign and return their money, or otherwise, we've returned money like 3 times. Some that because we're not convinced that they are not using us we refuse. We say, provide evidence, but be consistent. Secondly, you must be innovative in your product development. For you as a person, are you innovative? I want to change the word. You must be innovative. Innovate and invent. Innovation. For you to go global and survive in this market, you must be innovative. Don't innovate. Be innovative. Innovate and invent. Then don't forget, you must improve the lives of your consumers. How do you improve the lives of your consumers? Start thinking. If the bread you sell, if the handkerchief you sell, whatever you do, how do you improve their lives? See, entrepreneurship and whatever you do, if the brand says we'll do it in 24 hours, can you do it in 10 hours? That small effort changes perception. Make sense? If they say come by 7, can you be here by 5? All my meetings, I go 1 hour ahead. All my clients know, my peers are here. I go 1 hour ahead of all my meetings. Can you go for a meeting 1 hour ahead because you have character? Okay? Then your brand strategy must be such that it can be relevant anywhere. If you want to play global beyond this market and be relevant, can your brand be relevant anywhere in the world? And it's very easy. Ensure that your branding can be deployed in Europe, in America. But how about you? What are the things you need? Do you have a passport? Let me ask it. How many people have a passport here? If you don't have a passport, how can you be global? Okay, I'm wrapping up. 1 minute. Okay. So as an entrepreneur, as an individual, you want to play global. Look at the Nigerian brands that are doing well globally. Look at their brand identity. From Flutterwave, Andela, Airpiece. Look at them. Let me round up. Next slide. Next slide. Let me leave this. Let me just go to the last one. Okay, yes. So you must rebrand for efficiency, focus on customer, go digital, embrace diversity. Let me go to the last one. What you want to talk about? Please, next one. Which is last? Okay. If you want to survive this economy, there are 4 things you must do. You must be creative, number 1. Number 2, you must have a problem-solving attitude. You must be innovative, not innovative. And then you must have critical thinking behind your mind. Or else, this economy will leave you behind because the world is no longer flat. It's now flatter. So let me ask you, are you the box, or are you thinking inside the box? The challenge is yours. I want to say thank you to Pastor Poju for this opportunity, and all of you for listening to me. And God bless Nigeria. God bless Covenant Nation, and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. You may be seated, please. Our next speaker is Inyolu Aboyeji. He's an entrepreneur in the public interest. He's passionate about partnering with missionary talent and capital to build an African future. A former CEO of tech giant and unicorn Flutterwave, he led the company to become one of the fastest growing payments technology businesses of all time, processing over $2 billion across 50 million transactions with annual revenues of millions of dollars per year. Inyolua has also co-founded Andela, Africa's largest engineering organization with over 1,000 software engineers, which has received investments from Mark Zuckerberg, Google Ventures, amongst others. He now heads Fund for Africa's Future, where he spends time helping founders, philanthropists, and investors from around the world to understand how to build fast-growing and impactful technology businesses in Africa. Inyoluwa holds a bachelor's degree in legal studies from the University of Waterloo and sits on the boards of several organizations. Please welcome to the platform Inyoluwa Aboyeji.
Glory to God. Thank you. Thank you very much for the honor, Pastor Poju. I'm grateful. And thank you very much to all our invited guests. This is our platform, and it's always a pleasure to come home and to talk about the business of the kingdom. I wanted to share a little bit today, more personally, about service and sacrifice in the pursuit of godly success. Service and sacrifice in the pursuit of godly success. I acknowledge that this is supposed to be a more, secular arrangement, but I still believe that this is God's platform. And given the way that we know and the way that we got here, it is important to acknowledge our way, God's way, as the way to achieve success, not just in today's business climate, but in any business climate. So thank you, Pastor Poju, for the opportunity. On the lead up to this, I'm sure many of you, and I should actually make an important correction. I'm not the CEO of Flutterwave. I'm the former CEO of Flutterwave. But obviously, leading up to this, I'm not going to gloss over some of the controversy and going-ons. And I think while this is not the forum to necessarily address them, I think that it is important to acknowledge, as part of what God has been helpful in using to teach us about doing business His way. And I will share, not from that story, but from things that people may not necessarily have actually had the experience of hearing from me about businesses that failed and the lessons that God took us through so we could get to where we are today. And as for the controversy, I saw the other day, I was listening and I saw Army Arrangement by Fela pop up. And he has a very big line, for those of you who have the vinyl records. He says, "Anyway, we still dey, and there shall be no compromise." And that continues to be the mantra for those of us who call ourselves Christian businessmen and women. The world system wants us to be ashamed of being apostles of Christ in the marketplace. But I stand boldly to say today that attack and that attempt from the pit of hell will go right back where it belongs. We are proud to represent God in the marketplace. We are proud to be seeking God's kingdom in the marketplace. We are proud to lead with our faith in the marketplace. And most importantly, we are proud to acknowledge that we have a God who assures us that the earth is His and its fullness thereof. So I want to talk about service and sacrifice. But before I go on, the way that the world system works, and this is something that I'm sure all of you acknowledge, being in Nigeria, is it operates on an exploitative principle of business. I win, you lose. We compete in the marketplace. So somebody must die before we can rise. And sometimes it's very easy to take that mentality with us as we talk about business in a competing marketplace. And our speakers are definitely educating us about the realities of the world, but oftentimes from a point of view that we need to be competitive. We need to win. And it's a good thing. However, I think there are other ways. There are more godly ways to do business. And quite frankly, part of the problem that we have with the business community, with the Christian community, is that we have adopted the world system in trying to do business God's way. And naturally, there will be a clash. There's no question about it. I want to share some lessons. Before the Andellas and the Flutter Waves, there were businesses many of you may never have heard of. It might surprise some people to know that I've been in entrepreneurship since 2010. It's not a long time, but at least I think I passed Brother Nee's 10-year mark. But, one of the first businesses I built was a company called bookneto.com. We're just a group of young guys. We're in university at the time. We had just had a passion. And to be honest, it wasn't to serve anybody. I remember at the time, the social network had just come out. And we were like, we want to be like that guy. We didn't consider ourselves to be the most authoritative, but the idea was if we could become Mark Zuckerberg, we would regain respect. And that was our motivation at the time. So we came together to build this business, and after bouncing around a few business models, we arrived at something we thought would work. So what was our plan? Listen to this carefully. We knew that because we were in a research university, I went to a research university, the professors, quite frankly, did not care too much for teaching. So they would recycle their past questions. And we thought, okay, if we could go and buy all the past question papers from everywhere, from the students, from everything, put them in a platform, and then sell passes to them, that would be an amazing business. And to be honest, it was, right? Some people would say we're helping students cheat. Some people would say, why were we doing this? Was it our copyright? Nonetheless, we just thought this was a great business. We're going to be popular on campus. We're going to do business. But we learned some very, very painful lessons from that experience. Shortly after we launched the site, and it had started to gain a lot of traction, the school dean of student life called me into the office. And you can imagine me, terrified international students, showing up. I thought I was going to be expelled. And he said, look, you have taken people's intellectual property, put it on a website, and earned from it. And perhaps those thoughts might have come to me, given I was studying legal studies. But because of what I thought business was, it didn't matter. And so I rode roughshod over those objections and we launched it. But obviously, God was very merciful to us. We were just told to shut down the platform. And that was my first lesson, that the way the world does business cannot work for me. I win, you lose. We make money. Many of us are being discipled in this thought that the purpose of business is to make money. But I can assure you, nothing can be further from the truth. God helps us create businesses to fulfill his people's needs. That is really what business is for. We see a challenge. God inspires us to take a solution to the market, and we use it to serve people. But I'll come back to that. So I graduated from Bookneto, The end story was, we shut it down. We started to learn. So we went to the professors to beg them and said, is there anything we can do for you? And the professor said, okay, well, give us the technology. We would like to use it ourselves. And that was how we successfully exited that business. Praise the Lord. But, right after that, my mind started to shift. Maybe I wasn't meant to be in this particular line. Maybe I should go back home and start a business. And so when I came back to Nigeria, the second business I started was Fora. That was the name of the business. Some of you may know it, but many people, I'm sure, don't. And with Fora, I was determined to do everything the right way. So I landed in Abuja. And I was determined to the thought behind Fora was, well, when we sold the businesses to the professors, we realized, you see, at that time, the technologies to put your courses online was not as widespread as it was today. So we created that platform. So I said, okay, maybe we recreate it and bring it to Africa, bring it to Nigeria this time. And that was kind of the business model was, support universities to go online. Actually, one of my earliest investors was our earlier speaker, Yvonne. Very, very thankful for the early support that you gave us. And for me, I was determined to do things right. So what mattered for me was to be an ethical business. I win, you win. And it showed in what we tried to do. We came to Abuja, we sought the license was not granted to us, we pivoted, we shared revenue with the schools we took courses from, so on and so forth. But it was a moderate success. It served a few people, but it wasn't a transformative business. And then I had an encounter. And that's the beautiful thing about God. God will always give you an encounter. May you have an encounter in Jesus' name. And the funny thing about my encounter is that it didn't happen very far from here. So one day, as usual, I was on the grind. I'd just gotten into a vehicle, headed to a meeting, and there was a big blockade right before National Stadium in Ojuelegba. You couldn't go. There were so many people there. So, like any Nigerian, I came down, trying to traverse my way. And so obviously, out of curiosity, I asked somebody, what's going on here? And then the person said, no. Oh, you didn't hear? It was a stampede, and people died. Stampede? National Stadium? Very quickly, as I got home, I now started to read about the news. What had happened was a certain government official, in a bid to make money, had assembled 60,000 young people in a venue that should only take 10, because he was collecting 1,000 naira per person. And had set an exam that was not an exam, because he wanted to recruit immigration. How many of us remember that story? And some of those people will run for senator and will vote for them. Amen? But that experience shocked me, because I said to myself, in this sea of thousands of young people, are you telling me that none of them are qualified to do something else apart from immigration? And that struck a chord in my spirit. And that was the day I knew that the business we were doing was not the business I would serve God. And it changed my thinking, because for the first time I started to consider, what if business was built for service? What if it wasn't about making money? Now, what I didn't understand at the time was that businesses that are built for service have one significant disadvantage, which is that they require severe sacrifice. But God was working on me. And so I had those thoughts. The following year, we got more investment, traveled, and then I had the privilege of sitting down with my co-founder at Andela, Jeremy. We had a meeting, and he was just telling me, look, he understands the business I'm trying to do, but I do need to understand that education is extremely expensive to do well. And the reality is most Africans cannot afford a quality education. But perhaps there might be a way where if you could teach them skills that could give them jobs in the global marketplace, you would be able to pay for the education by the value you would derive from the work that they did. Honestly, that was an insight that completely changed my thinking and my life. Which brings me to the revelation that I really got from that, which is that God's approach to business is redemptive. I sacrifice, you win. And it took incredible amounts of sacrifice, I'll tell you, because we went from a business where I owned 70% to a business where I owned 10. But we had to work like we owned 100. We had to pay people to learn. It was a very radical idea at the time. Now it doesn't seem so radical anymore. But you can imagine 2014 telling people, come and learn. We will pay you salary. We will take care of your housing. We will take care of your food. And we will teach you. But you know, today, every one of those young people, you see what they have become. And you understand the impact of a business that serves. I do not believe that Nigeria's technology revolution would be possible today without that service. And I'm very grateful to everyone from the Andela side that participated in building that institution. But I'll tell you this, working with Andela changed my life, obviously, very visibly. I mean, we made quite a bit of money from it. But more importantly, it changed my thinking about the godly approach to doing business. And I want to put it to us today in this room as a challenge, particularly those of us that are business owners. Switch your focus from profits to service and see what God will do to your business. Switch your focus from profits to service and see what God will do with your business. Even in these times. In the Bible, every time somebody put up their hands and said they were going to serve, God multiplied them. It's a prerequisite. Service and sacrifice are the foundations of godly success. Now, I took those lessons with me. As I continued to, we went on, we saw there was a gap with payments. We recognized something critical, that merchants were not being served by closed-loop payment systems that banks were running. And we decided, okay, we would create an open-loop payment system where merchants can accept any payments. I'm sure many of you remember what payments was like in 2016. You would have pay attitude, pay with capture, pay this, pay that, pay. That was if you were a merchant that had means. If you were a mom and pop shop, you just had to revert to cash, or the more dangerous cash on delivery. That was what our society was like in 2016. But by identifying a point of service, we were able to revolutionize the industry. By determining that small businesses deserve to be able to accept any method of payment from anywhere, from anyone, around the world, across Africa, businesses launched off. Many, many businesses today will credit their global success to their ability to be able to accept electronic payments. That is what service can do. And so after Flutterwave, even in what I do today, my business today is service to entrepreneurs. Acknowledging that entrepreneurs are very flawed beings, but people who have been handed a mantle and a mission by God to fix a societal problem, and then giving them the capital they need at the time they need it, early on, to be able to take those ideas to scale. And God has blessed our business. We started this business In 2017, 2018, the first check we got in was about $750,000. Those are the assets we had. In fact, we actually mortgaged our assets to get our first capital. Sacrifice is key. We could have lost everything. But we grew it. Today, we have $30 million in assets under management. I have only one institutional investor. People sometimes look at me, they compare me to people that are collecting money from DFIs, collecting money from big corporations. I don't have their money. Individuals. But the impact has been transformational. 60 businesses worth billions of dollars, changing lives. So, I don't have a lot to say, but I'm just here to present my own testimony. A lot of us in this business environment, we justify a lot of stuff. Justify a lot of things that are unethical. And what God is telling us, quite frankly, is that it's not even enough to be ethical. What God is asking us to do, particularly in this season, is to build businesses, sacrifice to build businesses that will serve His people in this climate. God is looking for business people that will make sure soap remains a pound of soap, even with the economic conditions. God is looking for businesses that will serve their people fairly. They will make sure the 1,000 naira of 200 naira of food is really 200 naira of food without taking excessive profits. That is what God is looking for. God is not interested in worldly success, the success of the world system, where we make billions of dollars but we don't impact anybody's lives. It's a foul smell to our God. So I'm challenging all of us today. I don't have any secrets of success for you. I don't have any business philosophy. I'm telling you what changed my life. And it's this approach to godly success. Sacrifice and service. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel like I have to say brother Inyi. Because you can't hear that and now just say Inyi. You have to say thank you, brother Inyi. We said we will be instructed, right? We said we will be inspired, right? We will hear insightful things, and the response just said it all. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is Audrey Jo Ezigbo. Audrey is the Deputy Managing Director of Falcon Corporation International Limited, one of Nigeria's leading energy and trading companies, where she co-founded with her husband in 1994. She's an accomplished professional with multiple degrees in finance, marketing, business administration, management and leadership from prominent institutions such as University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Lagos Business School, Harvard Business School, and the SA Business School. Audrey is a chartered member of the International Gas Union and a fellow of the Energy Institute of Nigeria, the chartered professional membership body of global energy experts. She's the first female president of the Nigerian Gas Association, the umbrella association and voice for businesses and professionals involved in the Nigerian gas industry. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. A warm platform welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to you all. My deepest respects to Pastor Boju and Mrs. Toyi Boju-Oyemade, people that I've actually admired and respected long before they knew I existed, which was just a couple of weeks ago. Oh yes, I actually remember, Pastor Boju, I was so excited when you were getting married. I had to ask myself, but he doesn't even know you. And this is because I had followed the trajectory of someone who started with simplicity, but passion and dedication to the kingdom. So God bless you, sir. God bless you. I'm very happy that the platform today is focused on how to build and scale sustainable businesses, because you see, in any national economic development agenda, we must allow business have its voice, because business does speak. So I want them to put up my first slide, please. And this is Coca-Cola. Who is operating? Yes, thank you, I can see it now. Now, there is no way we talk about global brands without talking about Coca-Cola. They are practically the world's largest beverage company. They have a presence in over 200 countries. And when they do their reviews, they attribute this success to what they call their Think Global, Act Local agenda, the strategy they adopted in the year 2000. I thought it was important to start here because in exactly 34 days, it will mark 28 unbroken years that I opened my doors for business. And the two companies that I held at that point as my benchmarks, Coca-Cola was one, the other being Mercedes-Benz. Now, second slide. A couple of weeks ago, Nigerians were not easy. A couple of weeks ago, Nigerians went agog on social media as Chicken Republic unveiled its Chicken Star meal. And Egg Star, sorry. And the comments, some of them were really brutal. You people are so intelligent, wow. And I just thought, though, that in the context of today's theme, actually, this is a Nigerian brand that has been here for almost 20 years now, as at last count has almost 140 locations and has a target to set, I think they said 420 by 2024. So they're actually a phenomenal example of a company that is thinking globally and acting within the local context. And I wanted us to start from there because in a lot of what I'm going to be saying, it's about the mind and how we embrace this concept and filter it into our own realities. So I'm not here to do a lot of data analysis, but I'm going to be sharing some words that all begin coincidentally with the letter C. And my first word is clarity. Clarity. It is said that questions are the currency of the future. And that means that for us to be future ready, we must always be asking ourselves questions. And so in preparing for today's session, I actually stepped back and started to ask myself some questions. And I asked myself, Audrey, what was the environment of business like in 1994 when you started? What did you know about GDP, growth rates, and inflation, population demographics, and the like? What did you really know about the direction of government spending and the like? I started to look at, all those things. And when you check the metrics, it seems perhaps that at that point in time, Nigeria was in a better place. Or were we really? I started to ask myself, what was your oil and gas industry like at that point in time? And a few things were very evident. There was a high level of corruption. Maybe not as overt as it is today, but it was there nonetheless. There were community agitations. I remember when I came in was the whole Ogoni saga that led eventually to the killing of Ken Saro-Wiwa. I remember that as a young Nigerian businesswoman, the first question anybody would ask me is, where are your foreign technical partners? Like I didn't have capacity in myself. I remember that there were too many agencies, too many taxes. And then, who can still relate with this one? Nobody wants to give you work because you need experience, and you're trying to tell them, excuse me, I need experience, I need the job to gain the experience. Go figure. So here's the thing. And that's the question I then asked. When we say that it is more difficult to start a business in Nigeria today, are we really selling the right narrative? I put it to you, dear people of Nigeria, that from the point of view of the entrepreneur, the person who is starting the business, the person who is running the business, it is as difficult in 2022 as it was in 1994. And I align this with, the narrative around the good old days. If there's any Gen Z in this room and you're talking good old days, they don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't align with their current context. They don't make their decisions, they don't shape their actions and strategies around the thing you used to tell them, how you went to school and food was free, and all those things. It doesn't mean anything to them. And why do I want to put this on the table? Because, like I said, it's about the mind. I think that for any future forward entrepreneur in this year, We have to be very careful, the things that we internalize, so that we're not walking around with some funny cloud of negativity that then constrains our ability to be creative in today's context. So whether we like it or not, most of us in this room, we are willing victims of what is called confirmation bias, and PP spoke to that earlier. A situation where we just resonate with the kind of data and information that is more readily available. The problem with confirmation bias is that it constrains your thinking, and it also reduces your willingness to press past challenges and seek to make a difference. And here's the thing. Some psychologists actually say that confirmation bias is like you trying to find this balance between justifying yourself and seducing others to your opinion. So it's very comfortable for us to just go around saying, Nigeria now, wow, this country, you have to be your own local government, blah, blah, blah. And that's all we're seeing. And yet in this country, we are seeing unicorns being birthed in the same context. So I submit to you that those who are going to win first in their minds. That's what I want to put out there first. So my company is still here after almost 28 years. And this is because, we had a global outlook from the beginning, like I said. If you've heard me speak, you've heard me say something that I looked at it. It sounds funny, but very true. And I asked myself, the people that formed Coca-Cola, Mercedes-Benz, honestly, I don't have their recent pictures, but I'm sure none had two heads. And I also said to myself, because I work with my husband, that these were family businesses that have now transcended generations and have a global impact significantly. So if they could do it, I certainly can. What do you see in your mind when you think about your business? And the reason I thought it was good to start with the clarity conversation is because we have a tendency to focus on the issues. I want to encourage us today, can we start to look at outcomes? What are the imperatives? We have a tendency to focus on the things that bind us, the things that constrain us, whereas all around us are a multitude of opportunities. Between globalization, digitization, changing demographics, and the different evolutions the pandemic has brought about how we live and work, opportunities are literally beckoning. A prayer my coach taught me to pray, she said, every night when you go to bed, ask God to give you innovative ideas that are relevant for the context of your industry or economy. It's in the mind. Now, getting past confirmation bias also means that many of us have to stop looking at information that confirms this thing and start looking for this disconfirming information as well. Disconfirming information is when you're asking yourself about the flutter waves and Dellas, about, hey, did any of you hear that Ebano is now in Canada? So that we stop calling only the tech guys. Like literally, people are taking territory across various sectors of industry. So rather than focusing on all the businesses that fail, and there are many, why don't you look for those that have succeeded and are now going across the region, going across different countries? See, our reality today is that we live in a landscape that has many moving parts. But it's always been like that, hasn't it? And I said it's about questions. It's really always been like that. So you see that, like I said, consumer preferences are changing. In Nigeria alone, we have such a huge youth population, and this affects the market. How is your business evolving to adapt to that? The regulatory space is changing, sometimes for good, sometimes for confusion. Now, competition has evolved. You, the entrepreneur, you haven't evolved. So the technology landscape has also shifted, even right here in Nigeria. So many of the things that we think are problems, they are location agnostic. And it's important for us to get past that so that we can then look at what kind of local adaptations do I need to do to ensure my business and economy prospers under my watch. And this brings me to the next word that I have, and that is one of congruence. So congruence sets us in that place of globalization, where we recognize that the walls have come down. The things that bound trade across boundaries, across territories, they've been taken away. This is our reality. And what this means, therefore, is that for any entrepreneur today, you must be thinking about what are the sociocultural nuances that I need to then factor in? What are the general standards of quality, of acceptability, and broad appeal of my products and services if I'm to transcend this space that I'm used to? You have to be thinking about that. And this is important for us as a nation, if I would situate it in the Nigeria context, because we have huge problems. Unemployment, and so on and so forth. So we need to see more entrepreneurs come to the fore. Not just creating businesses that generate employment, but I would dare say more specifically that to be challenging yourself to ask, what kind of value add can I create that has a high export potential? Because we also need to diversify the country's revenue base. And when I talk about value adding, already to think of the multiplier effect in terms of things like employment, the same employment that we're talking about. It is therefore important that you're able to position yourself to compete on a global scale. The nation benefits from that. What are the challenges we hear? Because you see, recently we found that Nigerians, we have a very high level of appreciation like never before for our own products and services. Whether you're talking about comedy or you're talking about music or food or fashion, we have learned to applaud ourselves. Am I right? But what are the things that we hear complained about? Is the standards, is quality, is the delivery and customer service, the after-sales support, and outright fraud sometimes. We have to recreate this narrative, and it's going to happen because of those of us who are in the room or listening online. So congruence brings you to that place where you literally understand, I can't play local anymore. That local and global have come together, and the metrics for building any business that will be successful, that will scale and be sustainable, profitably so, because we need the profit to make the impact, is going to need me to pay attention to what does it take in the first place to build a thriving business. Because I think Nigeria should be tired of mom and pop stores. We need to see industrial giants. And I repeat, none of them was formed by anyone with two heads. So you can do it, and I can do it. So what is it that we can look at in successful businesses that have allowed them to facilitate the kind of industrialization and standard of living that we see in some of the countries that we admire? One of the things I thought I would touch on is vision. Because you really can't overspeak, or if there's such a word, you can't talk too much about the vision element. Vision is what allows you to see beyond the majority. And I thought to ask those of us who are entrepreneurs in this room a few questions. Please answer them for yourself. One, what is your vision for your business? But because your business is situated in this country, let me ask you, how does your business vision align with the developmental imperatives for Nigeria today and the Nigeria of the future? In essence, what I'm asking you is, how does the vision of your business situate itself in nation building? Because that's a huge question. Listen, Nigeria right now is in the need of very bold, solution-oriented, nationalistic businesses. All of us can't jabao. No. We can't. We can't. So I read something, and I'm going to quote. It says that if your vision is not helping others, it's not vision, it's ambition. And ambition is what you want to become. It's about you. But vision is about God's plan for your life, and it's always about others. Let me just kind of paraphrase that a bit. And so what I wrote down is this, putting the Nigeria context. If your vision is not helping Nigeria, it is not vision, it is personal ambition. It is ambition about what you want to become because of your business. It's about you. It's about the title you want to hold. It's about the wealth and the positioning, the authority, the power you want to command in Nigeria. But your business vision actually should be God's vision for that business and God's vision for the Nigeria He's situated you in. Because if that is the vision, then it benefits not just you, it benefits this country. In extension, it benefits Africa and the world. So when you want to build a successful business, like I said, some things are location agnostic, some things you can't compromise. Building a successful business, the kind that can scale and transcend generations, means that you want to focus on institutionalization. You want to focus on depersonalizing your business, letting go of the personal fiefdoms. Organ mentality will not kill you and I. You need to be thinking, how can I make this bigger than who I am? Right? And institutionalization, it demands for you to put in place very efficient and effective systems, structures, procedures, policies, right? Governance frameworks to run your business. So it's not all about how you woke up and felt that morning, you take a decision and run. No, that's not how we build institutions that outlast us. It requires that your strategies are well articulated, ready to address the market, and in today's context, that they are flexible enough They are malleable enough to adapt to the changing dynamics, because strategy of 5 years now, it's not that simple anymore. You must be constantly testing. Of course, you know that for us, we're talking about global context. So building this kind of sustainable business, global standards in my business, in my industry, for similar businesses across different climes. You're asking yourself, what are the operational best practices? You're asking yourself, what are the kind of risk, not just inherent in my environment, but because I want to expand and have a broader reach, what are the inherent risks in cross-border transactions, for instance? It's not easy. But the reality is that if we have more of our business people and entrepreneurs that recognize that if they do the grind, they put in the tenacity required, we can literally build a lot of formidable businesses that then transform our nation and economy. And this brings me to my next word, which is conviction. Conviction. So in the arena of conviction is us understanding that nothing good, nothing lasting comes easy. Conviction is what you require in today's climate, especially in this country where we're stated, if you're going to throw in your all into the ring and have staying power. It's conviction that is going to allow a business or business person cross that divide between the idea generation, the viability assessment, and then get past all the hurdles into focused action, because we need action. So it is in a place of situating your business within this national agenda and with a global outlook that you can make some kinds of strategic decisions. For instance, around people. If you don't have a global outlook, you will never train your people, because you're going to buy into this narrative that, if you train them, they leave. We hear it, right? Some of us even say it. But you want to build an agile workforce of global thinkers and people that have the kind of capacity to continue to run the business even if you're not there. Indeed, perhaps they can run it better than you. 3 times over the course of my business, I took a decision to hire people and pay them higher salaries and higher benefits than myself, because I wanted to take on higher territories, go for more sophisticated projects. I wasn't interested in being madam. I was interested in the win. Are you able to situate yourself such that your outlook is so big that it's not about, no, I'm the boss, and so I have to be boss of all? And of course, never letting go of training. So conviction also brings us to the arena of discussing tenacity of purpose. How tenacious are you? And a refusal, especially in the environment we operate in, a refusal to reduce your standard, to compromise. Again, because we are God's ambassadors in the marketplace, right? So you're thinking always about ethics, you're thinking about integrity, you're thinking about corporate governance. You're not going around saying, after all, what is the government doing? Why should I pay tax? That's not the language of a global thinker. So we have to be very careful with these things. Now, when you think about this conviction, too, it also informs those that you take on as your partners and as your collaborators in the course of growing your business. You don't do business with just anyone. When you're convinced about what you're trying to do, and you know where the outcome is, and you know that you're having a global benchmark, you want to be able to attract and be attractive to investors from outside. You're also then very careful about who you partner with. It's not just a case of let's make money. There is something that is deeper at any point in time. So in my view, conviction is a heart and mind connect. And while we're talking about it, a global outlook is also a heart and mind issue. For those who are already fixed on doing things the right way, who have a commitment to excellence and best practices and integrity, those who are mindful that they're representing God in the marketplace, a global outlook is not a difficult sell. And this takes us to the place of resilience. So there was a study done by somebody called D. Kotu, and he talked about the characteristics of highly resilient people. I read it and I thought, this guy doesn't even know he's describing Nigerians. So 2 things that he said. He said, first of all, they have a staunch acceptance of reality, that they can look at any difficult situation for what it is, without exaggerating it, without catastrophizing it, and without denial. And then he also said that they are quick to analyze, accept the reality, and then figure the way forward. And he used the example of Admiral Stockdale, who was a prisoner of war in Vietnam for about 7 years, who said that the only reason he survived was that he just stared his reality in the face and said, oh boy, we're here. Please go back to the last slide. I'm not moving yet. And then The second thing he said was that resilient people, highly resilient people, that they have this uncanny ability to improvise and make the most of what they have. They put together the resources that are available to them, and then they use them in innovative ways. Does this not sound like the spirit of Nigeria? So he now says, and I quote, "Resilience is not stubbornness. It requires a psychological agility, a flexible mind, an openness to creative solutions, and a broad repertoire of actions we can take to then resolve our conflicts and problems." So yes, Nigeria, we need more resilient entrepreneurs in the marketplace because we sure do have those challenges. And then this brings me to the next C, which is courage. Because you can't be talking resilience outside of courage, can you? Otherwise, just a nice buzzword. So when we begin to think about thinking globally and acting locally, we have to take our environmental context and see the alignment with the global context. Unfortunately, when we look at the environmental context, many times what do we see? What do we see? As entrepreneurs, or as Nigerians generally, but let me speak to the business people, we see infrastructure deficits. So we see inadequacies in road and transportation that impinges on our logistics and adds to our costs. Right? We see the breaking down of our educational sector. This is now affecting the quality of people we're able to attract and retain. So chicken and egg is a problem for us any which way. We see a lot of insecurity so that your assets, both the human and otherwise, you're always like, insurance is a must for any serious business person in today's climate. But my brothers and sisters, I still maintain that these are the things that other people have seen, are living in, and they're pressing past to success. So I want to ask us all to remember this, that self-preservation cannot be your default position if you're an entrepreneur. It cannot be. It can't. You can't abandon ship. You have to be part of the solution. So I got into the gas business because I came in contact with a gas flare. Never heard of any such thing in my life. I knew there was oil, had no clue. But by the time I got to the understanding about there's this fire burning endlessly, and imagining that people have to live there. Imagine the health impacts. Imagine what it's doing to the economy around there. And I was able to then situate myself in the solution. We were burning billions of dollars in revenue that could have been used to transform Nigeria. So it's just one thing to look and say, oh my sheo. It's another thing to decide to get in there. And this is where, in a situation where, how old was I then? And I saw the problem. My husband and I talked about it. We pressed in headlong. We were competing with international companies in a time when everybody wanted you to have a foreign technical partner. We had nothing, no money, no nothing. But we saw a win for Nigeria. Remember I said it's first in the mind. So what Nigeria needs now from you is looking at the problems and seeing how you can be part of the solution. And believe me, that solution will demand you to be brave in the face of the odds. The next thing I want to speak about then is capacity. Capacity is key. And I say that it's key, especially in our current context, because we have too many people who succeed at some level and then they are very happy. Because now you get you walk into a hall, they want to carry your bag. You walk into a hall, everybody's calling you sir. You walk into your office and you decide what happens, and we're happy. A few cars parked in the house, living in some place or the other, travel a couple of times a year, and we think we have made it when the country is breaking down and bleeding. Capacity means that we're looking at how we constantly upskill as entrepreneurs. Not just our people. This is not about your people. How about you? How are you building capacity? Even if it is knowledge and information, it's the adoption of technology, building of relationships that can facilitate the growth of your industry. I didn't go into the Nigerian Gas Association because I wanted to be a cute president. I went there because I saw that there was a huge problem in my industry, and I needed to be part of solving it. What are you doing in your own industry? What global benchmarks are you looking at? How things are done in other climes that you can build some knowledge capacity around and bring back into your organization, into your industry. It's very important because we're talking global context. Because of time, I'm going to move on. Collaborations is the next word that I have. And it's very closely related to this capacity conversation. So I saw a news item recently that says that intra-Africa trade is just at 13%. And this compares very unfavorably with 60%, 40%, and 30% interregional trade that is happening across Europe and North America and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So when you think about Nigeria, we know we have a high level of import dependency, right? And you know that the bulk of our exports are actually oil, right? Now, I started to think that that means that even though we're doing all this importation, we're not even trading with ourselves on the continent. Like, we're literally taking our limited resources and going to better someone else's economy. What does this mean, therefore? It means that today's context about thinking globally but acting locally should then open up the conversation for you about who am I collaborating with? Who can I partner with? Why is my business only in Lagos? Can I transact with Katsina? Why is my business only in Nigeria? Can I do business with Ghana? Can I go across the continent? Because we need to build capacity. So this is a climb where we want to be thinking about, again, the quality, the standards, the value of your products and services. How can you upgrade this so that those same things we import are readily available here and we can take the market across Africa? Of course, it's not going to be easy. You and I know this, but who is looking for easy? If you're looking for easy, there's the door. Now, thinking global, living local. We need to see those partnerships, right? We need to see more mergers and acquisitions. I think that this is the time where you want to say to yourself, where are the opportunities in my territory and who can I partner with to do this? Must I go it alone? Your challenge is to raise funding. Must you go it alone? Can you find 2, 3, 4 organizations that offer the same service and come together to take on an opportunity? A few years ago, the word co-opetition came out. This is a collaboration with your competition. We need to see more of this across Africa, and I think that this is the time for us to be having those conversations. I'm in one such transaction myself, and it's amazing the things that you're then able to do that you couldn't have done just with your own business. So why is this important again? Let's look at 1 or 2 things. First and foremost, the area of tech. We've talked about this a lot. Technology has transformed the way we do life. It has transformed the way that we do business. It has created new commercial and productive activities. And the World Bank did a study. They said that the digital space, digital economy, actually now accounts for about 15.5% of GDP. And not just that, but it's actually grown about 2.5 times faster than the GDP, global GDP has grown in the last 15 years. And there's another study that said that if we were to increase mobile penetration across Africa by just 10%, we can see a 2.5% increase in GDP. Question: how will Nigeria be situated in the increase in GDP in Africa if our business people are not coming from a global context? In the face of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, how are you situating your business, your products, your services to be of value and to mine that opportunity in partnership with others within and outside of Nigeria? So there is a need for this. The other thing to look at perhaps would be on the environmental front. Maybe some of us have not been hit, but some of us have actually lost funding opportunities and business partnerships because everybody is now discussing the green economy. Everybody is now discussing clean energy. And until recently, my core product, gas, was not considered to be clean. And so people walk away from your deal that you've mined for how many years? But everybody is now asking ESG. ESG, ESG. This is the conversation in the world around partnerships, around funding. If you try to grow and scale your business and you haven't yet started to dimension the ESG elements of your business, there's a big problem there. So you have to start thinking about it. And we have some companies like Mitimeth, Cyrus Factory, WeCycler, so many of them who have gone wholeheartedly into recycling and upcycling. So perhaps the call for us as entrepreneurs is to rethink that waste part of our business, or perhaps to go into partnerships with them. Maybe put our money behind them so that they can scale. There is also a social imperative I'll quickly touch on. That we're a nation, as I said earlier, a burgeoning youth population, and they're largely unemployed. So there's nowhere for them to channel their energies, their initiatives, their creativity and passions. But more worrisome, my people, is that there's nowhere for them to channel their many, many frustrations at a system that has tended to fail them. I think that it is important for us to begin to collaborate to build bigger businesses that can begin to absorb more of these young people and create the multiplier effects across the value chain that makes for not just more employees, but more entrepreneurs, and the cycle continues to oil itself. And this brings me to my last point, that of convergence, which, could also be the conclusion of the matter. So I hear somebody say, okay, but I don't know if you've specifically told us what to do. Actually, I think that I have. Yeah, because I said that I'm not going to be doing data, I'm not telling you 10 steps. I just want to challenge your thinking. I said I want to talk about principles. I said that we win first in the mind. I said that it's important for us not to focus on the challenges. I said it's important for you, if you are a business person in this country, that you must be asking yourself, how do I situate myself in the national developmental agenda? There is this expression we have, very popular. If I say it, everybody will laugh. We die here. And you know what? I wanted to end with this, because it all comes back to the table. All these different things I've said. The convergence is that it brings us back to right where we started from. How are we going to be part of recreating the Nigeria narrative? We die here, right? I want to challenge you, because this is a statement of loyalty, it's a statement of commitment, and ultimately it's an affirmation of belief in this country, isn't it? Or in your pastor, or in your organization, or in your mentor, whatever. But like I said, the Nigeria context, we die here. My last question. Ladies and gentlemen, can we perhaps press past, do our bit, do the grind, get past the challenges, so that we can recreate this place where we plan to die, such that while we live, we can at least enjoy it? A lot of speakers are going to say many, many things. There's still a couple of us left, right? And you've been making notes. Some people have Instagram, this and that, great. But the most important thing that you do with new information, new insights, new perspectives, whatever, new knowledge, is to ask yourself 3 things. So this is not my question to you, it's your question to yourself. 1, how can I use this? And that's the creativity conversation. Everything that I hear today, how am I going to take it on board and change the thing that I do? Secondly, why must I use this? It is said that applied knowledge is power. Nigeria becomes more powerful when we take these things that we hear, we go back to our own spaces, and we determine to make a difference, and we actually take action. And lastly, you ask yourself, when will I use this? I heard something recently. It says that the opportunity of a lifetime must be used in the lifetime of the opportunity. Nigeria, the opportunity is now. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Ma. The first time I heard her speak, it was during the pandemic, and I just walked past someone's computer, and I heard her voice, and I still can't remember what I was doing, but I stopped it, and I listened till the end. Such a powerful, powerful speaker. I was reading the comments online, and I was just nodding in agreement. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. What a blessing you've been. Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you. So just to remind you, like we said, this is such a powerful audience. Please, can you just applaud yourself? It's an amazing way to spend a Monday, right? A day of talk. And this entire place is full. I wish everyone could see this place. Well done, everybody. After the next 3 speakers, Our final 3 speakers, there'll be a panel session. So just get your questions ready. For those of us who want to distill some of those things that we heard further, we had practical questions we came with, and we want one of the speakers to, shed some light on things they've said, or want to actually even bring our own issues before them. That sounds like a prayer. We want them to weigh in on some of the questions we have in our hearts. This will be a good time to pen them down so that when the ushers come around, you could just pass your question down the aisle. Our next speaker is Olakunle Shoriyan. He's also known as The Ruckus, a US-based Nigerian author, motivational speaker, iconoclast, faith-based teacher, and thought leader. He speaks on issues of organizational growth, national development, and globalization. Kunle is a personal advisor, counselor, coach, and confidant to many high net worth individuals and high-profile organizations, promoting originality as a critical pathway to purposefulness at every level of development. He was also highlighted as one of the Nigerian brands to watch out for in 2017 and got listed as a speaker at the CEO Forum in Dallas, Texas, US. He's also the principal transformation strategist of the Olakunle Shoriyan Company, total life management, nation building, training, coaching, and consulting firm in Nigeria. Every year, Olakunle is invited to speak to small businesses, Fortune 100 and 500 companies, including Microsoft, Coca-Cola, PZ Cussons, and Meadowhall School. He's no stranger to the Covenant Nation, and it's an honor to welcome him once again to the platform Nigeria. Welcome, sir. Please join me as we welcome warmly Mr. Shoriyan.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. The last time I flattered someone was 1997, that I attempted to say what is not entirely true about someone. You know how somebody is not looking together, but you invest peace in his moment by telling him he looks okay, right? 1997, I had a funny experience at that time. And that was the last time I attempted to say what is not entirely true about someone. So today, if your shirt is not nice, I'm going to hug you close and tell you it's not nice. So when you come to a program like this and you have to hold the microphone, protocol demands that you say nice things about your host. If it's a church, you have to say nice things about your host and say nice things about the church. If it's a program, you have to find the adjectives to say nice things about your host and describe your host in a very magnanimous and intentional way, even if it's not true, right? But you must do that. That is the protocol of ministry and protocol of engagement. So if I begin to say what I want to say now, you will assume that is what I'm doing. You will think what I'm doing is that which we must do, which is say nice things about your host. But if you think like that at all, it's probably because you are listening to me for the first time. Or probably you are meeting me for the first time. I'm not on that. You see, I'm a freeborn. My freedom is my rebellion. I protect it with every part of my life. Do you know what it means to wake up in the morning and to know that there is no human being on the face of the earth that determines what you do except God in heaven? You don't know that freedom. It's so special. That is the zone I live in. So I don't try to suck up to people. I don't pander to people's emotions. I don't bring down my voice when I get into any room. I don't position myself in any way that reduces my freedom, right? So I'm sure you're wondering where I'm going. Where I'm going is that I want to say something very important about Pastor Poju and Pastor Toyin Oyemade, and I don't want to say it at the risk of thinking I'm just fulfilling the protocol of engagement and ministry. They are actually two people that I respect so much from afar and with a little gift of access that I have. And I consider them incredible nation builders and visionaries. I don't in any way take for granted that I am permitted by God, providence, and the way the universe is as designing that I play a role in this great, awesome assignment. It's such a huge thing for me. It will forever be. The privilege to be in the presence of kings and queens and to have the blessing of addressing the human condition at any level is a privilege and a honor we must enjoy, celebrate, and be humble with for the rest of our lives. So I don't take it for granted. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mar, for allowing me to be in your space and allowing me to address these thousands of people across the world, both in person and online. I don't take it for granted. Secondly is that I do have 2 works outside. My products are very expensive. I'm not sorry. They are not for everyone. If you can't afford it, it's fine. Your time will come. Don't ask for discounts. Just go outside and go to my stand. There's one called Whispers from the Future. Whispers from the Future, a 3-part articulation of Kingdom Mandate in the 2020s. I would say look out for it. It will help you, right? Usually they go for $200. I've been kind to reduce it to about 50. That is the best I can do. I've gotten some DMs already. People say, can I have it for this price? It's disrespect. Just go there and wait for your time. Then I have another one here, Positive World Domination. Positive world domination. Why evil is a tool, why good is not God, and how going global is a duty. I'm going to advise that you invest in them. They are audio works. One is a DVD, 4 hours of video, 3 hours of questions and answers. They will change your life. They are private sessions. Both of them, they will help you real good and help your business and help how you position in the world. Yeah, so if you go to my stand, my team is there. We came with POS. You don't need to have cash. Once you swap the card, the money moves to our side, and the products move to your side, and everybody's fine. So try and do that, right? Thank you so much. So, the most powerful person on the negotiation table is the one that is ready to walk away without a deal. The most powerful person on any negotiation table is the one that is ready to walk away without a deal. The person that must have a deal is usually the weakest and the most powerless on that table. It doesn't matter what the table is, whether it's a negotiation for peace in a marriage, or it's a negotiation for a seat on a board, or it's a negotiation for a stake in the market. It doesn't matter what it is. What is true is that if you have to negotiate anything, a part of you must have a resolve to walk away out of that table without taking anything away. That is when you gain so much power. The idea that transformation through government is the way that nations can grow is what I call permitted slavery. Now let's be clear. Slavery is a necessity for the human condition. What has been abused is slavery. Slave trade is an abuse of slavery. Slavery itself in a flawed world is a necessary experience for any human being at any level. Every human being born of a human, is enslaved to something. Don't be deceived by how we show up every day. The truth is, there's no human being on the face of the earth that is not enslaved to something. True freedom is the ability to choose what enslaves you. Such that when you make that choice by yourself, then you are not a slave. You are in what I call permitted slavery, a necessary experience for the human condition. To even be with God at a level, you will be a slave of righteousness. It is that possibilities are contained except you define your level of arrest. Freedom without rules is a vice. The highest level of freedom is psychosis. When you are very free and no one attends to your own decisions and there's nothing that underscores the validity of your claims or your positioning anywhere, then you are naked on the streets walking freely. There's no searching of your understanding. The idea is principles must guide ideas. Emotions, as powerful as they are on their own, creating actions is a disaster. Principles must be subjected to reasoning. Emotions must be subjected to reasoning. And reasoning must be guided by truth before you move into action. Every time society suffers, or business struggle, or families are in chaos, or relationships go sour, essentially two people or more people or one person have moved from E to A, has validated the contents of his own emotions, and from that definition has moved to action. Emotions must be managed because on itself is a self-destructive instrument if it is not subjected to reasoning and guided by truth before you move to action. In the same way, politics on its own must not be an independent variable. It must be guided by principles. Hope is so powerful, but hope is a tool of performance. It does not perform. Such that if all you have is hope, you will be beaten, and your hope itself will be the designer of your weariness. At least the Bible says hope deferred, make. So what's doing the making? The hope in itself is the designer of the weariness when the hope is not converted into results within a specific frame. Am I speaking to you? So part of your understanding, therefore, is to come into a place of power. To realize that you have to be able to build power beyond choices. Your right to choose is low resolution. And every day, motivational speakers, religious leaders in different spheres, the life coaches, and all of the materials of authority and leadership teach you to take advantage of your choice, to hold on to your choice, to let no one take anything away from your right to choose. You are reminded that your right to choose is your ultimate power. In elections, you are told that your voting is your greatest strength. And no matter what you do, die than allow anyone take advantage of your votes. Die than allow anyone to buy your vote, for example. You see, there's a lot of sense in that. Except that your choice in its low resolution is the path to perpetuate your slavery. Because you are not a confirmed eternal.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
The platform.
Can you all hear me?
Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation.
When you get so diligent and so clear, and what you are about to do, what you are able
Live
to do
local,
with your life is
think
to master
global. The platform
expression
is
of your
powered
right to
by the
choose.
Covenant Nation.
You are something. You are a force better than most people. But you are still a
Live
contained
local,
powerhouse,
think global. The
functioning
platform is
suboptimally in a way that only the future can interpret. You have to actually begin to open up to possibilities that transcend the limits of your experience, your logic, and to understand that knowledge is not just elastic, infinite. And so that should come with some level of humility. And there are 3 people in the world every time. 3 people at any point in time. The people you see every time, otherwise called the masses. That's where most people are. The people you see when they are appointed, or when they are chosen, or when they emerge, or when they are revealed. Essentially CEOs, politicians, public figures, actors, entertainers, culture shapers. The people you see in front every time are those who govern the thinking and the behavior of the people you see every time. The people you see every time are called the masses. The people who govern their thinking and govern their behavior essentially through 5 instruments. Because every time you hear culture shaping, we are talking about 5 things. How we live, how we love, how we walk, how we play, and how we die. The businesses that impact on those 5 things are shaping culture. The ideas, the philosophies, the ideologies, the music, the poems, Anything that will shape culture must impact on those 5 areas. How we live, how we love, how we play, how we work, and how we die. Inside how we die, there's so much going on there, as you can see how economics are being shaped today because of the war going on in Ukraine. Weapons mean a lot for the destiny of your children. Bombs and the way they are designed and the way they put them out are very critical to the destiny for the future of our continent, for the future of the human race as a whole, right? So part of the equation is to understand that manipulations exist in the human condition. And guess what? Necessarily so. Justifiably so. You have to actually choose the level of manipulation you will be in and the level of propaganda you will promote. To ignore that will make you correct but powerless all the same. That is why a party of good people is also an association of the blind. You really can use good to transform any society. There's a partnership between good and evil that must be understood at a level for you to curate anything tangible within any society because of the irrationality of the human experience in itself. Foolishness is a necessity. If somebody is not foolish, wisdom will not have value. Somebody must consistently define his own foolishness for wisdom to continue to have value, to be potent, and to be relevant. Nobody, therefore, should worry about the nuisance value of foolishness because that is a constant. That is like being worried that people are poor. The poor you will always have. The idea is how to multiply value. When political parties come out and campaign against on the back of corruption, that we are coming to fight corruption, it is honestly, first of all, an indication of the unguardedness of the speaker in itself or the political parties in itself recommending such an event. But the bigger tragedy is the masses who believe that kind of thinking. Do you know that there is a prison and penitentiary system in every country? There's no country in the world without prison. That is proof that there's crime everywhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even in Switzerland, where there is peace, they keep the money of criminals across the globe. So that idea of peace and integrity is relative, depending on who is defining it and the kind of media you are listening to. Are we on the same page? Right now, you all believe that you are static, but you are not static. The world is actually moving. Your reality, because of your association with gravity or its place on earth, believe that you are not in motion and you are motionless. But the truth is, we are all spinning right now. But there is a perception, which is a lie to your brain, that you are not moving. But you are moving. I live in the city of Dallas, and I work from there, even though I work in the world. But there is a restaurant in Dallas that is always spinning. When you sit in the restaurant, it doesn't feel that it is spinning, except that your view will be changing. Then you realize that this restaurant is actually spinning. If you sit in a car that is 200 kilometers per hour and it's moving very fast, you will almost grab the driver and say, stop speeding. Because you can feel the speed, you'll be afraid. But a plane is like maybe 1,000 times faster than that car. But when you sit in a plane, because of the association between that experience and gravity, it seems that you are not moving. It seems that the plane is so slow. But you see, that is a lie to your brain, the perception that you are not in motion. The truth is you are so much in motion that your brain is not even ready for that motion. And so there is a lie you have to tell to yourself, such that if you are not able to tell that to yourself, you will be in the prison of your reality. Your reality is untrue. Reality is a partial capture of truth. Truth is a positive reality beyond facts, beyond logic, and beyond reality. The only way you can use faith is to understand that truth transcends the limits of facts, because facts themselves are manipulatable instruments that all power blocks must understand. There's nothing called enemy anywhere. The idea of enemy is a very safe conversation amongst the masses. At the highest level of power, there's collaboration between good, evil, and God. Because what is good is not necessarily God. All that is God is good, but there's so much more in good that is not God at all. In the Garden of Eden, there was a tree there. There was a tree of life, and then another tree of good and evil. The instruction was not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. There's a way you can read that scripture like you are not supposed to eat of the tree of evil. But the tree had good and evil on it, and we are not supposed to eat it. So God did not want you to know both good and evil, because both good and evil are not God. Everything you call evil is popular evil, is the absence of, you see, there is evil, there is the absence of evil, which is good. And the highest level of evil is good. And God is above that. And so when you think of evil, you are thinking of witches and wizards, which is geographical. Essentially, the poverty of your history allows you to zero into that moment such that at your highest level of articulation of pain, you define that by the excessive behavior of a defeated group, otherwise called diabolism and fetishism. They were there when you were colonized. They were even more raw when you were colonized. Shango was tough at that time. Orunmila was still raw. Babalawos at that time were using real jazz. Today you go and say Babalawo, it can give you safety pin. That's technology. In those days when jazz was jazz, in those days when jazz was raw, we were colonized. And guess what colonized us? Gunpowder. That gunpowder is not even recognized as an instrument of warfare in today's exchange. We now have ground surface to air missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, AK-47 assault rifle, assault. They are incapable of killing one person. They disturb the environment when they are in force. That's not what humbled the Baloguns and the leaders of the warriors. They say when the going gets tough, the tough must get going. It used to be true. When the going gets tough, the tough sees collaboration. You have to calm down to say, how do we navigate here? Are you here? The flip of that is that they say, let sleeping dog lie. And that used to be true too, but not by your side. Because essentially, you don't know what the dog is dreaming about. And your leg can just look like the next meat. So let the dog lie, but lie away so that its nuisance has nothing to do with your own balance. Are we on the same page? That is how to think about nation building, guys. As a completely independent instrument such that our peace and our growth cannot be tied to the sanity of a few. And except that the few are thinking straight, then we are lost. I don't think that is God. That cannot be God. He said, know ye not that you have been bought with a price? Be ye not servants of men. It can't be that our highest peace and greatest destiny will be tied helplessly in the hands of a few unguarded people who stay in power, who themselves are victims of their own history. And so you can hate on them all you want, but the truth is, 3 dead bodies trying to enter one coffin is just chaos. Everybody is dead, right? The guys trying to get in on this side are struggling, you are struggling, and so everybody is just looking for peace. At the end of the day, the crisis of any society and the crisis of a nation is the crisis of the family. And when people struggle because of the home they came from, they are going to sincerely struggle either in the private space or in the public space. It's just the way it is. And so, prisoners promising freedom is a symposium discussion. It has to be understood because practically it's impossible. Therefore, when you cry and you complain about the leaders that you have, the bigger pain is that you are shocked by what is normal. And in psychology, that is a flavor of insanity. I mean, if I call you your name, you shouldn't express shock. If I say me, you should say, hey, my man. That's what you should say. If I say me and he said, initially I will assume he's joking. So I will greet it as humor. So I will say, hey, Nayo, I will not call him again so I can focus on what we are trying to do. Me, if he says again, I will now give him a face like, Nayo, man, let's do this thing now. And now call him the 3rd time as an investment to into his balance. I will now say, hey, Nayo, if he now goes the 3rd time, I will take 3 steps backward because I'm no longer sure what he will do next. He can bite me, he can jump on me. Because essentially, you don't express shock at what is normal. It's a flavor of lunacy. Pain is normal. When somebody is ill-baked, and we all know that all adult behavior is actually rooted in experiences in childhood. All. So everybody you hate out there, the person in jail, the ones sitting in government, those who are stealing, these are all people that have been arrested by their experiences in childhood. Essentially, arrested development. Are we together? The moment you understand that, the next question to ask yourself is, it is the person that is well that can donate blood. So there's no donation coming my way except I prove my wellness. Except I prove my wellness. Now, that wellness is capacity. She said capacity. It's capacity. Now, how does that come? It's to expand that block. 3 people in the world. Those who, don't stress me, bro. I'm looking at time. Stress me. It's telling me time is going. I'm looking at the time. You know I'm a crisis. I'm a crisis, man. So, yeah. Charles, you have used your time. Let me use mine. So I get so easily distracted. You know, little movement can just throw me off. You know, I don't use notes. I don't have the benefit of using notes. 3 people in the world, forgive me. Those who you see every time. Those you see when they are revealed or appointed. Those you never see. Those you never see control those you see when they are appointed, shown, or emerge. Those on the second layer when they are appointed are those who control the masses. Those guys at the back who you don't see are the real King Kong that you need to be thinking about. Now, in an election, you think about voting and you are excited about voting. But these guys are not as interested in your voting. They've arrested it already. And I'll tell you how it has been arrested. Listen to me. So we used to embrace choice. Choices was on ground when slave trade began. Somehow you cannot manipulate the human condition openly. To manipulate it, you must do it codedly, right? If in the day a human being knows you are oppressing him or you are trying to manipulate him, he's going to reject it. So the moment we found out that our choices was being manipulated and controlled, we rejected it. It became colonialism. Using the same instrument, manipulate their choice, control their choice, control their choice. We found out again, we rejected it. For most part of Africa, it became civilian governments. Doing the same thing, it became military governments. Doing the same thing, controlling people's choices. In some places, it became apartheid. Doing the same thing, controlling people's choices. Every time the human being finds out his choices are being controlled, he rejects it. And so we rejected everything, and we keep rejecting it. I don't know if they met. I don't know if there was a meeting. But somewhere along the line, the power block said, we can't continue to try to control their choices. Because every time we find out, if we do that, they find out and they reject it. So we have to do something of a higher resolution. What is that? Hire teachers, authority figures, motivational speakers, religious leaders, voices of society, elder statesmen. Hire all of them and encourage them to remind everybody of their power to choose. Tell them never to lose your choice. Control your choices. Let nobody control it. Die than to lose your choice. And make sure you register to vote. Control your votes. Die for your vote. Nobody should buy it. You control your choices. We take a stake in the outcome, in the options. Now, what is the power of your choice when we that control the options have given you 2 fools? So you are going to vote and protect your vote so well through your choice. But the power centers have given you 2 fools. You are going to make a very bold and confident choice between 2 dead alternatives. You are going to be making a choice between bad and worse. And you'll be making that choice with confidence. There's something called confident ignorance. That you know nothing but you are not aware. So you can carry your ignorance with some class. Just because you are branded into a shape that you are unaware of. Now, some people control that shape. Now, where I'm going is very simple. Choices are now arrested, guys. So, instead of just voting, we must vote. Register to vote, you must register to vote. And we respect party administration more than even election. Because Party administration is where the options emerge from. And then all your power to choose has been arrested by party administration. And so if they give you 4 candidates that have been manipulated and they present to you, what is the power of your choice? Everybody does it. Some people say, I don't like Facebook. It's everybody's place. I prefer Instagram. Well, whether it's Instagram or Facebook, you are paying Mark Zuckerberg anyway. Some people say Toyota is a common car. Lexus is branded. Well, whether it's Lexus or Toyota, you are paying the same company though. GoTV is a common place. I prefer DSTV, the same company. Peak Milk, 3 Crowns, the same company. At the highest level, people take a stake in the options. That is where we have to go. That is how all of us have to think. And ladies and gentlemen, that is higher than leaving the platform to the so-called stakeholders, but actually coming into the stake to take control. But in taking control, it's not through politics, guys. It's productivity, not through government, but through people. And the way that works is entrepreneurship and non-profits, guys. In every nation, in every country that has experienced some form of renaissance or transformation or growth, change has not come because of government, because of politicians. Change has only come because of entrepreneurs and non-profits. I don't know one country that grew because of the independence of its government. I don't know one, and I've studied all. Nations grow because entrepreneurs take responsibility in the environment. Listen to this. At the end of the day, it comes down to you and I. And the way that works is to take a stake in the options. To now say that our destiny will now be in our own hands. And to do that, we have to birth ideas. We have to think. We have to create ideas that solve demonstrable human problems. We have to think bigger than our society limits us to think. The beginning of that is to think global. Is to understand that the test of a material is in its universal appeal, its global weight, its universal acceptance. That a shoe has to be a shoe in every country. That a jacket cannot be a jacket in Lagos and be a pencil in Brazil because it crossed border. That you can't be tall in Jos last night and be short in Lagos tomorrow because you flew south. That when you are tall in every country. When you are short in every country. When you are a millionaire in Naira, you can't be a thousandaire in pounds. You were never a millionaire. If you are a millionaire, you have to be a millionaire in every currency. Don't be fooled by the deposit of ignorance in your locale that labels you with a type of crown that is fitted in the head of a one-eyed king in the land of the blind. Is to grow your horizon and say to yourself, this very idea I'm embracing, how is the German looking at it? How is the French looking at it? How is the American looking at it? You see, this is how America is great. The idea that every iota of talent can be supported before resources, but with audacity and a sense of adventure. That we have the right and the freedom as human beings to create something and to make space for it, not just in the world, not just under the sun, but in the head and pockets of every human being living in the world. It has to be a commitment from the very beginning. Rent a space in their heads. Now, to do that requires not money, not a lot of capital, guts, raw audacity, taking those uncommon, unpopular steps, doing those things that raise questions. If everybody pretty much is at peace with what you are doing, I can bet you are not doing much or you are not doing anything at all. If you can't find contrary views and adversaries showing up because of the commitment that you represent, then maybe you are too still. I mean, still for any ocean to even move 1 minute. Are you here? So my counsel is very simple, and I'm going to have to jump because I will give myself about 3 more minutes because light went out. So guys, this is how it works. First of all, we have to be borderless in our thinking. To be global is great, but to be global is managed by so many other factors that will never allow you to have the experience of universality. One of them, for example, is visa. Visa is not an existential will of God. It's a human invention. At the beginning of life, it was not so. Every human being had a freedom to obey one commandment. Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth. When the instruction was given, there were no visas in the world. everyone is supposed to be able to move at the speed of choice. Visas became a necessity because of the unguardedness of human beings around territories and borders. And so human beings of their own volition began to raise standards that are now defining how we move in the world, and the beginning of that is approval. So your movement is now subject to the approval of a third party. So relocation made sense for a very long time because people were in survival mode. But to negotiate power in the world, you have to transcend the limits of relocation, otherwise called Japa in some places now, and think more about penetration. You see, Microsoft was not trying to come and live in Nigeria. They were just trying to move ideas to Nigeria. Google was not trying to live in Nigeria. Mark Zuckerberg wasn't trying to move his house or move his land. He wouldn't even have the motivation to do it because there's nothing on ground to inspire that. But essentially, he thought that moving ideas was the key. And ideas is what moves in the world. Think about the biggest nations in the world. Japan. You want to think of Japan. Don't think of anything in Japan. Just think of its brands. Toyota, Honda, Mitsubishi, Sony. You can go on and on. Think of South Korea, Kia, Hyundai. You can go on and on. Germany, Mercedes-Benz, Adidas, Opel, Volkswagen. You could go on and on. America. Almost everyone in this room can name a US brand and we won't exhaust it. That is why they are the most powerful economy in the world. The intelligence is to understand that ideas can grow and that the human will can be the architect of that growth. But that we have to numb ourselves to the limitations that we see every day. Like she rightly said, we shouldn't think about what is going wrong in Nigeria. We should think about what is going on in Nigeria and what exactly we can do about that. Are we on the same page? So think borderless. Borderlessness is the ability of the human spirit from one spot to spot value anywhere in the world and to be able to create solution blueprints that connect to that value, attracting purchasing power and traction from anywhere in the world, meeting it in headquarters in Lagos or Abuja or in Tokyo or in Banjul or in Conakry or somewhere in Senegal. That is the way it works. Be borderless in your thinking. Now, if you now have the necessity to move your body in your borderlessness, so be it. But before your body moves, your ideas need to move. And that is an intangible thing. The CEO of Rolls-Royce said many years ago, the future will find less and less of developing, underdeveloped and developed nations. The future will find more and more of smarter and smartest nations, particularly those who can author their content in digital format, especially. And so tech has come. The future is a technocracy. It's about people who create ideas, otherwise called technologies, and those who manage them. That is how the future is going to work. And so there's no business in the future. Let me tell you for free. There's no business in the future, and I'm a futurist. I've been doing this thing for over 20 years. There's no business in the future that will not be driven by technology. It doesn't matter what you do. This thing we are doing here in the future is luxury. To have the benefit of human contact in the future, it's going to be very expensive. The future of human contact is no contact at all. So that we have to pay a lot of money to have contact. Now, that will destroy us on many levels. It will alter our conditioning and our design on many levels, but that's our reality. On a bigger tip, I can explain why that is critical for another superior conversation, particularly if we want to bring the Antichrist to the picture. But the truth is, whether we like it or not, the future has less and less of human contact to guarantee the human function and human malfunction that will breed problems at a higher level that evil is coming to solve, so that there can be peace and peace and peace in the land and it can have its future. So let me land on two ideas. The first of all is, what will entrepreneurs do? What entrepreneurs will do is very simple. Embrace brain gain. The diaspora must understand its own responsibility. I am convinced by the Spirit of God and by facts and study that no nation in the world will grow without its diaspora. Diaspora has always been the blessing of nations. If you think about it, everybody you know in the Bible, from Joseph, diaspora, Isaac, diaspora, Abraham, diaspora, Ezra, Daniel, diaspora. Even the idea of Jesus coming down, diaspora, that God came down, diaspora. Jesus went to Egypt, diaspora, coming back home. Israel being formed in a day, diaspora. There is no nation that has grown without a collaboration and organization of its weighty diaspora. The brain drain that we'll experience has now been converted into a potential brain gain. And that gain must be understood by organizing to wake up the diaspora to its socio-economic and political destiny in the continent. The way that we work is that every year, about $48 billion is sent home in remittances. That $48 billion is so huge, it's the biggest income in the continent. But guess what is coming to solve? Welfare economics. Money for shoe, for house, for rents, and all of that. And we know that anybody living abroad sending money home is sending less than 5% of his income. About 95% is still sitting dark in his host country. Now, if we mobilize Africans to begin to understand that they can repatriate just 20% without losing the 5% that they have before, take another 15% and repatriate it home. But that repatriation now is not for welfare economics, it's for investment in ideas. Such that it's not just Americans who are investing in Flutterwave or in Jumia or in any of these countries. Africans can pool resources together and be the one funding the local ideas here. That is the association between local ideas and global relevance. The idea that we will pool funds in our brain gain and bring it home to fund ideas. So we need more incubators made by Africans for Africans, more accelerators made for Africans by Africans, intentionally searching for ideas, investing in ideas. I don't have time to give you our template in Africa House in Dallas. I'll leave that. But the truth is, that is what's going to work. And then again, the moment we begin to understand that, we push our non-profits to begin to fight for the right ideas. We need about 25 advocacy groups fighting for the welfare of the police force. We need another maybe 26 welfare groups fighting for recycling alone. We need another 26 non-profits fighting for the sanity of our veterans in the military. You see, we have to dimensional our problems into measurable, usable, transferable, and containable, solvable ideas. And that comes when visionaries like you and I take responsibility for those small sectors and begin to attack those ideas as commitments. Sacrifices, he said. Service, he said. That is the way it has to be. We become idea shepherds, taking responsibility at a higher level, developing helicopter view over our issues, and choosing which of them we will solve, the ones we will instruct our children to solve, and the entrepreneurs will take their place by creating ideas. The guys with capacity, with businesses here, we form funds and fund those ideas, take equity in those ideas, and watch them grow. We don't need a lot of unicorns. Just the right one, creating the right jobs for young people can transform this economy forever. The creativity that comes from that is what forces government to negotiate and collaborate with the private sector. It's not going to come by arguing and by fighting and by hating on government officials. It's not going to come. Our brain must mentor evil, or evil will dominate us forever. If you are wise and evil cannot find your wisdom, wise enough to submit to seek guidance and direction, you are still weak in the policy and powerless in the system. I hope I've helped. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing. Wow. Thank you so much. You know, there's some things that you have to hear over and over again. Like, when he was talking about the perception or the relative position of your body mass and gravity, I'm like, right now, my thoughts, I'm not able to reconcile my thoughts. There were just too many light bulb moments going off. And so you can actually catch the replay on YouTube. So for those of us, and I believe that should be every one of us, we need to listen to these things over and over again and juice it out for our individual lives and businesses and careers. Our next speaker is Jumoke Adenowo. Woohoo! She's a prominent architect and philanthropist, described as Africa's Starchitect in a 2014 interview with CNN. Born in 1968, Jumoke enrolled to study architecture in the University of Ife at the age of 14. And she also gained her master's degree in architecture from the same university. Jumoke Adenowo's architecture portfolio includes a host of multinational and Nigerian clients, including Coca-Cola, L'Oreal, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and a bunch of other players in the financial services and pharmaceuticals. In 2018, she was recognized by the Royal British Institute of British Architects, RIBA, as one of the most inspirational women in architecture today. She's also the recipient of the Cambridge African Society Award and has been recognized as one of the top 100 most influential Nigerians. She's a philanthropist and founder of Awesome Treasures, an intercontinental philanthropic foundation recognized by the United Nations with a mission to raise 1,000 leaders by 2030, working with women and youth. She's an alumnus of a number of prestigious institutions, including Harvard Business School, the Yale School of Management, the IASC Business School, University of Navarra, Barcelona, and the Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program. Just before I bring her up, we will play a video, and I should also announce that for those of us who have been in our online audience, you're not excluded from the Q&A that would happen right after the last speaker, which is Mr. Leke Alder. And the link to send your questions is bit.ly, so that's bit.ly/questions_the platform engine. I'll just take that quickly again. It is bit.ly/questions_the platform engine. That's also the link to send your questions, even if you're here. So I'll just turn the stage over right now to Mrs. Olajumoke as she starts off her session with a video. Thank you.
Olajumoke Adenowo is a multiple award-winning architect with over 3 decades of industry experience. Described as Africa's starchitect and trailblazer when profiled by CNN and BBC. She is one of Africa's most outstanding architects and the only female in this elite category, christened the face of architecture in Nigeria by The Guardian. She has been featured in the world's foremost architectural journal, Architectural Record, and Forbes Women and Fortune magazine. In 2013, she was instituted into the Hall of Fame of Personalities of Black Ancestry by the University of West England, Bristol, among other global personalities of Black heritage. She is a quintessential polymath, chartered architect, academic laureate, philanthropist, entrepreneur, chartered arbitrator, author, and radio show host. She is also a member of the International Coalition of Apostolic Leaders. After gaining admission into Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife at the age of 14, she acquired the first distinction in Master of Science in Architecture in the university's history. She is also an alumnus of several institutions, including the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, the Yale School of Management, MIT, the IESE Business School, amongst other professional affiliations. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Starting her career at Femi Majagudumi Associates, where she had the privilege of designing the Federal Ministry of Finance headquarters in Abuja. In 1994, she founded her own multi-award-winning architecture firm, AD Consulting, which specializes also in master planning of eco-sensitive developments. AD Consulting is Nigeria's most internationally awarded firm. She has been the principal partner from inception to date. In 1999, her passion for raising transformational leaders led her to establish the faith-based philanthropy Awesome Treasures Foundation, recognized by the United Nations and affiliated to the Edmond Rothschild Foundation Family Philanthropy Platform. Awesome Treasures closely raises transnational leaders amongst youth and women towards an African renaissance. Awesome Treasures Foundation operates on 3 continents with initiatives impacting millions. Since 2011, she has hosted her own syndicated radio program and podcast on leadership, Voice of Change. She has been honored with numerous awards for her architecture and philanthropy. These include the Forbes Women Africa Entrepreneur of the Year 2020, the New African Businesswoman of the Year Award 2015, the Cambridge African Society Award, amongst several others. Adenowo is featured on several power lists, recognized as one of Africa's 50 most powerful women by Forbes Women Africa, one of Africa's 100 most powerful women by WIAW, Africa's most inspiring businesswoman by the Laboratoire d'Économie de l'Afrique, amongst others. She is the opening feature in renowned art historian Agatha Toromanov's latest publication on the world's greatest female architect in history. In 2019, She was appointed a visiting professor at the Technische Universität München, Germany's leading architectural program, where she was honored as a laureate and a guest scientist at the Chair of Theory, History of Architecture and Art and Design. Her academic articles have been published by leading architectural publishing houses, and her 12 published books include her first work of fiction, which has a cult following, Beyond My Dreams, Acts of the Holy Spirit, and Women as God Intended. She is a public speaker at international summits and conferences, including McKinsey & Co. Leadership Forum, Solve at MIT, Cambridge University African Society, the Global Women's Forum, Host the Kongs Munich, the Institute of Directors, and several other platforms. Olajumoke has served on the jury and panels of global initiatives such as the Cartier Initiative for Women Awards. She serves on the boards of corporate entities, educational institutions, and charitable foundations. She is married to Olukorede, and they are blessed with 2 men. Ladies and gentlemen, Olajumoke.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You may be seated. It's a real honor to be here at this august. I salute the vision of Pastor Podriemade and his beautiful wife, Toyin. I don't want to pull rank, say my daughter, Toyin, from this kind of platform. Thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you for this great vision and all it's been doing. Thank you for being who you are, Pastor Podju. I do appreciate you. We celebrate you. My husband and I celebrate you. What do I do when speakers like this have gone before me? The only value I can add is to tell my own story, because I know nobody can tell my story like I can do. Right, Leke? That's the value I can add. So if we're going to look at today's topic, it is building a successful business in the climate we're in. And you ask what climate? I think it's the climate I've been rolling in since I was born. The climate where a naira was $1.60 when I first started going to America. I don't know what it is today because I'm not sure what it was before I started speaking. It might have changed while I was speaking. So I don't know what the exchange rate is, but if there was ever an interesting climate, it's a Nigerian climate. And how do you then build a successful business in such a climate as this? I would say, first, we need to understand what entrepreneurship really is. You know, we popularly believe that entrepreneurship means having the activity of setting up a business or businesses, taking on financial risk in the hope of profit. But really, the etymology of the word, the origin of the word entrepreneurship comes from the Latin. And it actually means to swim out, to grasp, to understand, to capture. It means grappling with the needs of your generation, of society, of your community. It means solving a problem. I would attempt the French. It's entreprendre. Just for you to know, I studied French small. You know, and what it really means is solving human problems. It's beyond profit. It goes beyond profit. It's innovatively solving problems. So profit is important because if it's not profitable, then it cannot be sustainable. But profit cannot be the motive. It must go beyond profit. When I was made New African Businesswoman of the Year, like almost 10 years ago, and I was giving a speech, I said, look, for Africans, entrepreneurship is a totally different kettle of fish. Why? Because for us, until our governments understand that the real natural resources of Africa are not the diamonds, the gold, the cobalt, the silicon, but the people in this room. When we understand that the real natural resources of Africa are the human beings of Africa, it now behoves the African entrepreneur to develop human capacity. Because the governments are not going to do it. We're the alternative government. So our offices are no longer just places for profit. They are centers for human capacity development. Our locations are not locations, they are our host communities. We must take it on ourselves to develop our continent until those who should do so, do so. So it's not about competition or making money. A lot of the things we do in Africa, especially in Nigeria, is about making money, really. You know, it's about what is moving, what is selling. So if it's event centers, we all rush into it. That is competition and not innovation. When we're thinking of real national development, then it means understanding what the problems are and solving it. Either it is moving it or selling not, you know, until we are innovating. That's what Microsoft and all is about. I see a problem and I want to solve it in a different way than it has ever been solved. And that is what builds nations, not red oceans of competition as we cannibalize the same market and we all do the same thing. We need to begin to think of what? Innovation. Novel ways of solving the same problems that have plagued us for so long. And then we need to ask ourselves, so what are the real problems in Nigeria? You know, I'm making this as simple as it can be because that's how I do it. You know, I can't speak plenty English, so I make it as simple as possible. Successful nations design even their national planning towards innovative problem solving. So what is the problem? Like somebody said, a whole campaign was run on corruption is the problem. And then they didn't quite solve the problem of corruption because it's more than corruption. It looks like the will to solve the problem seems to be part of the problem. So we think, when we look at it, we say, oh, it's education. Right now, ASU is on strike again. It's power supply. We saw it in the middle of Kule Shorenyo's presentation. In case we forgot, power supply. We say healthcare delivery. It's insecurity. It is national identity. We're not even too sure if we're a nation. Let's be honest. And by mistake, I said it one day on Arise TV. So I got home and I told my husband I was still asleep. I woke him up. I said, do you want to be a minister? He didn't answer. I said, if you want to be, it's finished. I've ended it. I just blew it. You know, because I have the habit of just speaking the truth, you know, and I blew it. So I said, forget it. You can't be minister again. So what is the root, really, of all the problems? It looks like it's leadership. So many countries, successful nations, begin with the end in mind. If leadership is the problem, we should be solving the problem of how do we raise a critical mass of transformational leaders in Africa. When you think of national planning and solving problems, think about, say, India. India understood, China understood that they had to leapfrog into the next century technologically. What do? You use mathematics. Mathematics is the pillar of every technological endeavor. Therefore, they teach their children maths, not in English, so they don't have to drag Pythagoras' theorem first through Chinese, then into English, and then maybe not understand it. They just teach it in Chinese. So you grab it straight. And then you think, oh, the Chinese are better at maths. It is deliberate. It is policy-oriented. So if we want to make sure that our businesses solve problems, maybe there should be tax incentives for businesses that actually solve problems versus businesses that just compete. But you understand what I'm saying. It should be a national planning matter from the very beginning. So I started in 1994. I was going to start a business. I wanted to be a great architect. So at 25, I didn't know any better. I started a business at Unicon, and the idea was I was going to be a great architect. It took me a few months to realize that you cannot be a great anything, entrepreneur, architect, or anything, in a subpar ecosystem. It's like you are trying to jostle to be on first class or in first class in a plane that is about to crash. We're all crashing. So you are driving your Maybach that you've made from your architecture. On what? On your pothole reading roads. You are in your mansion and you garrison yourself in your mansion as if you are in a prison. The person who is in Kirikiri is better off than you because of the number of doors you have to open because you're afraid of the people coming for you. It became very clear that you cannot be a great anything in a subpar system. So I said, I'm going to focus on the real problem. And it is leadership. I thought maybe seminal buildings will work. Let me design the buildings and show people the way it is done so we can fix the ecosystem. I realized that one person does not have enough lifetimes to build enough seminal buildings to change the situation we're in. Well, I tried different things. I went into academia. You see, I became a visiting professor. Pastor Poju prefers to call me Doc. It's Prof, right? It's Prof. That was one thing I never thought I could beat my parents at, because both of them are professors. So when I became a professor, I said, Daddy, can you imagine? There are 3 professors in this family now. Okay, and my own is German. Yours is local. Mine is global. It's just what it is, you know. Anyway, so the answer was purpose-driven ventures. That's what it had to be. What is the purpose behind every venture that I go into? It is raising transformational leaders. It could be architecture. It could be Petra Pharma Properties. What does property have to do with leadership? Nothing. It's funding the initiative. What does Advantage Energy have to do with? It is funding leadership initiatives. So we see that at 25, I decided to pivot from profit to purpose. Pivot from fame to purpose. It was not classy. It was not sexy. But I decided that that's what I was going to do. So whatever we do, leadership is that thread that runs through everything we do. Because I'm a polymath, so I have different expressions. But it is leadership that determines the decisions I take. Either I speak at the platform or not. It's in or out, depending on what does it have to do with raising transformational leaders. So leadership runs through everything we do, though it looks like the processes are different. The purpose remains the same always. 28 years on, 154 projects later, AD Consulting has a clear purpose linked to this raising transformational leaders, which is the problem of Africa. It's the real thing we lack. And we have decided that we must restore the confidence of a generation to solve its own problems. You see, because you cannot set a sat-nav when we have no origin and no location. You can't begin to venture forth when you don't know where you're coming from. And we have a whole generation who have subscribed to propaganda that has taught them that they don't have what it takes to solve their own problems. And Africa must evolve its own solutions. Now, come with me for a minute. There's not much time, but why must I be told through propaganda, through movies, through books, through every way that I'm an inferior being? If I am inferior, leave me alone. I will find out myself. I will take it again. You don't need to tell me that I cannot fly. All I need to do is try and fly. When I crash, I will realize I cannot fly. So why must the whole educational system, a whole colonialism, everything be designed to tell a race that they're inferior? It means somebody is afraid that if they are allowed to attempt it, they will discover that they're anything but inferior. Therefore, I said, it shall be our own aim to tell this race that not only do you have what it takes, your ancestors have proven that they have what it takes. Therefore, you have the DNA of leadership, the DNA of problem solving. The genes are in you. We've been doing it before we came into contact with any other civilization. So in 1427, when the ancient Benin Empire, which you can see at the bottom right corner, right? That's ancient Benin. When the Portuguese first met the ancient Benin Empire, it was a civilization where they said, even they had street lights that London did not have. It is in writing that London did not have. I say this to the diaspora because a lot of our critical mass are in the diaspora, so that when their children go to school the next day, they know of what stock they're made from. They know they're not refugees, they're immigrants. There's a difference between refugees and immigrants. You know that. The refugee has no option, the immigrant has one. And your host country knows the difference between a refugee and an immigrant. You are a refugee if you have no other option but to stay in that country you are in. So, in 1427, they came across Benin Empire and they thought, oh, haphazardly, planned, but everything else is going on well. The beauty of it, the interesting fact, was that many African cities were planned according to what we call fractal geometry. So the Europeans were gazing on a level of geometry that was beyond their comprehension. So inside what they thought was an African mess was a message. It took George Cantor in 1883, 400 years later, to begin to discover, a German, what fractal geometry was about. It was 500 years later in 1975 that Mandelbrot now began to understand there's such a thing as fractal geometry. So what your ancestors used to solve their problems then is now what is at the basis of neurolinguistics, neurology, information technology, econophysics, some very highfalutin names. But this is what is found indigenously in Africa all over. And what AD Consulting does is that we leverage on our own understanding of African heritage and African architecture to design buildings in this century that are relevant globally, showing the whole world that there are ideas that come not just from now, but from antiquity in Africa to restore the confidence of the African in the African ability to evolve its own solutions. Raising transformational leaders. Like I said, it wasn't popular at that time to say you were starting a foundation. It was more like, are you Mother Teresa doing press-ups or what? In 1994, everybody was in a bank. You know, that was the in thing to be. And there was this barefoot philanthropist in 1999 saying to herself that, okay, I have started a purpose-driven business, but we need a critical mass. Because when you say you are leading and you're alone, you're only taking a walk. Right. So I need to be able to lead a critical mass with me. So we started Awesome Treasures Foundation in 1999, recognized by the United Nations. We've had over 125 plus global leadership summits. What is the purpose of Awesome Treasures Foundation? Raising transformational leaders. So 125 plus global summits later, it's working. It's working because when the convener of the platform, the visionary himself, the leader of the covenant nation, wanted to choose a partner to recruit in this journey to change the face of the continent, he came to an awesome youth. Is it working or is it not working? It's an applause situation. It really is working. Because when leaders are looking for leaders, they know where to go. It's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, it's what it is. We've had over 10 annual summer leadership camps. And like I said, I just like when numbers speak because words don't cook rice. You know, numbers have their impact. 10 annual summer leadership summits. On the right up the left corner there, you can see the girl with the interesting hairdo. Her name is Jumoke, and she's just rounding up geology in one of the leading universities in Nigeria. It's working. We're raising transformational leaders, shifting paradigms, over 1,700 of those. We use media. Why? Media, my goodness, subtle and consistent paradigm shifter. You don't even know you are imbibing the ideas when you are imbibing the ideas. That's what media does. So take, for instance, Beyond My Dreams. I have 12 published books. Beyond My Dreams has a cult following. Beyond the fact that I get DMs with people crying at night because they're dreaming about the protagonist. Because when I write a novel, there are bands in the mouth of the protagonist. So it's like a romance on the surface, right? And the bands, the dialogue is heavy. It shakes. But you know, really, underneath, I'm actually talking about governance, about leadership. Talking about notions that people have never engaged, not thought about. Because they were too busy carrying Birkin bags and stuff. Federalism. We're talking about a resource control. We're talking about servant leadership. So we have this totally transgenerational book that 72-year-old generals are reading, 65-year-olds are reading, 13-year-old boys, instead of playing football, this is what they're reading. I met a 13-year-old girl who had read it 11 times. I thought it was plenty, you know. But we have this idea sinking in transgenerationally, and, you know, It's really about national branding too, national identity. Portraying Nigeria in a good light, not through rose-colored lenses. But this is a nation of good people, resourceful people who just have subpar leadership. Voice of Change, 15 million listeners every week. Podcast, broadcast. And also, of course, these are hardworking products because they're raising revenue streams for the foundation. Beyond my dreams, I have donated to Awesome Treasures Foundation. In 1 month alone, it makes 13 million naira. These are the things that we're doing. We're talking about building a successful business in today's climate. A successful business must be purpose-driven. It might have different expressions, different processes. Use media, use summer camps, use architecture, use seminal buildings, but one thing remains, it is the purpose. The footprint speaks for itself. We're on 5 continents. South America, we're coming for you. The educational level of the Awesome Treasures, 66% of us are postgraduate level, and about 7.2% have a PhD, which is 6 times the percentage of the PhD in America. So we're a very cerebral nation. It's just what it is. Scattered over 28 industries, the very relevant and key industries where we need to intervene: health, government, science, and tech. The numbers speak, like I say, and I'll just take just one number here: 118,000 women. We're looking at, is it successful? Is it working? Does a purpose-driven business work? 118,000 women empowered through Awesome Treasures Foundation. I am not saying 118,000 men. The men too are empowered, but I will focus on the women. Why? Because when a woman is empowered, the nation is empowered. It is a fact. Don't clap yet. I'll explain why. When a man gets rich, he could buy a Bentayga or take a third wife. When a woman is empowered, she sends children to school. Her brother, sisters goes to school. She builds the community. The money rotates within the community like 5 times before it exits. So if you're a woman here, you need to clap. You know the way we spend money. So 118,000 of such loosed into the ecosystem. That is success. We're talking about demonstrable transformational leadership. We measure, we calibrate, because we are recognized by the United Nations. We need to report back as to what we're doing. 33% have started a new venture, 39% service to the community, so about 72% are giving back in tangible ways that are actually creating income. What next then? I like keeping to time. It's part of leadership. Beyond my dreams, we're amplifying the message. We have SALT, which is like a Kingdom Dynamics mentorship platform taking place this month. We've been in Joburg this year. We're going to Houston. We're going to be in London. We've been in Lagos. But what are we going to do? We want to amplify the message into a mini-series. So we make it accessible to everybody because it's about national branding. We want everybody to have access to it. What next again? On the architecture front, we want to future-proof the legacy. Make sure nothing touches it. And in an interesting turn of events, Rizzoli, which is the world's leading, you can check it, the world's leading design, architecture, art publisher, headquarters in Milan and on 5th Avenue in New York, chose yours truly to be the first Black architect that they're going to feature her work in. You can clap. Thank you very much. Now, what it means is that I have the mic. I have the mic. You can be sure it's not only about architecture. Your children in the diaspora will learn about Mansa Musa. But I'll be talking about the Great Mosque in Jenne. But they will understand that at a time there existed an African who was so rich, beyond Bill Gates, beyond Bezos, beyond whoever, who just passing to Mecca, he destroyed the economy of Egypt because of the gold he gave out. And when he saw he did it, magnanimous as he was, on his way back, he began to buy back his gold to restore equilibrium. Your children will know that such a person existed. That is what it means when you give the mic to a Black African architect who understands the purpose of business and the purpose of the enterprise for what she's going to do. We're going to be gifting 1,000 copies to 1,000 schools of architecture. Why? Because there's a huge gap. You won't believe that even in African schools of architecture, of which there are 133, there is no curriculum for studying African traditional architecture. You would think it does not matter, but I'll tell you it matters. When you say Black Lives Matter, it means Black art matters. Why? The difference between an ape and a human is art, creativity, thinking, ideation, abstraction. Therefore, if I'm not capable of art, I'm still a gorilla. So if you say Black life matters and Black art matters, then Black architecture must matter, because the minute you have architecture, civilization has started. It goes beyond subsistence. That means you now have monuments, you have temples, you have worship, you have monarchy, you have a palace. Architecture starts only when civilization starts. So when you agree that Black people can come to the table and talk about their architecture for the first time, you are agreeing that we're not just gladiators who box and kill each other for your entertainment. We're not just those who sprint, and churn the wheels of your mass media. We think. I just want you to think, how many Black philosophers do you know? That's because that's not supposed to be what we do. But now, the mic has been put in the hand of a Black woman and say, we want to listen to your thinking, and they will hear our thinking. We're going to give 1,000 copies out, me and my partners in the diaspora, because the diaspora are involved in all these things we do, to 1,000 schools of architecture to fill that gap. Why? We want to make sure that the Black race in diaspora has the confidence to venture. If you're not moored, you can't swim out. If you don't have an anchor, you cannot venture forth. Because at least if you lose your way, you know where to come back to. Therefore, you must know your origin and know it has been done before. There is precedence for what you want to achieve. It gives you confidence. Secondly, help those who are not Black to overcome their bias. It is not their fault that they've been told time and time again that the Black man cannot do it. But when they read and they find that, it's not true, then they can embrace us as equals. When we speak, they will listen. So this is changing the narrative. That is what is next in this purpose-driven business model. Changing the narrative. Finally, which is where I take the 5 minutes that's given to me to make 30 minutes. Finally, purpose-driven businesses are what stand in VUCA times. What's a VUCA time? We're talking about volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous times. It's an American military parlance. Basically, in Nigeria, that's what it means. VUCA could have meant Nigeria. So, it is people who are purpose-driven and who lead purpose-driven businesses that people trust in such times. And that's what makes for success. So the key purpose of a successful business is successfully solving a problem. It goes beyond profits. And guess what? These generations demand impact in their vocation. They demand that if there's going to be COVID and I'm going to go to work and wear a mask, I must be risking my life for something that is worth it. Which is what I decided at 25, that, you know what, my life is not long enough to spend 30 years making money. Then I'll be 50. Then I'll wake up and decide, you know what, I should stand a foundation and give back. No. I want my life, my job to be my assignment. Every day, I want to be giving back. There's not enough time in my life to first make money, then think of giving back. And that's what this generation is about. Trust can be measured and trust can be increased. So Charles Green developed this equation, and I'd like to share it with us because it's very important. He says the sum of credibility and reliability and intimacy divided, of course, or undermined by self-orientation is what gives us trustworthiness. And what it just means is this. When you are credible, when you have the credentials, when you are actually more knowledgeable than your team, when you actually develop, you show competence. In one word, when you are a designer that knows how to sew, you know it now. Good. Thank you, because it happens sometimes. When a designer knows how to sew, you can control your tailors. Good. So reliability. When you say something, you do it. So for 27, 28 years, we pay salaries on the same day, regardless of what is happening. COVID, coup, whatever, you get your salary. Reliability. Intimacy. My team knows when we're paid and when we're not paid. So they know which governments to pray for and which ones, because they know who owes us. All this will make no sense if they thought I was narcissistic or self-focused. But they have seen selflessness over the years, that they will be paid first even if I'm not paid. In Awesome Treasures, they've seen over £1 million of my own money go into the philanthropy, and I've never earned a dime. They have seen me give away my books, my intellectual property, everything to fund. And I thought, maybe I didn't know what kind of impact it was making until 2020, when we had to go to all New York. And as I was taking off to go to New York, I see on the screen in the airport that New York was falling into a state of emergency. I had awesome leaders in New York and people I knew would be coming from all over the world for this summit. We didn't know what COVID was. We didn't. Nobody knew what it was. This was about the 7th of March. And I thought to myself, I can still go back. There should be, but there are people waiting for me. At least 2 or 3 people may turn up. And for those 2 or 3 people, I should be there, going at the risk of my life and all. But I landed in New York as the airports were closing all over the world. And I was assuring the people as I was going that we're doing all the best we know within the understandable science and all the revelation we have about this disease to safeguard your life. You can trust me. So I thought when I get into that hall in Manhattan, there would be like 3 or 4 people. To my shock, there was a full hall of people who had put their lives in their hands to trust me, to fly from all over the globe, to be at a summit because I asked them to be there. That was the day I knew that the journey of over 20 years was a success. We were no longer a business, a philanthropy. We were a movement. We were a movement. It was an awesome moment for me. So, as a side, the internal auditors come and then tell us that we grew by over 7 times financially in the middle of the pandemic. So you see, purpose-driven businesses can be profitable too. In fact, they can be explosively profitable. So I hope that somehow someone has found some validation to follow their dreams, to solve a problem, to leave a legacy, to start early, to be a barefoot philanthropist, just to live their truth because of my simple, accessible, relatable, entrepreneurial journey. Thank you very much. You've been a very good audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are delighted and honored to have you. That was so inspiring. When someone shares their story, number one, we're, I guess, double grateful, that she can be open to share, those stories. But it's also inspiring on a different level because it opens you up, to understand the truth at its most basic level. Our next and final speaker, at least for the keynotes, is no stranger to the platform, Mr. Leke Alder. Amazing. It's always an honor. Mr. Leke Alder has been here for, I think, up to 15 of our 30, or about 14 of our 30 editions at the platform. He's here. So please, a special platform applause for him. Just before I read his bio. Thank you so much, sir. Leke Alder is the founder and principal of Alder Consulting, Nigeria's leading creative intelligence firm with offices in Lagos and London. He's credited with introducing branding as a discipline to Nigeria and has consulted on policy, politics, and business at the highest levels locally. Leke Alder wrote the blueprint of Nigeria's image management program, the Heart of Africa project, and was the chief consultant to the federal government on the project. He was a member of the steering committee for the World Economic Forum on Africa, which held in Nigeria, and the chairman of the subcommittee on media, host broadcasting, and advertising. He has served as a panelist at the annual Africa Business Conferences of Harvard Business School, Wharton Business School, and Kellogg School of Management. Leke Alder is a celebrated author, lawyer, polymath, and philanthropist. He's a patriot and Nigerian, married to Morenike and blessed with 2 children, Olamide and Toluwani. Let's welcome once again, humbly but with so much joy and excitement, Mr. Leke Alder to the platform.
You can hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to, this is the 15th edition of the platform. Please give a round of applause to it. Talk about consistency. You know, Pastor Kojo has been, why you guys, you're not clapping very well. I suspect that you guys have not taken lunch. So right after this program, we're all going to Pastor Kojo's house. My friend is here with me. Mr. Bimbo Olashore was the MD of Leeds Merchant Bank and also chairman of Capital Projects. Where is he? Oh, okay, that's him in front. He has come to give me moral support because he thinks that you guys are going to intimidate me. I also bring greetings from Mrs. Alder. Without her, I can't do what I do. She manages my life, administers my life, makes sure that there's peace at home and there's love and there's care. I will marry her 200 times all over again. Now, about 3 or 4 years ago, there were discussions about platform. You know, some people were complaining online and said, all they talk is the talk that they talk. And I said to them, these people don't get it. Information is the most valuable commodity on the face of the earth. So much so that the Son of God had to change his name to Word so that it can become information. So you need information. Now, I brought some pots and plants here because I want to share some high-level stuff with you. The main thing is to prove to my wife that I can cook. She thinks I'm spoiled, that my grandmother spoiled me, my mother spoiled me. It's not my fault. I'm an only child. I'm supposed to be spoiled. So I brought some pots and pans and some condiments and everything because I want to illustrate some things with you. Can somebody bring me firewood so that I can, you know? Now I have some condiments here. Proof that I know how to cook. My wife has also said that these are glass covers, that if I break them, that Pastor Kojo will pay. Okay. Thank you, Pastor Kojo. Let me start with some statistics before we go into the pots and the pans, and I'm going to call somebody out very soon. Can I have the statistics, please? My first slide. Okay. Now, 80% of new, this statistics is from Status Magazine, Entrepreneurial.com, and CECO. Okay? 80% of new businesses will survive the first year. It means that the mortality rate is about 20 to out of 100, every 100 business, 20 will die. Now, I'm not saying that so that it discourages you or it affects your faith. It's to make sure that you're on the other side of the equation, the 80% side. So first year, about 20% will die. Only 30% of businesses will be around in 10 years. And you can even see the mortality rate even among Nigerian banks. Those that were there 10 years ago, most of them are no longer here. You know, you can see that. 45 is the average age of successful startup founders. That's the average age. And that's because there's a lot of maturity at that age, and there's a lot of emotional intelligence, and you've learned a lot as you go along. 30 businesses founded by under 30s often fail due to lack of experience. You know, I asked somebody one day that if I give you 1 million, what are you going to do with it? Oh, he said, I'll rent a new office, I'll buy new computers, and then the money is gone. The money is gone. There's not enough wisdom on what is important and what is not important. Last figure, 52. Lack of good team and illiquidity account for 52% of business failures. Now let me show you some notable business failures so that you don't think it's only SMEs that fail. Look at all these organizations. BlackBerry, can anybody remember BlackBerry? You guys are old though. Nokia. You know the funny thing about Nokia? Nokia got it right from the very beginning. It was a rubber company. They foresaw the communications industry. They went into it and then started designing phones that look like football and look like, and instead of focusing on the technology, they started focusing on stylicisms. Kodak. You guys have killed Kodak. No more films, nothing. Blockbuster. It's been replaced by Netflix, isn't it? Okay. And lastly, Enron. I don't know how many people remember Enron. It was killed by lack of values. Okay? So, reasons for their failing: not innovating fast enough, character deficits, complacency, new technologies. Now, can I have somebody here, please, you have to meet the strict criteria that I'm laying out. You've been dating a guy for 1 or 2 years, he's not proposing. I want to give you a strategy. After this demonstration, he will propose. So please, can I have a female volunteer? You've been proposing to a guy. Can I have an extra microphone, please, for her? Come on. Please come forward. Oh, sorry. I don't get it. I don't get it. Religious people keep on shouting, I'm a man of valor. I'm a woman of valor. Now prove your... And you're suddenly cowardly. Okay, one volunteer, please. One beautiful volunteer. Any lady. Don't worry, we are not going to mess you up. I just want you to teach us some things. Give her a round of applause. Now, this is my problem. Why are you rushing? Walk confidently like somebody is about to get proposed to, because... Please come forward. You can come up here. How are you?
Fine, sir.
Please don't be shy around me,
All right, sir.
You can't be shy.
All right, sir.
What's your name, please?
Antoinette.
Antoinette. That's a good name, okay? And you have this guy who hasn't proposed for the past 2 years or 3 years.
No. But you said any volunteers.
Okay. But you have a boyfriend.
It's complicated.
Okay, don't mind them. Things do get complicated. Okay? We will solve the complication tonight. I'm a consultant, I'm a strategy consultant. I specialize in branding. By the end of my speaking, it will be less complicated. Okay, so let's devise a strategy, okay? What I want you to do is to agree with me that the best way to get this guy to buy you a ring is through a well-prepared meal. Does that work sometimes, women? It doesn't work. Why do you guys... Excuse me. Why do you guys want to spoil my assumption? Okay, let's assume that it works. Okay, so what I want you to do is that you are going to prepare a special meal for this guy. Okay, so what will you do in order to prepare this special meal? And let nobody say that I don't know how to prepare breakfast. The last time I was in Mr. Olashore's house in London, I actually put butter on my bread and I ate it for breakfast. Is it not breakfast? Thank you. So what will you do? What do you want to cook first of all?
Maybe I'll look for his best meal.
No, tell us. You have to be more specific. What do you want to cook? Swallow, rice?
Swallow.
You want to cook swallow. What kind of swallow do you want to cook?
Maybe semo and eforiro.
Semo and eforiro. It's okay. It's called Afro hip hop. Okay. So what do you do to cook this food?
I'll go shopping.
You go shopping. Okay, so what are you going to buy?
I'll buy a pack of semo.
A pack of semo.
I'll buy eforiro leaves.
Okay.
I'll get oil.
I'll get oil.
Then all my condiments.
Okay. Don't mind all these guys that are talking. Some of them think that semo grows on trees. Okay, so now you bought all these things and then you go home, right? What do you do next?
I begin to prepare.
You prepare?
I put everything on fire.
I'll put everything on fire, but not the house on fire.
No.
Okay. Now, when you finish preparing everything, what now happens?
I must have arranged like a meeting first and foremost.
Okay, that makes sense.
Then, of course, it must be prepared before he gets there.
Okay, so the table is prepared. You set the table.
The table is set.
Okay.
And just in case he'll be late, I make sure it stays warm.
Okay. Don't mind them. They're all getting ideas. After saying that it won't work, now it's suddenly looking like something that can, but let's just ignore them, okay? So now you prepare this, and what do you do with the context, the mood? Do you put on music? Do you, like I need someone,
Okay. I must have set some nice dishes, like special dishes on the table. Then, like, not bright lights.
Makes sense.
Some scented candles here and there.
No, just wait. Yeah. It makes sense now. You want her to be playing praise worship music. Okay.
Then music, like you said.
It will come. Okay. Now let's imagine that this food which you prepared is so scintillating, it is guaranteed to satisfy the most discriminatory palate. And then he eats the food. What do you expect?
Depends on the person.
No, a normal guy.
He might not be impressed, and he might be.
Do you expect appreciation?
Yes, I expect.
Okay, if he expresses appreciation, is there a chance? There's this chance. Is there a chance that you may prepare a second meal for him if he expresses deep appreciation for what you've done?
A second
meal, another day.
Like food?
Yes, food.
Another day or that same day? No, I'm wondering.
I hope, Pastor Podi, listen, I hope you guys know that with all these interjections, you are wasting my time. We're going somewhere. Okay, so if he says, oh, what's your name again, please?
Antoinette.
Antoinette, okay. So what if he says, Antoinette, I bit my tongue while eating this food. It's just incredible, and it's the plate, the setting, everything is as incredible as you are.
So, like on another day?
Yes, will you? Yeah.
Sure, I will.
Sure, okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what Antoinette has described to us is a business process. Okay? Now, you have experience cooking, don't you?
I do, sir.
You're also going to buy condiments. Now, a consultant will call all those things input. Isn't that so? Okay? Can I have the chart on the board? I'm seeing some chart in front of me, okay? Okay, so let's go here, Antoinette. Let's go here. So all those experience, the fire, the condiments, the semovita that grow on tree, everything I will call input. Do you agree?
Yes,
Does
sir.
anybody disagree that there's input? Okay? Then the process of cooking the food is what a consultant will call throughput. Okay? Then after she's cooked the food, the plate that is prepared, what is left on the table is what is called output. Okay? And then when she sets the table and she plays that music and creates the atmosphere and there's a candle but it's burning and all that stuff, that is called push foot. And what's the name of this guy? Okay, let me prophesy John. Okay, so John is a client. Okay, but do you get it now? So what you describe for us is input, throughput, output, pushput, and client. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reasons business fail is not because NEPA took light. Because sometimes you read things and you say businesses fail, businesses fail, businesses fail. If you want to learn about business success, you've got to learn about business obituaries. Do you understand? So where you are likely to fail is at 6 points. You are likely to fail at input, or throughput, or output, or pushput, or the client. You are likely to fail. These are the 5 notes of failure. There's a 6th one which we are going to introduce. But you are likely to fail about 6 places. And if I were you, I begin to ask myself, where am I failing now? Do you understand? Maybe you are not bringing your experience to pass. Maybe your input is not enough. Maybe there's a, okay, let me go further, okay? Oh, I can't see the chat. Don't worry, just leave me and Anthony out of it. I mean, today is today. John is going to propose. Okay? Now, notice that there's an arrow from client that turns into feedback and then goes back into input. Isn't that so? In other words, when John says, Antoinette, this is a fantastic meal, that is what we call feedback. Because in every endeavor, whether love or anything, there must be an emotional reward. Isn't that so? So when you get that feedback, you feed it back into input. So that when next you're preparing another meal, you know now the amount of salt, you know the amount of Maggi to put, you know the amount of condiments and everything. That goes into input. Therefore, without feedback, you don't have complete input. Some of you do business and you don't ask your client, how was the job? Failure loading. Because there's no feedback. And let me explain, Antoinette. Please, let's give her a round of applause, please. But if you want to stay on the stage with me, you are welcome. I mean, can I have a chair for Antoinette, please? Okay, so that's why I brought the pots. Because the only thing you can do with those pots is throughput. Now, what is the problem? There's a lot of things in input, and I'll show you a wider graph, a wider chart. Break it down for you so that you can see. The problem is that people don't concentrate on each of these elements, and therefore they fail. For example, most of the time when people come to me, especially young people, they come to me that they have a business idea. And when I listen to the business idea, you know that there's a logic that is failing in the business idea. There's just a logic. Every business idea has a logic. If the logic, if it does not make sense, you're already going to fail before you've even started the endeavor. Throughput, your organization, your systems. You know, there are people here who don't want to employ others, and they think that they are saving money. They don't know that they are destroying the organization. If the gap between you and the next person to you is so wide that if you don't give direct instruction, there's something wrong with the organization. Now, can I have the full thing? Let me explain. So for input, what skill do you have? What expertise do you have? What experience do you have? What is your ideation? Can I have 1 or 2 volunteers, please, and to come forward with their business cards? We're learning. Please don't be shy. 1 or 2 people come forward with your business card. Please come forward. Let's be fast. You say, I want this to be interactive because this is the age in which we are in. Give them a round of applause. You get free consultation too. You better make it fast. Okay, now don't give me the card yet, okay? So one, it's okay, okay. It's okay. You can join them. What do you do, sir?
I'm into real estate, sir.
I'm into real estate. What does that mean in English?
Okay, I sell land, sell properties.
Exactly. Do you understand? I'm into real estate. You are into what? As a pastor or?
I sell properties.
You sell properties. Therefore, isn't it better for you to put, what's the name of your business?
Massive properties.
Let me see. What did you call your business under? Is there a description of your business?
Yes, there is.
Oh my God. It's a whole book at the back. Now, the average person is not going to have time to read all this. You've got to be able to reduce all this and condensate all this into just a few words that is so descriptive. It gives you the total picture of what you do. And I want to do business with you because nobody does research to the general manager. Backwarding, forwarding, general management. Nobody's going to remember you because there's no specificity. So when they are doing curtains, you are there. When they want to buy brooms, you are there. I mean, APC wants to buy brooms. PDP wants to buy umbrellas, you volunteer. Okay? So read all the things that are at the back for me.
Okay. Real estate brokerage.
Oh, can somebody please give me a microphone, please?
Real estate brokerage, real estate advisory, property management, facility management, property development.
Abba. What do you do, sir?
Yeah, I work for an organization, but this is my...
you
my
work for an
political-
organization?
Yes, sir.
At what level are you working?
At the management...
Yeah, in management. What do you do?
Yeah, I sell financial solutions.
You sell financial solutions. What does that mean in English? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
If I don't understand what you are selling, how can I buy?
Okay.
Now, this card is going to travel. I go to events and people give me cards. Half of those cards are going in dustbins because I don't know what they do. I don't know why I need to be keeping cards. I'm not a storage department. So tell me, what do you do?
Okay, it's a mortgage organization.
It's a mortgage organization.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. What else? Or you are going to... That's all.
It's a mortgage
So
organization.
what does your card say?
My card says this is a marketing officer.
Of what?
Of a business solution in mortgage.
Which does what?
We sell mortgages.
If you have to explain something to me 3 times, you remember when this card comes, you're not going to have an opportunity to explain to me.
Yeah.
So you lose money.
Okay.
Just by, it takes talent to work against yourself. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
You must be able to, and it's not just at this level, SME level. Even though I know that some CEOs are here, even at the banking level, you still have the same mistakes. Inability to describe succinctly what you do. Next person, please. What do you do?
I'm an architect. I design.
I can hear you, please.
I said, I'm an architect, I design.
You're an artist. What does your card say?
I'm not an artist, architect.
You're an architect.
Yes.
Okay. So what does your card say?
My card says designs and build.
Design and build. Now, the problem with that is that you are talking to Mrs. I don't know what. You are talking to architects because I know what design and build means. It means that your audience, this card is not meant for me, it's meant for your fellow architects. Because they're the ones who understand design and build. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's a technical phrase. So sometimes also we're talking to technical people. We're not talking to the market. And it's the market that is going to sustain you. Next place. So you have to change these cards. And it's not easy to arrive at it. You have to sit down and think and think and think and think until you arrive at it. When you arrive at it, you know. Okay, yes.
My name is Omaomi Ogbe. I am a PR consultant. We work with individuals and organizations.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Seriously? I'm wearing a mask, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm growing old,
No, my mask is affecting.
Okay, can you move up? Can you give us space so that you can remove the mask and talk to us? Okay.
My name is Amaomi Ogbe. I am a PR consultant.
You're a PR consultant. What does your card say?
It says GLG Communications, creating bigger and better brands.
It's too much. Why don't you just put, what's your name, please?
Amaomi Ogbe. It has my name
Amaomi, and just say PR consultant.
It has my name at the back. This is the front, and then it has
This
my
is
name
the
at
what?
the back. This is the front of the company, the company logo and name, and then my name is at the back.
I'm saying you don't even need two sides of this card.
Okay.
Do you understand? When your card starts becoming a brochure. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lolade, and I recently just had a card.
When I lift, please be silent. Moses lifted a rod. Okay, please.
My name is Lolade. I'm a salon owner, and I recently just had a card. Not because I thought it was not, it wasn't necessary anymore, because of social media.
Allow now. When I said you should come forward, you refuse to come forward. Now the ones that are brave that came forward, you are now making fun of them. Pastor, could you please give me a rod of Moses? Yes, please.
Okay, so when I eventually did, I'm a salon owner, like I said, and I have quite a few outlets. So I have the contact of all my outlets.
Now I want to know the description of the business.
It says, it's my personal card. It says Fanny Mokun Ololade, director, head makeup artist, salon owner.
Now, do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? And you can see this is a representative sampling. I'm sure if you look at your cards, most likely you are making the same mistake. Now, do you agree with me that none of them have described what they really, really do? They've not told me why I should patronize them. And it's a common problem. Now, don't forget, we are just talking about the what right now. When we get into branding, we're going to talk about the who. And that's another level entirely. We don't have time for that today. I need you to take a notebook and think and reduce this business description to something that the market understands and will make the market want to patronize you, because you might as well not print any cards. And you are distributing thousands of these cards and you are not making sales, and you don't understand why you are not making sales. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's a common mistake. Even if you're a bank, we still want to know what kind of bank you are. Isn't that so? Okay, please give them a round of applause. Let them go and sit down. Can I have my charts, please? My chart. Time is running out, but I need to explain one or two things to you. Now, when you look at throughput, we are looking at organizational structures, efficiencies. I don't mean Nigerian tailor efficiencies. They take on too many clothes that they can't sew, and they know they can't sew them in time, and then keep on posting everybody. And you're about to have your wedding and you're having hypertension because of your tailor. Client management, very important, but that's also where your values and your culture comes in. Now, let me tell you a story. In my 20s, the Italian embassy contacted me and said that they want to start me doing jobs for them. They had seen some stuff that I'd done, and they were very impressed. So this was good money. And then they called me one day, and they said to me, we're having an event. I was working for the Italian embassy, Italian Cultural Institute, Italian International School, Italian Wives Clubs, and about 5 or so Italian organizations. I did not know them. They just saw my work. So anything you do, put your damnedest best into it, because you don't know what it's going to lead to. So I went there, and they said, there's this event that we're going to produce in 3 days. Can you produce for us invitation cards and deliver within 3 days? We're going to have this event like in a week. And I gave my word that I can. So, because they trust me, they gave me the money and went to sleep. Now, I got to Shomolu, which was where I used to print as a young man. And on the day I decided to print, NEPA decided to show their true colors. All throughout Shomolu, no light. Then I said, oh, this is easy. We're going to get a generator. So we searched and searched and searched for generator in Shomolu. Unfortunately, we were searching on a Friday, and in Shomolu, everybody does party on Friday. Finally, we found one generator, and then we took it back to the printing press, and as we started the generator, it packed up, and I understood why we found the generator. It was the only generator that everybody knew wasn't going to work. And so I'm praying to God, and I say, God, I gave my word to these people. I've never failed them before. Just help me here. Just as I was praying, NEPA sprang back to life, but it was just enough to power the machine. Have you ever seen a policeman's torchlight in Nigeria? Torch. You know, it doesn't, you know, from here to there, 1 foot visibility. So they brought this light that we could not even see the work we were doing. So what was I doing? I put on the lights on my car, and we'll mix ink with the lights of my car, and then take it in with a torch, and we were printing. As we were doing all that, NEPA struck again. I said, they have followed me from my village. Then I saw light on the 3rd Street. I'm talking about 20-something years ago, 25 years ago. On the 3rd Street. In those days, you could get the NEPA official to bring you light from that 3rd Street to where you are. Now, this was no longer about money. I didn't care how much I spent. It was now about integrity. So I got NEPA official. While they were doing that, NEPA took light on that 3rd Street. Somehow, I completed this job. Somehow. And I went home, took my bath, changed. And I marched straight into the Italian embassy, and I gave them the job. And I never told them what it took to produce those cards. Why? Because the client does not want to know about your efforts. Your client only wants results. So don't go to your client and say, and when I took bus, then from there I took Okada. When I got to the roundabout, then there was one egun like this that was waving at me. Then nothing way Musa not go see forget. You know, as I saw Musa, I saw Femi too. And no, don't do that. In other words, throughput, which is what I'm telling you. Remember, input was all my ideas, all my design, all my ideation. Isn't that so? Now, throughput, the client is not interested in throughput unless you're a civil servant. In which case, we have to push file from table to table to table. Who cares about that? And so don't ever go to your client and be saying, oh, NEPA took light. When you took the job, didn't you know that there was a reality called NEPA? So don't tell me that. So I want you to say after me, throughput should not be reported. Now let's look at output. When Antoinette prepared the food, is it the same she served the food? Is it the same as leaving the food in the pot? Assuming that John came and then Antoinette came and said the food is in the pot, is it the same effect? No, so she took time to serve the food. Now the problem is that most of us don't know the difference between output and product. There's a difference. Output is a natural byproduct of a series of exercises. If you cook food and everything, it gets cooked, it's left in a pot. That is a natural byproduct of your exercises. Isn't that so? Okay? But output is not the product. You don't have a product until the client appropriates it. Because it is a client that determines your economic health. So some of you design things and it's fantastic and you are hallucinating over this fantastic product, but then you give it to the client and he says, what kind of crap is this? That's the best feedback you ever got. Don't take offense. Now I want you to repeat after me. Output is nothing. Output is nothing. Until you convert it to product. And then we take it up there to push forth branding, marketing, all those things. Now I want another set of people to come forward. 3 people this time. Free consultation. I want to round up. 3 people. There's no lady. Where's the cameraman? Can you give me your business cards? I want to look at their logos.
Can I see?
Thank you. Let me. Okay. I don't know. How can we project this logo? Can somebody focus? You can't see the logo. But essentially, it's 3 children playing, and there's a globe in between and everything. So why do you have the globe in between?
Okay, that's because...
Can somebody give her a mic, please?
Okay, that's because the intention of our brand is to connect with children across globe with our services.
Okay.
Like, we are a teacher training institute, and our intention is to see that any community, with whether
have you connected?
We are connecting.
You are connecting. Have you connected?
Connected, not thoroughly.
Yes, you know, the thing is that you are using a common motif.
Okay.
So everybody, see, the fact that you have a logo doesn't mean you're a brand. Every business has a logo, but not every business is a brand. You understand? So you need to redesign this logo to make it worse. Your colors are dull.
Okay.
You understand? Look at the color.
From the back.
There's nothing wrong with white.
Yes, white and back.
So you have, I'm confused now. I'm confused because I see EduCrest Early Years Institute. Are you an institute?
We're a training institute.
So why not training institute for early years or whatever?
Because our focus is on early years practitioners only.
But you are confusing us. Okay? You have to redesign this, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yes, can I see your card, please? First of all, your logo is too small. It's so tiny, it looks like text here. Okay? Founder and CEO, telephone. What does this company do?
It's a booking platform for healthcare services.
So why don't you put it there? My medical bank, a booking platform for medical services. Why? There's nothing wrong in being descriptive, real descriptive. Okay? So you need to change the size of the logo. You don't need this curved thing. Okay? Can I see your card, man? Okay? Onomegbage, CEO. The text is too big for the size of the card. Listen to me. Listen to me. You see, when we do branding, listen. Have you ever wondered why you find it easy to read some things and you don't find it easy to read some things? Let me give you an example. When we're designing a brochure at Alder Consulting, we've measured eye gauge. We know from here to here, your eyes can capture it, but beyond that, you strain your eyes, and therefore you're going to be having pain in your eyes and will not want to read it. Sometimes it's like what she's done, it's like buying an 85-inch television and putting in a 12-by-2 room. You understand? You've got to get a specialist to do this for you. Okay? And again, what do?
I'm an event planner, sir.
It's not obvious. There's no description of your business on your business card. Why? She's looking at me. Don't let me fight you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You did not bring your card. And you are coming to an event like this, where thousands of people are potential clients. What do?
I'm a music producer.
You're a music producer. How many musicians or budding musicians are here? Look at your clientele. Next time, don't do that, okay?
I came with my phone, but I left because I had to run.
No, you're not going to be distributing your phone, are you? Is your name Samsung?
No, but I'll show you my website. So
I would love to see it. Write me and show me your website. Do a screen capture, show me your website. I'll give you a free consultation on it.
All right, so I'll look at it.
Okay? Let's give them a round of applause. Now remember these words. I'm rounding up now. Repeat after me. Input, throughput, output, pushput, and then client. Now notice something on that board. I'm giving you final word now. Notice that output is depressed. Have you noticed? It's not on the same line as input, throughput, pushput, and clientele. Have you noticed? Now, why did I do that? Because output is nothing. It is cost. It is cost. As long as it remains unsold, as long as the client has not appropriated it, you are running cost. It's an inventory. It's like renting a factory. You produce, you rent a factory, and you store products inside there. It's cost. You are not making any money. Now, some of you are too timid to show what you do. Let the market be the judge. Chances are that if you meet someone and you tell them you want to start a business, that they would discourage you. They don't mean to. Some are afraid for themselves. Some think that you're about to leave them behind. Some feel sorry for you. Some have failed in business. But let the market be the judge of your effort. And what you are going for at the beginning is just the acceptability of the market for your peculiar ideas. Don't try and be like everybody. There's something special about you. There's a way you see life. There's a way you see the market. There's a way you see people. My first breakthrough was at the age of 24, 25 or so, I can't remember. And what happened was that there was this big communications company, and they had made 0 sales in 6 months. 0 sales. Now, 2 young men had come to me, and they said I should design a marketing material for them. The only problem was that they had 0 kobo. So I sent them away, and I said, give me a week. So I did a business card that said they were selling brother typewriters. They had imported brother typewriters into the country. This was the days of typewriters. How many people know typewriters? Thank God. Proof that I'm not too old. Okay? So they didn't have money for marketing. And then I did a business card for them that said, if brother typewriters had existed at the time of Moses, Moses would have used it to write the 10 Commandments. And they went out distributing these cards, and they sold out all the typewriters. One of the companies that they sold to was a communications company. And they asked that question, who did this? Why? Because they had 2 advertising agencies handling their account, and they had 0 sales. So they said, I should put in my proposal. Now, at that time, don't forget, all I read in my life was law. I'm a lawyer. I didn't know anything about proposals. I'd never done one before. A proposal to me was something you said to a lady. And then I kept on, what do I write? And I'm talking to some people here this afternoon. What do I write? So I called my pastor. I said, this marketing director has asked you to send in a proposal. What do I write? He said, you know too much already. Write what you know. That year, I studied the book of Proverbs all throughout the year. I mean, Proverbs was coming out of my nose. And then I said, okay, what if I buy marketing books? Then it occurred to me that this is a marketing director. He had probably read all the books that I want to buy, to read and regurgitate to him. So one day I just sat down and I began to write about this generation, their likes, their wants, their dislikes, how to sell things to them. I sent in a 7-page proposal, 3 pages of text, 1 of cover, 1 back cover, and then 2 illustrations of what I was doing in advertisement form. And this guy took this proposal, looked at the first page, and said, excuse me, I want to go and talk to my managing director. So he goes up, comes back 2 minutes later, and said, excuse me, can you please follow me? Now, at this time, the model of income in the industry was advertising commission. The number of adverts you place, you get 15% commission or 20% commission. And he asked me that that's what they will pay me, and I said, no, that doesn't pay me because I am not Daily Times, I am not Guardian. What I'm selling to you is my intelligence. And this MD looked at it, looked at this thing, this crazy proposal that I put together, and said, so what do we pay all that consult? And I said, 400,000 naira. 400,000 naira will buy 10 Mercedeses. And the guy said, done, on one condition, that you also handle my company in England. Now, what I'm trying to let you know is that there's something called the confidence of ignorance. The confidence of ignorance comes upon you when you don't know how to do something very well, but you put in your creative best and it comes out looking great and different. Have the confidence of ignorance. Thank you very much. May the Lord bless you.
Please, a round of applause. A resounding round of applause for Mr. Older. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Like we said, we're going to have a panel discussion with all of our wonderful speakers, the powerhouses of Yvonne, Audrey, and Prof in the house, and all of our men in black. And so please, all of us who have questions, if you're in the hall here, you actually have the option of passing your physical questions. Just write it on a little sheet of paper and pass it down to the ushers. The ushers are actually even already holding sheets of paper, so you can just request one and write your question. And then for those of us online, you can just go to www.theplatformnigeria.com and /questions. You would be able to access it. It's a simple link. So the link again is www.theplatformnigeria.com /questions. I know some questions were already sent before. You don't need to send them again. It's the same link, www.theplatformnigeria.com /questions for your questions to come through. Thank you. So please just be seated as we set up for the panel discussion. Thank you.
You're welcome back to the Platform Studios. And Dr. Soji, I don't know what we'll call today. It's been an amazing 9 sessions, starting from Pastor Poju, Yvonne Nelson, Nia Desonya, Charles Otudo, Inyaboyeji, Audrey Joezigbo, Jumoke Adenowo, and finally Leke Alder. And I think if I was going to put it in one word, just an explosive potpourri of so many ideas and paradigms and systems, from business to spiritual side of living to nation building. But at the same time, everyone's sort of also complementing one another. And there's so much to take away from today. But for you, what would be your top 3?
Top 3. Indeed, and thank you for mentioning that. I think it's one of the unique things about the platform. We kind of see speakers almost like they compared notes before coming in. Top 3 for me, of course, Pastor Poju is our life coach here. You know, he comes with this organizational leadership tips. You win as a team or you lose by default. Absolutely. And I think he really opened it when he said, listen to outsiders. Because naturally, you will expect that, you know, a greater percentage of the platform may not have interacted with the speakers before. True. So they are the outsiders that we had to listen to. So I think that was just opening up the mind to everybody to come with an open heart to listen.
I like how Nia sort of rode on that and said, I'm the outsider. Listen.
Exactly. And he actually made a very strong point, you know, about, and I dare say that these speakers, you know, spoke from their heart, even sharing some of their models, you know, that they use, in a commercial space. Yes. Nii used the Macy model where he talked about the M, and I'll just lay on that, the mentoring, understanding the mentor-mentee relationship, that even in doing business, you need to understand how to interact with your mentor, understand that there is an exchange of value, and it's not a cannibal or slavery type of relationship, which was what then Kunle Sherian went into, basically explaining to us the value of slavery, and which that it really has been abused, but in that you need some kind of confinement to do your business in the right way. Yes. In a sense.
And the fact that we are sort of all slaves to something. I thought that was a powerful, I'd never thought about it like that. At the end of the day, you choose who you are a slave to. And it made sense when Paul said, I'm a slave of Jesus Christ. I was
exactly right.
I get it.
We get it now, in the sense. I like what Yvonne did. You know, she opened the speakers as well when she said, you know, look, if you are living local and thinking global, then you need to understand that all business drivers are now on the table. They're all global, right? From your talent pool to your logistics to all resources, right? You must think of yourself not as a global champion, but now as a global candidate, you know, open for investment, open for recruitment, and all of that. And I think those were the powerful ones.
Excellent. We need to go back to the main auditorium now because we're going to have a panel session. I'm sure you've sent in your questions. But if you're going to end, remember what Mrs. Audrey Joy Ezigbo said, and she left us with 3 questions, and I'll just read them out. She said she used what I would call the 5 W's and 1 H. How can you use the information you've heard today? Why must you use this information? When will you use this information? And I'll just complete it with, where will you use this information? Who is this information for? And what are you going to do next after listening to the platform today? But let's continue with the panel session with all of our 7 speakers. 1 person had to leave, but our questions will be answered. And right after that, the platform has come to an end. Thank you. We're going right to the main auditorium now.
See here? He's not here. Mr. Leke, thank you. Please to the stage. Thank you, Mr. Leke. Yes. Thank you. A round of applause for him. Okay, I think they were. Yes, please. Yes. Thank you, sir. Kunle is here, please. Sit. A round of applause for him, too. Thank you. Okay. I can see Yvonne is here already seated. Thank you, madam. Welcome. All right. So we have some questions, and I'll be directing it to each and every one of us. And I would like us to, respond as much as we can. We have about an hour. So you're going to spend so much time with me. Sitting down here is like I'm sitting down with the gods, Zeus, Apollos, and the rest of them. So you can imagine how it feels. Right. The first question, and I would ask Jumoke this question. How do you deal with a situation where you are a multitasking person or you're multi-skilled and have failed in so many businesses? Should you keep trying to build those businesses or revert to being an entrepreneur? Oh. To be honest, I believe that it's good to have mentorship. So there must be a reason why you're failed at all these businesses, and it's good to analyze the reasons why you're failed. Interesting, I was just telling Mr. Alder, he has consulted for me at least twice in the early days, remember? So there's nothing wrong in asking for help, in asking for the way forward, and then also finding out somebody who has made it happen before, and then speaking to those people. So when you failed multiple times, it's not those businesses that are failing. There's something fundamental that you are doing that is making these things fail. So if you cannot analyze these things yourself, you may need help for someone to analyze for you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have a question for Yvonne. And then the question is a 2-part question, so you might want to take down. You have successfully navigated the corporate world into becoming a techpreneur and investor. For corporate professionals seeking to transit into entrepreneurship or seeking to invest in credible startups, can you give some useful tips that worked for you?
Okay.
That's it. Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Thank you. The biggest thing for me is that when you're in a corporate organization, you build a lot of domain knowledge. What that means is that the industry that you're in, whether it's financial services, whether it's oil and gas, you learn about the industry, you learn about, how it works, right? And that's always very helpful because when you get into a startup environment, you're more flexible. A lot of the team that you have may not have that domain knowledge, so you have to, and you are probably the only source of that, and you have to pour that into them. So your ability to be able to teach them is a function of how much you've learned. The other thing too that's very helpful with a corporate environment, and we never pay attention to it when we're in the corporate, is that the easiest way to say it is that you see how things work, when you see how structure and process works, right? Even when you go to be a startup in the early days, and you're not at that level of scale with that structure or whatnot, because you've seen the way it works, right? You have that vision in mind, right? And so those are the things that really, really help me. And I think the last thing as well is flexibility. With the startup environment, there's a lot of iterations, right? You have an idea, and there's a lot of iterations in terms of execution. So you have to be able to be flexible to get to that point of success.
Thank you. And she's saying flexibility is key, to dealing with this situation. Thank you so much. I have another question, and then this question goes to Mr. Leke Alda. Thank you. For all panelists, can you share, but I know the person said panelists, but this goes to you. Can you share one major lesson you learned from a mistake in your journey and how you've utilized the lessons to scale up your business?
Well, the most powerful thing that I've learned in business is something called integrity. Whether integrity in terms of handling money for your clients or integrity in terms of your staffing. I remember we were given a job by a major bank about 20 years ago. The contract sum was about 650 million or so. And we were supposed to spend out of the money to do part of the work. And when we finished the work, there was 50 million naira left. So we wrote to the bank that they have 50 million naira left. And they had never seen such a thing because 50 million naira left. And then they said, okay, show us the 50 million, send it to us by check. And I wrote a check to them and I sent it to them. They were shocked. But integrity also means that if you promise your staff that you will do X, Y, Z for them, you must do those things. It also means, on the other hand, that if you promise a staff that if you do this, you're going to get punished for it, integrity also says you must punish the person. So integrity, to me, is a credit facility. It makes people want to give you things because they know you will come through and you're not going to give excuses. If there's nothing I've learned in business, it's the word integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've heard flexibility and we've heard integrity on all fronts. Now the next question goes to Mr. Charles Otudo. This is a straightforward question. Straight. It says, what are the practical steps to being innovative? What are the practical steps to being innovative?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think it starts with the self. I strongly believe that if you want to be creative, you must understand the rudiments of being creative. Who are you trying to create for? So it starts with you understanding self, and then understanding your environment, understanding by extension, the environment is also your client. Now, if you don't understand what your competition is creating and what will make sense or be competitive, you are working for yourself. There is something about creativity and innovation. Most creative people create for themselves because they are part of that creative process. They forget that they're not creating for themselves, but they're creating for a third party. So they take it very personal. And I keep telling my creatives, you are not creating for yourself. So most creative people are very, very, very finicky and selfish and protective of their creativity. So when you criticize it, they take offense, they take it personal. So first step is remove yourself from what you're creating because you're not creating for yourself. And then to be innovative, you must understand that you cannot create from a vacuum. You are creating, you can't create from a void either. So what are you trying to create? To be innovative, you must understand the environment and then tap into what I call the mu. The mu is, for me, works from a point of view where you understand that creativity does not come from self. God was number one creative, the most creative person before the earth was formed. He created everything. So if you do not tap into that, you are creating an isolation of the Almighty. And it starts with understanding that you have to tap into a being that is the ultimate. Now, how do you become innovative? Understanding that the market is also evolving and everything you create must be evolving. So if you create something fantastic yesterday, it's totally irrelevant the next day. Systems change, people change, ideas are also evolving. So it's the ability to understand that it's not about you and your creativity, but it's about the audience, and then also tapping from a source that is higher than you, and understanding that creativity must consistently evolve. That way you remain innovative. That for me it's the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that is being innovative, and we have flexibility, we have integrity on all fronts again. And then the next question goes to Mr. Inyi. Still related to funding, financial institutions are regulated by CBN and they require collateral before granting loans. How do I get access to funding from investors and non-financial institutions? I guess this person heard you say you didn't have any collateral to drop.
I haven't had the honor of raising money from a financial institution just yet. So I'm not sure that my experience is particularly relevant in that respect. So you'll permit me to answer what I know. I think the first thing about raising capital, particularly from investors, is to have a very clear vision of what is possible and how big whatever it is that you're building can be. I think that's what's at the heart of it. With the businesses that I was a part of, what we put in front of investors was not anything about profit, but it was about the impact that would become possible if we could do X or Y. In the case of Andela, we were selling investors on the impact that would become possible if we can create a world where opportunity was as equally distributed as talent. And investors were very, very bought into that world, because that would mean it was a more equal, more just world. But more importantly, they would also get talent. And then we were able to walk back from that big vision, the steps of how we would do it, including building a platform that would train hundreds of thousands of young people, selecting a few of them to work with global technology companies, earning from those global technology companies. And exactly as we laid it out is what happened over the last couple years. Andela currently generates hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue as a result of that big vision. So I would say anyone who's looking for funding, if your first focus is on looking for funding rather than trying to identify what impact what you're building will have, you almost always will fail. I mean, for us particularly at the fund, we write checks of between $25,000 to $500,000, and never ever do I consider collateral. This is money we write off, quite frankly. But what is most important to us is how are you answering the question of turning one of Africa's challenges into global business opportunities. If that's not the vantage point you're coming from, we really don't care to listen to what you have to say.
Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. The next question goes to Audrey. And it says here, if, still related to funding anyway, and then he says, okay, let me get that question right. Okay, still to Audrey, yes. We have heard about the importance of service and sacrifice. How do I navigate the capital requirement in the pursuit of my entrepreneurial ideas?
Can you hear me? All right, excellent question. I'm going to start by adding to what he said, because I've been through several exercises in capital raising, bringing in venture capital and DFI funding into my business. So what I want to say is that for entrepreneurs, the process of raising capital starts before you get to the point that you need capital. And that's why we're having this conversation about a global outlook. It's about how you structure your business. It's about documentation. It's about clarity about what the business is set out to do in the first place. So any conversation with financiers, you need to have your documentation in place. You must have your compliance metrics fully ticked off. So if you haven't been paying your taxes, if you don't have all the right licenses and permits that surround that operational and regulatory space for your business, you end up shooting yourself in the foot. So that's the thing, to first always think about, at whatever point you are in your business, keep that bigger picture in view, that one day you will need to get to where you can showcase your business to a potential investor. So why don't you just start now? And it ties in with what Yvonne said about from the beginning. What are you doing? I remember in those days, if I went to Shell or Elf or Mobil and I saw how they processed a kind of document, I would just watch quietly. Now go back to my little office and tell my secretary with her little typewriter, yes, Leke, we did have complete with the red and blue ribbons and all that, right? So I'll tell her, oh, they did it like this, they did it like this, and we would just, replicate at our own level that process. It's about the mindset of best practices. So that's one, before you get there. Secondly is that you must necessarily do a bit of an analysis as to who are the funding institutions, whether it's venture or PE or some kind of DFI, that operates within your sector and at the level of funding that you require. So for some people, their minimum ticket size is $50 million. Some is $100 million. And if you're looking for 5 or 2, it can be discouraging, but there are those who actually work with the smaller businesses. And over the last few years, we've seen many of those come to the fore as people begin to look more from an Afro-capitalism point of view. There are also a lot of angel investment networks who are coming up. So you have to educate yourself about what is there and know where you should focus your effort. The third thing around fundraising is you, the entrepreneur yourself. So most people who provide funding to businesses, after you've done all your nice technical, commercial, DD presentations and all that, will tell you that they invested in you because they can see your passion, they can see your understanding of the business, they can see that you connect with a picture that is bigger than yourself and that you're willing to go the journey for that kind of result. So it really, literally, it's a lot of things coming together. But if you're waiting for when you need it, then you'd have missed that boat in the first place. Now, the question was around how to finance your entrepreneurial activity. Well, here's the truth. Everybody by now should know the concept of bootstrapping. I don't think there's anyone on this side of the hall who has not gone through this whole bootstrapping process. And that's thinking through how you leverage your family, your friends, your personal resources to then be able to finance the way that you start or run your business. But there are also collaborations that help. So for instance, I remember that back in the day, we didn't have money. We raised our own out of the little businesses we had been doing. And when it came to delivering, just go all out. Just put quality on the table so that you're sure of a repeat order and you're sure also of references. But what we would do then is at some point, we'll go to suppliers and say, listen, I have this order from X company. I don't have the money, right? But we structure something whereby it's even if it means you pay more for you to get some kind of credit terms that are not easily available to the next person. And you make sure, however, your own part in the process is that you do everything possible to make sure you go back and make the payments as quickly as possible. You build credibility. Credibility is like, somebody said it, I can't remember, one of the speakers said it. It's like your integrity, your credibility, that goodwill out there is better than cash in many, many cases. Right, so you have to be able to think about such things. There's so many opportunities, even with the banks and financial institutions, whether it's invoice discounting or there's so many ways you can literally, create both cash and non-cash leverage for yourself to move the business forward. And I did talk about partnerships and alliances. I really want to encourage this. there is so much that can happen, but many of us are trying to go it on our own. So I hear you ask, so where do I find the other entrepreneurs? You find them in places like this. You find them in the different networks and conferences and organizations and NGOs and things who are centered around your business, your industry. You don't find them by just staying back by yourself and thinking it's just me. You'll be amazed who you have access to just by putting yourself continuously out there. And in collaborating, you might be bringing the business, someone else is bringing the money. Find something that works for you to get over that hurdle. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her again. Kule, this question is for you. And it says, how do you overcome the fear of the unknown when starting a business with an amazing vision, but from a low background advantage?
So, I'm not a fan of vision, you know. I think that a lot of vision, I think vision as a concept is big and widely accepted, but I don't think it's a precursor to meaning or creating growth or anything. There are so many people I know in history, in the Bible, in my contemporary times, who did not have the privilege of a vision, but moved whichever way. Abraham, for example, didn't have a vision, so to say. You know, he was going to a land that was going to be shown, right? But so I believe that there is a dream and a resolve within you that just qualifies you for a better experience. And a lot of navigation around the fear of the unknown is usually lack of clarity. When we know better, we do better. And a lot of momentum is defined by understanding, right? And so you find people who travel maybe to the United States, for example, and maybe they are already public figures in Nigeria, maybe they are comedians or actors, and they just get to the US and, you know, just pick up a new skill and start working maybe as a nurse or something and completely move away from all that has brought them, you know, respect, honor, dignity, and probably money or influence, right? Then you go close to those people and realize that even when they had all of those things when they were in Nigeria, they never had a dream. They never had a compelling resolve within them to take a stake under the sun and you know, superimpose, you know, their intention on the world, regardless of what is on ground. As a person of faith, I believe that you have to mature to a place where you lose the fear of whether God will take care of you or not. And that is where true freedom begins, right? There's a concept I call adventure capital. The idea that possibilities are existential, and that if you have by whatever providence has given you the capacity to believe in those possibilities, you know, the unknown becomes a ladder for you. You know, I've had to navigate different, you know, journeys of my life where I didn't have clarity about where I was going, but I knew about where I was not going. And I tell people every time, it's not every time you have to know what you are up to or what God is up to or what you are doing, but you should know in the least at any point in time what God cannot be up to. You should know what you can't be up to, you know, and that is enough to give you a movement, right? And at the end of the day, you just keep going, right? So a lot of times, even when you are not clear about the action you should take, you may begin with clarity about the action you should not take. You are permitted by life and providence not to have the clarity about what next every time. But you will not be forgiven by life if you lose the clarity about what you should not do, right? Because what you should not do is created by history. What you should do is created by the future. And cluelessness about what is ahead is permissible, but missing the lessons of what you have to do now, right? That is not permissible. And that comes from being clear about what you should not do, right? So I've married, I've believed in the future. There's nobody in this room that can really give us the mathematics that they will see tomorrow, right? There's nobody in this room. And this room is filled with dreamers. People are betting on the next 5 years. People are creating dreams, documenting business plans. Yet they have no math that shows that they'll be alive tonight by the end of today. But they are making those dreams anyway. People are getting married, giving birth to children. They cannot prove that they'll be alive to father that child in 15 years. But that didn't stop them from not giving birth. So that sense of adventure is pretty much existential. We do it every day. To be taught to be more conscious and to bring method to that belief is what I think is critical, right? As opposed to just thinking you are chancing it. Your whole of life is adventure on its own. So if you enjoy the ride, you put failure in perspective to know that there is no way you are going to succeed if you're not going to perfect how to fail, right? And to know that except the corn of wheat fall to the ground and die, it cannot abide. So there's just a glory that is trapped in your frailty as a human being and accepting the composition of the human condition itself, which is finding your highest success through your imperfections, right? That neutralizes all fear in front of you and gives you a sense of mission and thoroughness that takes you to the next step and the next one and the next one. That's what I think.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. When he opens his mouth, words of wisdom come forth. And then he's saying that irrespective of the background where you come from, living beyond the fear of the unknown is what you should do and become adventurous. This question goes to Mrs. Audrey Jo Ezigbo. Again, this is a serious question. How did you arrive at starting a business with your husband? The idea itself. What are the nuggets for couples that may be able to aspire to, bring their husbands into their business? What do you advise?
Okay, thank you for that. I love when I get asked that question. So first and foremost, as a teenager, I caught the vision to start a business. I actually, some of you have heard my story, the woman of substance story. That was my personal encounter with the vision of being able to build something big. And I held that for all my years throughout school. But then I met my husband and I fell in love. Aww. So in the place of, I always say, in the place of Anya love, rose-colored glasses, we made a decision because you pointed out at that point in time, banks were coming in, right? I was doing my first MBA then in Enugu. Banks were the new banks, the modern banks with the flashy cars. And so we decided, since I was doing an MBA in banking and finance, that I should get a job in one of those banks. And I went in for one of the interviews, the last stage of an interview. But as I sat there, I asked myself, how does this look like the dream you've held, the vision you've had for your life? And I got up and I walked out. So when he came back, we were having the conversation, and I said, listen, I'm not going to do this because I don't want tomorrow to feel that I gave up my dream because of you, whereas I've held it for how long? So he said, of course, let's move forward. What do you want to do? And we started talking about that. And at some point I said to him, because he was teaching, but he was also doing small contracts here and there, and I said, why don't we just do this together? And it made absolute sense. So we started to discuss the business name, what will we do, where will we start from, and so on and so forth. So it really was, in our case, it just happened as a matter of course. And it happened also because there was a man who was not threatened by his wife's vision and chose to partner with it. So I know he's watching live, so I hail him for that any day, anytime. So that's how we started. But what kind of tips would I give? Let me say, first of all, I hope I can do this free advertising for myself, that I actually run a platform called the Double Impact Platform, and it's a training platform for couples that work together. Because I've written a book about this called Double Impact, and then I've been doing this platform for 6 years, because I figure that as God gave me the vision, you can't, with your spouse, build a highly successful business and lose your marriage, lose your home, lose your relationship. That doesn't add up. So it's trying to help couples to build a successful business and still have a great family life. So in essence, if you are interested, please reach out to me on social media. We'll make the connection. But one of the key tips I would put on the table is this. If you work with your spouse, you need to depersonalize that relationship. And remember that this is not husband and wife matter. If you are running a business, you must be running a professionally run institution. That means that each person is constantly asking the question, if this was not my husband, if this was not my wife, what can I do? What can I say? Where are the boundaries? It's very important to do that, right? Because otherwise you'll be carrying your quarrels from the house into the office and vice versa. And that's not good for running your business professionally. You also have to think about how your staff see that dynamic. Of course, they want to see that you're friends, you have a good relationship, but they don't want to see your pettiness, right? They don't want to see all those things. They don't want to see you over hugging and kissing. They're not interested in that. So you focus on professionalism. It's very key, even for your customers as well. It's also important that you carefully delineate what your work roles are. Who is responsible for what? And this is not about job titles. It's about the structure and systems that we talked about as being imperatives for global businesses, right? So if you situate yourselves in that, who is responsible for what? What's the reporting structure? What kind of governance frameworks do you put in place to make sure that the business is not an extension of your home? Right? So there's a lot of things. Of course, you have to then, as well as looking at the business, and I'm just doing very high level, but as well as looking at the business, you also then come back to your relationship and begin to ask yourself, how do we protect this space? Because you don't want a situation where, because you work with your spouse, all you discuss every day is gas and pipelines. No, it doesn't work like that. In fact, my husband knows now, for the way it is, you bring a file home and you ask a question, sometimes I don't respond, then he'll ask again, and then I'll say, what will change between today and tomorrow morning if I don't respond to you right now? And that is a signal for, can we move on to talking to ourselves? So as much as you protect the professionalism of your business by putting structure and all that in place, you also want to protect your relationship so that you don't lose out on either front. So I'll anchor it there, but to say, please reach out to me on Instagram if you're interested, if you work with your spouse or you want to work with your spouse. Happy to put you on the community. We're always sharing real life experiences that can help our couples do life and work better together, because it's not easy terrain. Business is not easy. Marriage is not easy. When you put them together.
Thank you. A round of applause for her. Thank you. So basically, having partners who are not threatened by our ideas. And secondly, we have to depersonalize the relationship when it comes to business. And thirdly, we have to work together to keep the home front. All right, Professor Jumoke Adenowo. All right, this question is for you. How has the role of having a mentor or mentors influenced your career growth and successes today? And what critical things do you seek to impact in the life of those you mentor?
If I may, I'd like to start with a question on creativity, because I'm a creative. So I'd like to add a little thing to that. There are a lot of creatives in Nigeria, a lot of comedians, actors, actresses, poets, speakers. But I'm not too sure that we maximize our creativity, because the innovation that we're talking about, if I'm to speak to creatives here, I would say the beginning of creativity is even before you get any client. It is the way a creative looks at life. A creative looks at life with childlike wonder. At every point, you're always learning, always imbibing new experiences. The most innovative things in life the solutions come from cross-pollination. So it's bringing something from maybe nature into, say, aerodynamics. So you look at the way a bumblebee flies, for instance, and you bring that one into aerodynamics. So to be really, really creative, there's really nothing new under the sun, but you must be able to learn from one area and apply it to another. The creativity never stops. When it now comes to mentorship for Jumoke Adenowo, I had to say at a high-level dinner with a diplomat very recently, when some ladies were positing to mentor, I said, my generation, the 50-somethings right now in Nigeria, the ones you know as maybe strong women, didn't have mentorship. I can say it anywhere boldly. The people at the table were a bit uncomfortable, and I said, there are 3 outstanding architects in Africa, by the grace of God. Myself, Francis Kerry, David Ajayi, 2 men and myself. I cannot boast of more than 3 female clients. What I did not add is, and the 2 of you are not one of the 3. So it is not a lack of competence or anything, but you didn't patronize an outstanding female client, architect in Nigeria, and we know what it is. So a lot of us, and then I was with one of my clients, and the next day she said it's true that generation basically were queen bees. I'm sorry I'm this blunt, this is who I am. That generation were queen bees. Yes, there's a generation like mine who mentor those who are coming. I learned from where I could learn. I said, for instance, there was a time I was talking to Mr. Alder of Alder Consulting. I don't even think he charged me. And we discussed things. He put me through, made me see things in a different way. Since then, I've been interested in brands. I do brand environments. I did a slew for Access Bank. It's because of the way my thinking started. So for some of us, you may not get the mentor you need, but you can have access to books. You can live locally and learn globally. That's what it means. You can learn from all over the world and from the thinking that comes from all over the world. But how do I mentor my own mentees? Very closely, with a lot of intimacy, a lot of hand-holding. They know I'm with them every step of the way, which is why I don't take on many mentees. I'm with them with every step of the way, because especially with women, most times a woman is loaded, powerful, strong. She just needs someone who can tell her, you can make it, you can do it. Look inwards. Why don't you look at this? Okay, come with me. Let's go to the DFI and see maybe whatever. Write the proposal this way. Women have a lot more going for them. It's just that we have a society where we are not, acculturized to reach for a lot. So, of course, I tell the story about in Harvard Business School, how they wrote a case study about a woman and about a man. They called the man Harry, described him how he was, a goal-getter and all that. And they said, what do you think about him? They praised Harry. The same set of attributes they gave to another person. I said, but her name is Harriet now. She's a woman. What do you think of her? Words like the B words were coming out. Words of she's too ambitious, she's vicious, she's hostile. So there's a type that is expected of a woman. And what I do with my mentees is tell them it is okay to shine. It is okay to be strong. You don't need to dim your light for anybody. You can be all that you are created to be. You have one life to live. Express. In fact, there's so many other people who are waiting for you to succeed so that they too can be given permission to shine. You owe your generation the expression and the solution that you carry. You must deliver that solution. And guess what? I'm here for you 24/7. For me, it's very personal.
Thank you. Thank you. I want you to expatiate more on another question that is almost similar to what you just responded to. But this person is asking about having a mentor if he or she is introverted, and if gender plays a role in deciding who your mentor should be.
Gender can play a role depending on which sphere of mentorship. Mentorship is broken into different dimensions, so to say. You could have a coach who mentors you professionally. You could have a mentor, like, for instance, for your marriage. So there are different spheres of mentorship. So you want to analyze yourself enough to know, what do I need mentorship for? For what season of my life do I need mentorship? So how long is this mentorship going to be? Do I think it's lifelong? Do I think it's just because of this business venture? So gender can play a role. But if it's you've delineated what it is that you want mentorship for, and you're two mature adults, I think actually if your marriage is not in trouble, you can actually be mentored by any gender. That's what I believe. So it depends on what role. I mixed the second part of the question.
Yes, that's the second part of the first one.
Okay. Yes, and if if you're an introvert,
yes.
It does not. I don't even think it has anything to do with your character, your introversion, or your being an extrovert. It is you identifying what your need is and going after the person. Let me be very crystal clear about this. In your mentor, you want to look at someone who looks like the picture of the future that you want. In one word, follow who no road. That's all. Because I see a lot of people being mentored by those who have not achieved what they want to achieve. Are you kidding me? Let the person have achieved what you want to achieve. They may be rough. They may not speak the way you want them to speak. But you should be mature enough to know the value you want to extract from them. And then let the rest go. Do you know, if we're going to go Bible-based now, faith-based, since we're in covenant nation, that Saul was a mentor for David. He did everything wrong. So why did God send David to Saul? To show him what not to do. Number one. Number two, to learn palace protocol, because he was a shepherd boy. So he took aside what didn't work and took the things that worked. So if you're an introvert or not, write down what you need. Go after the person who needs it. The Yoruba people have a saying, which means if you are going to get into the honey that is within the rock, you don't look at the axe. That means you just put aside what is disturbing you and go after that value. In one word, you can insult me, I will refuse to be offended. Until I get what I want from you, I'm not letting you go. After that, you can go.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her again. So this question goes to Mr. Leke Alda. Following from the activities you did during your presentation, can you give an example or two of a good business description of what one does?
Didn't get the question.
So it says, following from the activities during your presentation, can you give an example or two of a good business description of what one can do?
So can you hear me? Okay. It's a bit confusing, that question. It's okay. And that's already what I was trying to illustrate during the business session. If you can't ask a question that I can understand, how am I going to answer the question? You know?
Okay, the way you came forward and people reviewed, and you reviewed their cards. So people came forward and you reviewed their cards and the others. Can you give people an example, other examples?
You got to learn the fundamentals of branding. What we were dealing with there was visual identity design. That is not branding. You understand? Branding is much more, it's much bigger. It involves HR, it involves culture, it involves value, it involves strategy, it involves vision, mission, all those things. When you have defined all those things, you want to make sure that those things can relate to each other. They have relational integrity. That's branding. So when I look at your business card and you are working against yourself, the colors are wrong. There are colors that don't work. There are colors that are anti the business that you are describing. For example, I will understand if there are primary colors on somebody running a primary school. But if you are running a medical system, an hospital, and your colors are bright yellow and this, colors matter. Colors speak to us. Have you ever seen a lawyer in red? Have you ever seen an undertaker wearing very colorful clothes? They're always in black because we associate colors with emotions and with things. Black stands for something, navy blue stands for something, purple stands for something. You just can't sit on a computer and just, I like yellow, let me add yellow, and all those things. It doesn't work that way. This thing is a science. You are being programmed. We've been buying blue Omo. My father's generation bought it, my generation bought it, my children's generation, and it's remained new blue Omo. How can it be? Somebody is programming you. How does somebody convince you to take citric acid, water, flavor, and say that it's fantastic? All they did was that they put a picture of Messi beside Pepsi. Messi, Pepsi, So when you look at the two, you're not seeing caffeinated water or carbonated water. You are looking at a guy who is so skillful. They programmed you. That's what I do. Therefore, when you are dealing with clientele, you have to look at the psychological profile of the client, because there's a fundamental assumption in economics, and this is basic economics, that the richest people buy the most expensive things, and it's not true. In fact, most of the time, the poorest people buy the most expensive things. So you do psychological profiling. This is my client. How does he think? Where does he go? What does he like? What does he buy? What does he wear? By the time you profile all that, a picture begins to emerge, and you know what to tell him in order to get him to buy the material. Let me give you an example. I spoke about the communications company I got a retainer for. I was just having fun. So they are in those days, there was nothing called your phones didn't vibrate. You had to buy a vibrator. I'm sorry for the terminology, but you had to buy that, okay? And they didn't know how to sell those things. So I put out an advert and said, all hell broke loose when Jennifer called. Of course, what I was trying to say was that if this one had had a vibrator on his phone, the phone wouldn't have rung very high, and then the wife wouldn't be suspicious of the phone call and everything. All he needed was a vibrator and everything. And the next day, this company, everybody was calling that company and asking, I want to speak to Jennifer, because there was actually a Jennifer in the company. I want to speak to Jennifer. I want to speak to Jennifer. Jennifer. And they were buying phones. That company went from 0 to 100 million in 6 months. In fact, it was the money that scattered the company. Because the money was now too much. Everybody was eating breakfast at Sheraton. My retainer went from 400,000 to 1 million the next year because I delivered. So one of the things you need to learn to do is psychological profiling, a system from economic profiling, where you do ABC. The people in Mushi don't buy Swatch. The people in Adegunle don't. It's not true. There are products that are aspirational. And you aspire to buy those things. And you see that sometimes the poorest people are the people that are wearing Air Jordan, $500 sneakers. So those are the kind of things that you need to look at, and we can go on and on and on. Maybe one day I'll face real branding at the platform. Maybe one day.
Round of applause for him again. Thank you. Okay, so this question goes to Mr. Charles Otudo. And he says, sir, when your output is a service, how do you package it to become a product that a client appropriates? When your output is a service, how do you package it to become a product that a client appropriates?
I think the first step is to differentiate from the entrepreneurial point of view or the initiator. Are you into service or are you into product? You can't be both. Are you selling a service or are you selling a product? If you can differentiate the two, the approach will be different. Now, if you're selling a product, the approach will be different. If you are selling a service, it's different. A product is tangible. A service is not tangible. A service, you can't see it, you can only feel it. So like Mr. Ada was talking about just now, there are also processes. So if you want to sell a service, it's intangible. So they feel the impact based on your process. It's one-on-one or online or whatever, but it's the output that differentiates, that makes a difference. Your process is from this point to where the client feels the impact. But if it's a product is tangible. So for instance, if you want to have what I call the brand extension, from a service you decide to now create something else, that's a different process. So you cannot, I don't think you can convert a service to a product without going through a process. It's a bit tedious, and that's not for this kind of platform. You can't convert a product and make it a service to become a product and sell it like that. There's a process. So there are two different things. You have to differentiate. Is it a service or a product? Because a service is intangible while a product is tangible. So the end point will also determine based on the output. So there are two different things. That's my point of view.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the panel session. A round of applause for all the speakers here. Thank you so much. It was an amazing time with you. A round of applause. Please, can we stand up on our feet and give them a huge round of applause? Thank you. Please, can we come?
you. Thank you so much.
Just remain
Live
standing
local,
as we have our
think
special
global.
guests
The platform
exit
is
the building.
powered
Thank you
by
so
the
much.
Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the Covenant Nation. Live local, think global. The platform is powered by the